Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1294. There is something wrong with this city. I can hear the voices of Rika and Utsumi, and Mr. Yang Hui. So I am not alone. Hibiki Yuda's originally heavy mood was relieved and released. His companions behind him gave him courage and strength. Gyolit, who had been extremely heavy to move a step, finally stood up straight, wrapped in dazzling light, and his chest shone with a golden light called hope and courage. It's time to go. I can only give it a try. I want to protect everyone. Protect this city. With Hibiki Yuda's shout, Gyolit took a stance, and the majestic energy flowed from the golden light on his chest to his hands. Fierce energy rays gushed out from his palms and went straight to the monster. Gyolit, beam. The golden beam accurately hit the monster's neck weakness, exploded, and the monster was reduced to powder and disappeared without a trace. Success, success. Hibiki Yuda was delighted with the victory. Good. We won. So awesome. Utsumi Sho was also very excited. Isn't this the classic plot of the Ultraman series that he loves to watch the most? Look. Old computer. The numerical list of grid disappeared, and a flash of light appeared. Not only did the grid giant on the street disappear, but Yuda Hibiki also returned to everyone. Yuda Hibiki, who suddenly came back, has not recovered from what happened just now. Oh. Yuda. Great. You're back. I'm back. You are so awesome. Yuda. You actually beat the monster. No. It's not all my fault. Yuda Hibiki felt that Utsumi Sho was exaggerating and felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, the screen of the old computer lit up again, and grid appeared again. The difference was that this time, Utsumi Sho and Takeru Rika finally saw grid and could hear grid's voice. Yuda, you have to complete your mission. Did it just end? Yuda Hibiki asked in confusion. This is just the beginning. Huh? Sorry to bother you, could you please tell me in detail? Yang Hui interrupted the conversation between Yuda Hibiki and Gult and asked, Gult, when you say the beginning, do you mean that there will be more monsters attacking the city in the future? Gult still did not answer Yang Hui, and continued to look at it. Not answering. Yang Hui was silent, not knowing whether Gult could only talk to Yuda Hibiki or was on guard against him, but what was certain was that he could not get more information from Gult now. Let's not talk about this for now. A rare victory. We defeated the monster together with Gult. Utsumi was very excited, as if he had become a hero who saved the world. Yes. Yuda Hibiki was embarrassed. He always felt very ashamed. By the way, we must come up with a name now. For example, a name like Gridman Alliance. I say, wait a minute. Takeru Rika interrupted Utsumi Sho, who was delighted with himself. Not only did she feel that the name Utsumi Sho chose was extremely shameful and tasteless, but her mind was a little confused, and she had no intention of joining any strange alliance just like that. I'm sorry, my mind is a mess now, and suddenly an inexplicable gridman popped up, and there are monsters and so on, and I'm also very worried about my friends. I'm sorry, then let's. Emotions are contagious. Takeru Rika's confusion cooled down the excited Utsumi Sho. He also knew that it was not appropriate to continue disturbing Takeru Rika, so he planned to say goodbye first and come back tomorrow. Then Yuda Hibiki's call made them look up at the sky. Wait a minute. Something is approaching from the other side of the sky. Is it coming? Yang Hui looked at the familiar shadow, and the corner of his mouth curled up. He originally planned to collect intelligence in a low-key manner and then leave quietly, but now that the monster and Gyolit appeared, Drestriga had to appear in everyone's sight. Fortunately, this city is not completely isolated from the outside world. It does not exclude the existence of the Federal Army. So, what is it? What are you guys? General Utsumi finally raised his doubts. He felt that Yang Hui was not a simple person from the beginning. Sorry, let me introduce myself again. I'm Yang Hui, an inspector of the Independent Draghi Cruise Unit of the Earth Federation Army, with a military rank of colonel. Also a second lieutenant of the Independent Draghi Cruise Unit, Nagisa. Federal Army. And it's an independent unit. And a senior officer. Except for Yuda Hibiki, who didn't have much memory, Admiral Utsumi and Rika Takeru knew about the Federation Army, but only knew about it. All the information was learned from TV news. They had never actually come into contact with it, or even seen it with their own eyes. Because Dujuante had been peaceful for many years, and there was no Federation Army stationed there, this was their first contact with the Federation Army, and a senior officer of the rank of colonel. Is that also the Federation Army? Yuta Hibiki asked, pointing to the huge figure that was getting closer and closer. Yes, the flagship of the independent Dredge Cruise Unit, the next-generation universal battle carrier, Drestriga. Yang Hui nodded and replied. By the way, why did the Federation Army suddenly come to Dujuante? They had never been here before, and the monsters appeared just after you arrived. Rika. Hibiki Yuta pulled the complaining Takarada Rika and told her to stop talking. Although the Federation Army and the monsters appeared at the same time, it didn't mean that they were the cause. It was too rude to accuse them so arbitrarily. That's right. Takarada Rika knew that she had made a slip of the tongue, but she didn't think she was completely wrong, so she didn't apologize and turned her head to mutter. Haha, it's okay, it's normal to be suspected. Yang Hui didn't get angry at Takarada Rika's unwarranted accusation, but smiled frankly. He was not a child who would get angry with a girl because of such a small matter, and it is undeniable that their arrival was the biggest variable. Dujuante had been peaceful for many years, and even the most tragic war was not affected, and there were no outsiders. Their sudden arrival caused the monsters to appear, and this possibility could not be ruled out. Mr. Yang Hui. I'm sorry. Perhaps infected by Yang Hui's frankness and generosity, Takarada Rika also apologized in a low voice and shame. It's okay, it's okay. So, Mr. Yang Hui, the Federation Army suddenly came to Dujuante. Is there something going on? Admiral Utsumi asked, and his middle school spirit made him suspect that the Federation Army's sudden appearance had other purposes. This matter really needs to be discussed. Yang Hui's eyes fell on Yuta Hibiki. Huh? Yuta Hibiki was stunned for a moment, feeling that something very important was going on. But, let's talk about all this after our captain arrives. As he said that, Yang Hui looked up at the sky, and the huge body of Drestriga came into view. The sudden attack of the monster, the appearance of the giant Gult, and the arrival of Drestriga did cause quite a stir in Dujuante, but strangely, it was calmed down in a very short time, which should have lasted for a long time. Some were sad, some were indifferent, but no one was worried about their future life. Even the local government only expressed surprise and welcome at the arrival of Drestriga, but did not ask any more questions, as if they did not care at all. When asked about how to deal with the destruction of the city and the comfort of the people, they only replied that they would handle it and that was it, and pointed out that the federal army and the federal government did not need to worry about it. The excuse they used was also very good, that the whole world was in war, and the federal army and the federal government did not need to worry about such a small matter. Something is wrong. Everything is wrong. The attitude is too casual. If it were any other city, the federal government would be eager to provide both money and manpower. The public's reaction is too bland. I even saw some people move into broken homes and continue to live. The biggest problem, the GPS positioning. Our current location is Tsujide, Nerima City, Tokyo. I don't remember there being a place called Tsujide in Tokyo, and this city is not small. We were originally in the Pacific Ocean, and suddenly we came to Tokyo, a place that has not appeared on the map. And, according to records, Tokyo is in constant danger. Several major wars have affected Tokyo. There has been no attack here at all. This is a huge problem. At this time, Drestriga was hovering over Tsujide. Having just experienced a monster attack, in order to ensure that the monster could be stopped and destroyed as soon as it appeared again, the MIS troops also took turns patrolling the air above Tsujide. Mitsuha Greywall came to the ground in a shuttle, and Char also arrived at Juan to meet up with Yang Hui. The three discussed the current situation. There was only one table of customers in a cafe. Yang Hui, Ryu Kanosaki, Char, Lalashin and Mitsuha Greywall gathered at one table. There were also Yuta Hibiki, Masaru Utsumi and Rika Takarada who were having trouble adapting to the atmosphere. They were very nervous in front of all the officers of the Federation Army. So, is this boy the giant who defeated the monster? Char looked at Yuta Hibiki, and the curve of his mouth scared him so much that he trembled. Yes, so he will be the key. Yang Hui glared at Char. Don't scare the child. He will have to solve the mystery later. But didn't he lose his memory? Mitsuho Greywall asked. According to the information provided by Yang Hui, Yuta Hibiki himself still didn't know anything. It was a bit difficult to get information about the monster from him and how to leave Dojuante. Can you tell me what the situation is? Why did the Federation Army suddenly come to Dojuante? Rika Takarada raised her hand weakly and asked Yang Hui and the other two, feeling as if she was involved in some incredible incident. Chapter 1295 Reset City and Memory. Mitsuho Greywall did not hide anything and told the three boys the whole story of how Drestriga received a special designated coordinate, arrived at the designated coordinate, was suddenly surrounded by fog, and then appeared on the Koku Terrace. Mitsuho Greywall considered not only leaving the Koku Terrace with the help of Yuta Hibiki and Gulet, but also Gulet's combat power. If the monster appeared on the Koku Terrace, would it appear in other places? As Gulet was directly related to the existence of the monster, wouldn't it be better for him to board Drestriga and fight together? Therefore, Mitsuho Greywall did not hide anything, and answered all the questions of the three people unless it involved military secrets. In other words, you want to get my and Gulet's help to leave Dojuante, right? Yuta Hibiki roughly understood what was going on, but he was at a loss as to what to do. But I'm sorry, I don't know how to help you. It's okay, don't worry, and don't worry about what we will do to you. Mitsuho Greywall saw Yuta Hibiki's nervousness and calmed him down. Dreki Cruz's mission is to investigate strange phenomena similar to the DBD phenomenon occurring all over the world, and the city is also threatened by monsters, and there are no federal troops stationed there. It is reasonable that we will stay to help you until the threat of monsters to Dojuante is eliminated. Thank you very much. Yuta Hibiki also breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time he felt a lot more at ease. After all, there are still many mysteries of Gulet, and the monsters are also full of mysteries. If he and Gulet alone rely on it, it is really hard to say whether they can protect everyone in the city from the monsters. Just like the battle just now, although the monster was destroyed, Dojuante was also severely damaged. Although there is no statistics, many people must have died. If this is the case, even if the monster is destroyed, can it be called protection? Beep, beep. At this time, the pads of the three people rang. It was an emergency communication from Drestriga. They answered it without hesitation, and Reynold Harding's face appeared in front of everyone. Captain, Colonel Yang Hui, the main system of Drestriga is down again. How many times has this happened? Sanai Greywall asked Reynold Harding. The third time. The first time was after entering the fog, and the second time was when we tried to leave in the opposite direction. Reynold Harding reported in detail based on the records. What about the time interval? Sanai Greywall asked. There is no pattern at all. Then analyze the trigger point and find out what is the common point when the system crashes. Understood. Did you encounter difficulties? Xiang Yuta asked worriedly. It's not a big deal. Sanai Greywall shook his head. The downtime of the main system of Drestriga was definitely not a small matter, but the good news was that Yang Hui had been writing a backup system to prevent the unknown existence hidden in Drestriga from completely controlling Drestriga through AOS. The computing speed was not as fast as the main system, but the normal operation and basic operations of Drestriga could still be completed. Moreover, even if they were told, it was not something the three teenagers could solve. Instead of worrying about it, it was better to just brush it off. Okay. Since the other party said so, the three teenagers did not worry about trivial matters. Then what should we do next? Just as usual. Yang Hui smiled and said to the three teenagers, go to school when it's time to go to school, play when it's time to play, just pay a little attention to the differences around you. Tomorrow Saki and I will pick you up from school, and then meet up at Zhuan to summarize the news of the day. Wait, why do you want to come to my store? I don't want to participate. Takarada Rika did not want to be involved in trouble and danger. When Utsumi proposed that the three of them form a golden alliance, she refused. Takara, I understand your concerns, but it is undeniable that you have been involved. You can see the gray, and those. As he said, Yang Hui pointed out the window of the store, through the gap in the building, pointing to the shadow of the monster at the other end of the sky. You should be able to see it too, right? Yes. Takarada Rika nodded with a complicated expression. Including your mother, no one else in Dojuante can see them. You have become a special existence. There is no guarantee that the monster will not target you. Therefore, for your safety, it is better to act together. But How about this? When we gather tomorrow, you will give your answer. If you still don't want to, we will not bother you anymore. How about that? Hibiki, Utsumi, do you accept it? Not only should we ask for the opinions of Takeru Rika, but also Hibiki Yuta and Utsumi Masaru. They are not terrorists. In addition, Yang Hui did not support the boy to participate in the battle, so he gave them the opportunity to choose for themselves. No problem. X2 Hibiki Yuta and Utsumi Masaru did not object. Hibiki Yuta was destined to be unable to escape because of his connection with the Ulid, and it would definitely be best if someone helped him. Utsumi Masaru's second-year soul in his heart had awakened. He was unwilling to give up the opportunity to become a hero, and he was also unwilling to watch his best friend fight alone. Well then. Having said that, Takeru Rika did not continue to object. Not only did Yang Hui make sense, but if she was targeted by a monster because of her specialness, it would be safer to act together. Then we'll leave first. Please be safe, all three of you. After the discussion, Yang Hui and the others did not continue to waste the three people's time. Yuta Hibiki's parents were not at Dojuante, and this was also the store of Rika Takara's family. Utsumi had to go home quickly to report that he was safe. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Mitsuho Greywall handed 3 Federal Army standard pads to the 3 people. This was what Yang Hui reminded her to bring before coming down. If you have any questions, you can contact us with this pad. Our contact information is recorded in it. Okay, thank you. X3. The 3 people took the pad and looked at the backs of Yang Hui and the others leaving in a trance. They felt, too many changes happened today, too many that were a little hard to accept. At this moment, in Shinjo Akane's house, she was the only one living in the whole villa. The curtains in her room were closed, completely blocking the sunlight. The dim room looked depressed and dull under the warm light. Garbage that had accumulated for who knows how long was packed in black garbage bags and filled the entire room. In addition to the bed, computer desk and computer, there were also several rows of glass display cabinets with various monster models. It looks like guests have shown up, and there are 2 groups at a time. A deep male voice sounded, and the computer screen automatically turned on like Juan's old computer. Like Yulit, a strange black existence existed in the computer space. What should we do with those who disrupt the order? Just eliminate them all. The door opened, and Akane Shinjo wiped her wet hair with a towel. She had just taken a shower and was still emitting heat. Her pretty face was flushed. She was not surprised at all that there was such a strange existence in her computer. As expected of you, Akane, but you went a little too far today. It doesn't matter, we just need to rebuild it. Who asked that wenchling to disturb me and him? You are indeed the one I chose, Akane, but don't underestimate outsiders, they are not easy to deal with. How difficult can they be? My cute monsters will never lose to them. Then do as you say, Akane. Well, I knew you would help me, The next day, Yuta Hibiki, Masaru Utsumi, and Rika Takeru, who arrived later, stood at the gate of the school in a trance, unable to believe what they saw. Yesterday, they really saw the school being hit by the fireball spewed by the monster. A huge explosion occurred, and the flames were burning, but just one night later, the campus was restored to its original state. No, not only the school, but also the entire city. All the damage caused by the monster has been restored. People live their lives as usual. Even if someone dies, relatives and friends are no longer sad, as if nothing happened. Even Drestriga seems to be actively ignored by everyone. Not only that, there is also a very scary thing. It's so strange, no one remembers what happened yesterday. No, it should be said that it seems that nothing happened at all. At lunchtime, Yuta Hibiki, Masahiro Utsumi and Rika Takeru came to the rooftop together, and started to discuss after making sure that there were no other people. After asking in the morning, they found that no one had any memory of yesterday. The monster caused such huge damage and so many people died, but no one remembered it. Even Wenchuan and other classmates who accidentally knocked down Yuta Hibiki's special hot dog while playing volleyball in the classroom yesterday, no one remembered their existence anymore. Only the 3 of us remember, and they can't see those monsters. Is it really related to Galt? Utsumi analyzed. Takara, did you get anything? Very scary gains. Takeru Rika said with lingering fear, I've asked other people, and Wenchuan died in an accident in junior high school. Then we were yesterday. Yes, we were classmates yesterday. This It seems that we can only go back and ask Alt. They didn't know anything. Even if they found more things wrong, they didn't know what happened. The only way they could think of was to ask Alt if he knew anything. If even he didn't know, then there was only Hiya, Utsumi, Takarada, hello. At this moment, the fourth person came to the rooftop. It was Shinjo Akane. Shinjo, what interesting topic did you talk about this morning? Did you say there were monsters? Chapter 1296, Junior High School Students of the New Century. Shinjo Akane's sudden question made Yuta Hibiki, Masahiro Utsumi and Rika Takarada at a loss. Although they were a little happy that someone finally noticed the problem of the monster, Shinjo Akane still looked like she knew nothing. If they rashly told her the truth, would it be a good idea to involve her, not to mention whether she would believe it? What are you hiding? Shinjo Akane asked with interest. She was very curious now. We are not hiding anything. Hibiki Yuta concealed his nervousness and found an excuse for the three to leave quickly. Sorry, we still have things to do. Goodbye, Shinjo-san. Looking at the backs of the three people fleeing in panic, Shinjo Akane was thoughtful and very interested in what the three people were secretly discussing. However, the three people did not seem to have the intention to tell her, so she could only look for another opportunity. Thinking of this, Shinjo Akane had already left the rooftop and bumped into a teacher who was looking down at her phone in the corridor of the teaching building. Shinjo Akane also reminded the teacher not to look down at the phone while walking, but the other party turned a deaf ear to it, staring at the phone without leaving, and didn't even respond, which made Shinjo Akane's eyes flash with a fierce light again. The three people who left, Yuta Hibiki, chose to ask for leave directly. At this time, they really couldn't continue to attend classes with classmates who knew nothing, and there were too many things they needed to understand, so the three of them asked for leave directly and returned to Zhuan, just in time to see Yang Hui, Ryu Kanasuki and a strange hunchbacked man talking to Yang Hui and Ryu Kanasuki. He was wearing a suit, had a decadent expression on his face, and had 4 long samurai swords hanging around his waist. You're back so early? Yang Hui asked the three people with a smile. Well, we asked for leave. After all, it's not time for class now. Yuta Hibiki and the other two explained, not wanting to be regarded as bad students who don't study well. It's indeed not time for class now. The strange man looked at Yuta Hibiki. Mr. Yang Hui, this is Samurai Holy Sword, who has a close relationship with Gulet. Yang Hui introduced the three people. He had been waiting for Hibiki Yuta and the other two in Zhuan today, including Takarada Rika. Yang Hui believed that they would make the right choice, and whether Drestriga could leave to Juante also depended on Gulet. He hoped to talk to Gulet more and collect more information. Unfortunately, the old computer did not respond at all, and it did not work even when it was started directly. Yang Hui did not have much contact with Gulet, but it was not without any gains, such as the Samurai Holy Sword in front of him. He claimed to be a member of the New Century Junior High School student, and he was 33 years old. Although he didn't understand why he still called himself a junior high school student at the age of 33, he told Yang Hui that the New Century Junior High School student was a supporter of Gulet, and the origin of Gulet. Gulet was a special electronic life form, without a physical existence, and needed to merge with a chosen people like Yuta Hibiki to have a physical body. The powerful Gulet was committed to saving the world that should be saved, but unfortunately, Gulet seemed to have been defeated by some powerful enemy, so Gulet was now in an incomplete state. While his power was not as good as before, his memory and expression ability were not complete, which was also an important reason why Gulet did not communicate with Yang Hui. The New Century Junior High School student was born in such an environment. They could all support Gulet and provide powerful support. As for their origin, in the words of the Samurai Holy Sword, they didn't know either. When they were conscious, they knew their mission, but they were not clear about their future, and they had no interest in understanding it. Then as he an alien, Utsumi felt that Samurai Sword was strange. He had been guessing that the monster that suddenly appeared was an alien. And unlike Campbell and Uruguru, it was more like the aliens in the Ultraman series who preferred to use wits. The crisis is approaching, so we came here. Samurai Sword said to Gulet, ignoring Utsumi's doubts. We. Hibiki Yuta found the blind spot. Yes. Yang Hui proved for Samurai Sword, including Mr. Sword, there are 4 people in total. They belong to the group of New Century Junior High School students, and are responsible for supporting Gullet. And Mr. Sword is not an alien, although their origins are a bit special. Huh? Is that so? X3 The three were surprised and wanted to complain about the name, New Century Junior High School students, but they were more surprised that the four people, including Samurai Sword, were actually supporting Gullet. This means, they are not fighting alone. Yes, before you came back, Mr. Holy Sword had reset and optimized Gullet's data, so that Gullet could exert a stronger power. Yang Hui was also very satisfied with the debugging of the warrior Holy Sword. To be honest, he wanted to study Gullet and debug it at the same time. After all, they were all robots, and he had prepared cyborg life before. But what bothered Yang Hui was that Gullet was unwilling to communicate with him, so Yang Hui knew nothing about Gullet. At the same time, Gullet could only exist in the form of electronic data, without a physical body, so how could it be debugged? The arrival in action of the warrior Holy Sword solved Yang Hui's distress, and at the same time, he also learned that the debugging of Gullet only required the writing and rewriting of specific codes. However, although he knew it, Yang Hui still couldn't debug Gullet. These codes were very special, and Yang Hui couldn't understand them. If he tampered with them without authorization, it would be very likely to turn Gullet into something else that he didn't know what it was, which would be bad. I say, this computer is my product anyway, you are using it without permission, right? Arakuma was a little dissatisfied with Yang Hui and the others for touching the products of their home without permission. Before you came back, I had already bought it. Yang Hui smiled and replied to Arakuma, so this is my property, I allow Mr. Shenjian to use it. This is not allowed. X3 It's a good thing that the product can be sold, but this computer is different. There is Gullet in it. This old computer was bought by Yang Hui, so how can they contact Gullet? The monster is coming, how can Yuta Hibiki merge with Gullet and fight the monster? Listen to me. Yang Hui's hand pressed lightly, asking the three people to calm down, and continued to explain, and then I will give it to classmate Hibiki. So classmate Hibiki, this computer is yours now. This. X3 The reversal came a little too fast, and the brains of the three people were a little slow to react. Of course, if Takara-san thinks that the goods that have been sold are not suitable to stay here, I will find someone to help transport them away. How about that? Yang Hui asked Arakuma with a smile. This. Sure. X2 Okay, let's put it here for now. Being started by Yuta Hibiki, Masaru Utsumi and the Samurai Holy Sword, Arakuma really didn't know how to refuse, and she also decided to continue to follow Yuta Hibiki and Masaru Utsumi, although she didn't want to admit the shameful team name. Great. X2 At this time, the computer lit up again, and Gullet appeared and talked to Yuta Hibiki, Masaru Utsumi and Arakuma. Didn't you hear it? Can you three hear it? I heard it. It's Gullet's voice. It really exists. Masaru Utsumi was a little excited. The hero's journey was finally about to begin. Arakuma was really sure that Gullet was in her old computer at home. Yang Hui looked at Gullet who appeared again. This time he did not try to contact Gullet. According to the Samurai Holy Sword, the current Gullet would not talk to anyone other than the chosen one. Even the four, New Century Junior High School students, who supported Gullet would not actively communicate, but would only passively accept the support of power. Go quickly, do what you should do. Gullet said to Yuta Hibiki and the other two. What you should do. Yuta Hibiki wanted to ask clearly what they should do and how to protect Ujuante, but before he could ask, he was interrupted by General Utsumi. Gullet. Leave it to us. Alice. Yang Hui shook his head. This kid is really a hot-blooded middle school student. He never thought about what kind of danger he would encounter if he agreed so easily. But, how to do it? Asked Rika to Arakuma. First, we need to investigate the missing classmates in the class. Hasn't this been figured out? Oh, they had heard from other classmates at school that the missing Wenchuan and others had died a long time ago, which was hard for them to accept. They were still alive yesterday, but the next day they were told that they had died a long time ago. Are they crazy, or is this world crazy? This was caused by a monster attack. Samurai Holy Sword said with a stutter. It means, we will never see them again, right? Although there was no answer, the meaning was very clear, which made the three of them even more uncomfortable, especially Arakuma, who had a good relationship with Wenchuan and others. My condolences. Yang Hui did not give a long speech to comfort him, as he understood the feelings of his friend's sudden death. "Thank you," Rika murmured with her head down. "So what should we do next?" Utsumi General didn't know what to do, but his eyes suddenly caught sight of the sky outside the window, and he thought of the monsters on the other side of the sky, which might be the breakthrough point. "By the way, Mr. Yang Hui, have you investigated the monsters on the other side of the sky?" "Yes." Yang Hui nodded. "Unfortunately, to no avail. We tried to get close to those monsters, but those monsters were like reflections of the sky, completely impossible to approach, and they didn't make any movements, so..." "Why is that?" Utsumi General was frustrated. "Doesn't that mean there are no clues at all? When you plant flowers intentionally, they don't bloom. When you plant willows unintentionally, they grow into shade. When there are no clues, clues come to you on their own initiative. Monsters appear again. Monsters. There are more than one." Chapter 1297 Test, Siege. Very suddenly, just like before, monsters suddenly appeared in the city without any signs. How can there be so many monsters? Yuta Hibiki, Masaru Utsumi and Rika Takarada were extremely frightened and completely forgot to think, because there were more than 10 monsters that appeared at the same time. All of them were exactly the same monsters as before. Yuta. Masaru Utsumi immediately called Yuta Hibiki, hoping that he would transform into Grid to fight. But at this moment, Yuta was trembling and his body was completely out of control. "No. Impossible. It's impossible. So many monsters. Even Grid can't do it." If there were only 1 or 2 monsters, Yuta Hibiki could still muster the courage to fight, but seeing more than a dozen huge and ferocious monsters in front of him, Yuta Hibiki completely lost his courage. You must go." Although the warrior Holy Sword stuttered, his tone and eyes were particularly serious and firm. "This is your mission, you must fight. Yuta, you must fight with me." Grid in the computer also encouraged Yuta Hibiki. "But, there are so many monsters. Hibiki, go ahead and fight." Yang Hui held Hibiki Yuta's shoulders and looked at him with his eyes shining. "You are not fighting alone." "I am not alone." "That's right, you are not fighting alone. Utsumi and Hokuto will support you, Mr. Seiken and New Century Junior High School students will support you, and Gulet will fight alongside you." Utsumi. Hokuto. Mr. Seiken. Gulet. And them, and us. At this moment, everyone saw that at the moment when the monster was about to destroy Dojuante, several meteors fell from the sky and landed in front of the monster, either repelling the monster that trampled the ground, or blocking the fireballs spewed by the monster, or grabbing the giant claws that were about to smash the house. "It's the Federation Army." Utsumi and Hokuto Rika were very excited. The Federation Army was dispatched and stopped the monster from destroying the city and killing the people. "Federal Army. Yes, we are the Federation Army. Our purpose of existence is to protect the people. So, what about you? Classmate Hibiki? Are you willing to fight? Are you willing to protect this city and your friends?" Yang Hui asked Yuta Hibiki seriously. "Protect, my friends." As he spoke, his absent-minded eyes fell on Utsumi Sho and Takarada Rika beside him, and slowly recovered his spirit, then looked at the samurai Holy Sword, who nodded approvingly, and finally, fell on Gulet in the old computer. "Yuta, fight, this is your mission, this is our mission." For a moment, the seed called courage took root in Yuta Hibiki's heart and grew rapidly. It was still far from a towering tree, but it was already a standing sapling. "I do." "Then take it." After Yuta Hibiki nodded firmly, a beam of light shot out from the screen of the old computer and fell on Yuta Hibiki's wrist, condensing into a device with 3 colors of gold, silver and red. That's the original transformation device of you and me. You have to access Flash with me by your own will. Gulito explained to Hibiki. Yes. Hibiki was very familiar with this transformation device and Access Flash, as if he had used it thousands of times. Access Flash. The light shone, and Hibiki was sucked into the old computer again. The giant Gulito fell from the sky, came to a monster, and knocked it back with one punch. "It's so light!" Hibiki exclaimed. Although the last burst killed the monster, Gulito's action yesterday was very heavy, and it was very difficult to move a step. The color has changed, and it has become more flexible. "This is the optimized Gulito," the warrior Holy Sword said confidently. "It's just that this level of monster, it's easy for the optimized Gulito to defeat it." Sure enough, the optimized Gulito not only used fists and feet to attack, but the crystal on his wrist burst into light, unfolding a sharp energy blade, easily leaving hideous wounds on the monster's body, causing the monster to scream and wail. Wow! Well done! Nightingale transfer had killed 3 monsters, and the physical blade that had disappeared returned to the empty hilt, while the 3 monsters closest to Nightingale transfer turned into stumps all over the ground, and finally shattered and disappeared without a trace. Is this the Goulet that the boss mentioned? It's completely different from yesterday's performance, and its performance has been greatly improved. Amuro also killed a few monsters and watched the battle in midair. Awesome! You are worthy of being a real hero. Hitachi's eyes flashed with bright little stars. With the cooperation of his teammates, Red 5's counterattack blade deeply penetrated the monster's body, and Blue 1 took the opportunity to cut off the monster's head. Gold-eared. Mechanical giant? It looks like another incredible existence. Fiercebird 30 and V Gundam Unit 1 cooperated with each other and killed their opponents. Giant Grayet. Oh. Another completely different robot. Igarka's 6 arms quickly swung the swords in his hands and cut the monster's arms into pieces. Zedorg's Knight Spear broke through the monster's chest and nailed it to the ground. L couldn't take his eyes off Grayet. We can't fall behind either. K. Lie. Understood. X2 don't forget my existence, Zio hey. Zio bye. Got it, meow. X2 the Miss troops affiliated with Dreddy Cruz showed their magical powers. It didn't take long for them to wipe out more than a dozen monsters, leaving the terrible monsters with almost no damage and protecting all the people. Roar. The last remaining monster angrily opened its bloody mouth towards Grayet, the temperature rose, and the flames flowed in the monster's throat. Don't even think about it. Hibiki Yuta couldn't just watch the monster spit out fireballs. He merged with Goulet and ran over. He suddenly closed his open mouth with both hands, grabbed and dragged it tightly, and spun around. He tried his best to throw the monster out. That's it. Goulet beam. The energy of light flowed from the chest to the wrist, and then shot out from the wrist, hitting the monster in midair. Under the illumination of the light of destruction, the flames and energy trapped in the body burst out, and the whole monster bloomed in the air like a gorgeous firework. Great! Turning around, he saw that all the monsters had been destroyed, and with the help of Dreddy Cruz, the city was almost not destroyed, and no one even died. It was a cause for celebration. Are they all defeated? Although it was expected, it still made Shinjo Akane very unhappy, because the teacher she wanted to kill the most was still alive and was saved by Nightingale transfer. Well, the Federation army is very strong. The monster we created was destroyed so easily. What should we do, Akane? In the computer, a strange black existence appeared, asking Akane Shinjo with some embarrassment, but it also really stimulated Akane Shinjo. Don't worry, I have already thought of a countermeasure. Now, it's time for it to appear. Oh. It's worthy of being Akane-chan. It's over. This time I protected the city and everyone. Yuta Hibiki was still in the excitement, but the next second, a roar interrupted him. A brand new monster appeared in Dujuante. Its silver body was more upright than the previous monster. The fine shell covered the body covered with various patterns, and gathered into a purple ball on the chest. A new monster? It doesn't matter. I can do it now. Still in the excitement and joy of victory, Yuta Hibiki did not show any fear. He pulled out the light blade from his wrist and strode towards it. The sharp blade slashed and landed on the silver shell without the monster's reaction. Successful. What? The invincible beam blade did not cut a carapace, but was bounced off, causing it to fall back. Roar. The monster let out a deafening roar. Its short limbs were not suitable for swinging, but its long neck swung and hit Goulet's chest, knocking him out. Goulet's lightsaber is useless, then try this. Goulet's beam. Goulet stabilized his body and fired a fierce energy beam from his wrist again, but unfortunately, the monster did not dodge or evade, allowing the Goulet's beam to fall on its body, like a huge wave hitting a cliff, standing still, and the wave collapsed. How is it possible? Xiang Yuta was horrified. The Goulet's beam was the most powerful move, but it didn't cause any damage to the monster. What's wrong with this monster? Question mark. It seems that this monster has the property of resisting beams. Yang Hui observed the newly appeared monster in Zhuan. Whether it was the Goulet light sword or the Goulet light beam, when it hit the monster, the lines on the monster's body became brighter. When the light beam fell on the silver shell, the energy would quickly dissipate, similar to being dispersed by a mirror. How could this happen? What should Gullit do? Utsumi Sho and Takarada Rika said in panic. If the beam doesn't work, let's try the physical weapons. Yang Hui took out his pad and contacted Char, Amuro and Camus. Char, Amuro, Camus switched to real bullets and physical swords to test the monster's resistance to physical weapons. Understood. X3 After the three responded, the machine immediately disappeared from the current position and came to the monster in the blink of an eye. Nightingale Transfer appeared in front of Gullit, holding up a shield to block the energy beam that burst out of his chest. At the same time, Amuro and Camus's machine sandwiched the monster on the left and right, and two high-frequency vibration swords swung down. One sword fell on the monster's shell, making a ding collision sound and a crack-breaking sound. The other sword passed through the gap between the shells and fell on the flesh under the shell. With a puff, the left arm was cut off. The power of the energy ray is about the same as the beam cannon. Char reported to Yang Hui. The shell can withstand the high-frequency vibration sword's slash. Two swords shattered. Amuro's body fell with another sword, completely shattering the broken shell. The flesh cannot withstand the high-frequency vibration sword. Camus reported. Information collection completed, surround and kill. Understood. X3 As soon as the voice fell, three directions, three bodies turned into three lights intersecting, and appeared again, already in the other direction of the monster. As the intersection of the three lights, the monster completely stopped moving, and the next second, puff. The flesh under the shell was shattered, and it couldn't even roar. Chapter 1298 Leaving for the Far East. What? Why are these federal troops so annoying? Akane Shinjo watched as the monsters she had carefully prepared for Gullit were easily killed by the three Nightingale Transfer machines, without much contact with Gullit. Her dissatisfaction had reached its limit. The most important thing was that the teacher who was originally planned to be killed was actually saved, which made her most unhappy. Zyojin, don't be too impulsive. The black figure not only existed in Akane Shinjo's computer, but also appeared beside her at any time, such as in her mobile phone. Of course I know. Akane Shinjo was narrow-minded, but not a fool. The strength shown by Dressy Cruz far exceeded her expectations. The legendary mediocre and incompetent Federal Army actually had such a powerful force. With her existing monsters, it was impossible to fight against the opponent, and she could not be exposed so easily. Go home, Akane. Tisk, I know, but, Alexis, why do I feel a little excited? After being unhappy, Akane Shinjo glanced at Gullit, then at Dressy Cruz's various Ms. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and her body was full of the desire to challenge. Ha ha ha, you are indeed the best partner, Akane. The black figure called Alexis laughed heartily. This was the scene he wanted to see the most. Akane Shinjo had been in Dujuante for too long, so long that her passion for life was about to go out. As a result, Akane Shinjo had no desire to create, no inspiration to create, and could not create more powerful monsters, nor could she provide him with more powerful power. Now, the intrusion of the guest has brought new vitality to the lifeless Dujuante, and also restored Akane Shinjo's desire to challenge, which can stimulate her inspiration to burst out and create more powerful monsters. Of course, Alexis, let's go traveling. Xin Tiaojin suggested. She had never left Dujuante since she was a child, but this was not the most important reason. It was. If it goes as expected, this group of federal troops could not stay in Dujuante forever, and Gullit should leave together. It would be too boring for her to stay in Dujuante after they left Dujuante. No problem, the world outside is very exciting. Zyojin, are you ready? Alexis was not disappointed. He had always hoped that Xin Tiaojin would leave Dujuante and go out to see the world. After all, the world is too exciting, and there are too many exciting opportunities. The more novel and exciting the experience, the more it can stimulate Xin Tiaojin's creative inspiration. And the world is not so beautiful. There are many more things that can make Xin Tiaojin unhappy than Dujuante, so outside Dujuante, Xin Tiaojin's monsters can bring greater destruction and fear. That's not the case. Akane Shinjo tilted her head and pointed her finger at her chin. Let's go home and pack our luggage first, and we have to ask for leave from school. Oh? You still care about school? Alexis teased. Of course, I'm a super idol student with both talent and beauty. Akane Shinjo said proudly, jumping towards her home with her hands behind her back. 2 days later, in the coffee shop, Yang Hui was tasting soda. He has never liked coffee and often complained about why anyone would like such a bitter thing. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Yang Hui. Is this the Dreddy Crew's uniform? So handsome. Yuta, Hibiki and Utsumi, who are carrying bags, will arrive. After 2 days of thinking, they decided to leave Dujuante with Dreddy Crews. However, this was the first time they saw Yang Hui wearing a formal uniform. The lurking plan was over, so Yang Hui naturally didn't need to continue wearing casual clothes. After all, this uniform was a crystal, and it was handsome and cool, and more comfortable than casual clothes. I guess so. Dreddy Crew's affiliation has been transferred to the Promise Caller. Yang Hui shrugged. Dreddy Crew's exclusive uniform is blue and white, but it is just an ordinary military uniform, not as luxurious as the uniform specially developed by the Promise Caller. Originally, Yang Hui also suggested that all members change to the uniform of the Promise Caller. On the one hand, it can win people's hearts and subtly influence everyone to regard themselves as a member of the Promise Caller. On the other hand, it is also a benefit. After all, who doesn't like a uniform that is more comfortable to wear and has a lot of convenient functions? But Mitsuha Greywale and other members of the Drestriga are more stubborn and insist on choosing the original uniform. Others also have their own ideas and did not accept it. At present, only the 5 people of the Rabbit team agreed. Promise Caller. X2 Hibiki, Yuta and Utsumi Masaru were puzzled. Aren't they going to join Dreddy Crews? Why did it become the Promise Corps again? You will know once you get on board. It's all in the information. There are still many things you need to know. Yang Hui smiled and expressed his understanding of the two's doubts. Although Dujuante can receive information from the outside world, it is not comprehensive. For example, the Promised Legion has never appeared in Dujuante's reports. Oh. X2, sorry, I kept you waiting. Peyote Rika also dragged her suitcase downstairs. Golden Alliance was waiting for her. The Warrior Sword had already boarded Drestriga with the old computer. According to the Warrior Sword, the other 3 people from New Century Junior High School students had other things to investigate outside and could not come to join them for the time being, but they would keep in touch with each other. When they finished their work, they would rush to Drestriga. Since everyone is here, let's go. The last person also arrived. Naturally, there was no need to stay here any longer. With the help of Grey and the Warrior Sword, Drestriga had found a way to break through the fog. They stayed in Dujuante for a few days and didn't know what the situation was like outside. What? Dujuan TV also has TV and news, and will it broadcast news from outside? Yang Hui has learned about this. Dujuan TV only has local news, and the news it broadcasts has very little information about the outside world. Even if there is any, it is just a passing mention, and the news is quite outdated, at least 2 months ago, and has no meaning. Rika. Akira. Just as she was about to leave, Takara Rika met an incredible person. She never thought that Akane Shinjo would be the only one to see her off. I heard that you seem to be going to participate in an off-campus teaching that requires accommodation. I'm here to see you off. Akane Shinjo said with a smile. It feels like a long time ago that I last talked to you like this. It was not the salutes in the past few days that made Takara Rika sigh that the days passed like years, but that after the 2 of them entered high school, Akane Shinjo became more and more dazzling. The gap between the 2 became larger and larger, and their contact and communication with each other became less and less. Really? Look, we live very close to each other, and we used to take the bus to school together, but we rarely talk together recently. Really? That's my fault, sorry, Rika. Shinjo Akane put her hands together and apologized. No, I'm wrong too, Akane. Forget it, that's not important, you have to work hard, Rika. Shinjo Akane encouraged. Thank you, Akane, I'm very happy that you came to see me off. Takara Rika smiled happily, it was great to be able to regain friendship with Shinjo Akane. Yet, take care of yourself, Hibiki and Utsumi. Of course, Shinjo Akane did not ignore Hibiki Yuta and Utsumi Masaru beside her, and gave her encouragement and blessings. Okay. I'll do my best. This is the encouragement from the campus goddess that she admires, which is enough to make the young high school students excited. Take care of yourself, Shinjo-san. Compared to Utsumi Sho, Hibiki Yuta seemed much calmer. On the one hand, He had lost his memory and didn't know much about Akane Shinjo. He just thought she was gentle and a good person, but he didn't have any special feelings for her. Then I'm off, Akane. Be careful on the road, Rika. Watching their backs as they left, Akane Shinjo suppressed her excitement, because she also asked for leave and would leave Dojuante and go to the wonderful world. We will meet again soon. Akane Shinjo turned around and left in the opposite direction. Yang Hui withdrew his mental wave detection and raised his lips with interest. Are you familiar with this classmate? Shinjo-san? What's wrong with her? The sudden question made the three of them stunned for a moment, not knowing what was going on. Nothing. Yang Hui shook his head. It seemed that the three of them didn't know much about Akane Shinjo, including Rika Takarada, who had a good relationship with him. Just now, the mental wave feedback showed that Akane Shinjo was shrouded in a strange energy that hindered his detection, and this energy was very similar to the energy of the monster. Once again, the fog was broken through, and what appeared in front of Drestriga was no longer the Cuckoo Terrace, but the scene that was initially surrounded by fog, the archipelago in the Pacific Ocean, which made the nervous Mitsuha Greywall and others feel relieved. Although Gulid and the Warrior Sword clearly said that they could leave the Cuckoo Terrace, they were still quite nervous without the final confirmation. Finally out. Reynold Harding sighed. The experience in the Cuckoo Terrace always felt a little too dreamy. Captain, the location of the White Fortress has been detected. Captain Braid sent an emergency communication request. As soon as she came back, Leon reported to Mitsuha Greywall. Connected. The communication was connected, and Brad's nervous face appeared on the main screen. Captain, Colonel Mitsuha, are you alright? Just barely. It was indeed okay, but with the new monsters and the mysterious Cuckoo Terrace, it was difficult to be sure that everything was completely fine. Drestriga has been missing for 3 days. What happened? If it was just Drestriga that was missing, Brad would never be so nervous, but don't forget. Yang Hui is also on Drestriga. If he didn't have absolute confidence in Yang Hui's strength, he would have reported it and mobilized the entire Promise Corps to search for him. It's a long story, and it just so happens that this matter also needs to be reported to General Robert. Sanai Greywall said, letting Brad relax for the time being. Understood. Captain Brad, is the White Fortress in no danger? Sanai Greywall asked. No, after Drestriga disappeared, we have been expanding the scope of this sea area to search for your traces. If you don't show up again, I will report it. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any enemies. Brad reported to Sanai Greywall. That's good. Then Captain Mitsuha, what should Reddy Cruz do next? Brad considered whether he needed to stay for a while to investigate the bizarre events in the current area, but Mitsuha Greywall made a different decision. Reddy Cruz will set sail immediately and head to Tokyo as planned. I will report the anomaly here to General Robert and ask General Robert to send someone to investigate. Understood. Chapter 1299 Unhappy Yang Hui. Director, they are here. Yes, they are finally here. Director Sejima and Mr. Fujido of the Far East Metropolitan Police Department looked through the French windows at the Drestriga and White Fortress, hovering outside the city inside. After Rebel came to power, their plan received strong support, but because of the tragedy 10 years ago, people still have a fear of Super AI, so the final results need an opportunity to be announced to the public, and this opportunity is the arrival of Reddy Cruz. After the Federation's vigorous propaganda, the Promise Corps is deeply trusted by the people. Reddy Cruz, an independent unit also affiliated with the Promise Corps, has also focused on propaganda. From the universe to the Earth, it has repeatedly repelled the attacks of the Zanskar Empire, repelled the invasion of Uluguru, defeated the alien enemies that invaded the world from the Blue Hole, etc., and also let the people know that the Federation Army has such a powerful independent unit with high popularity. The new generation of Super AI, the Brave Police project, developed by the Far East Metropolitan Police Department and GGG, is the best choice to avoid being resisted and feared by the public at the beginning. Just Director Sejima, the situation of Deckard. Alice. When mentioning this matter, Director Sejima, who was originally full of confidence, couldn't help but sigh. The development of the first brave policeman Deckard was very smooth, but in order to better cultivate the Super AI, when preparing to delete all the previously recorded data, as expected, an accident happened. No one expected that the secret warehouse where Deckard was stored and tested was discovered by a boy who was only 10 years old, and, before triggering any guards or alarms, he often contacted and communicated with Deckard, and then, let Deckard learn what hard is in advance. This was originally something that Deckard would start to learn after being assigned, but because this child completed it ahead of time, not only completed it, but also a heart full of positive energy. This put Director Sejima and Mr. Fujido in a difficult position. The heart is something that is impossible to analyze. Although the heart that Deckard currently has is full of positive energy, it is impossible to confirm whether the growth of the heart will deteriorate. However, if they delete the heart they have now, no one knows whether they can successfully cultivate a heart. Coincidentally, just a few days ago, Far East was suddenly attacked by robot criminals. Deckard, who became the target of robbery, relied on what he learned from the boy and the bond with the boy to successfully eliminate all robot criminals and arrest a large number of criminals. This also made Director Sejima decide not to format Deckard's database, maintain the status quo, and even grant the boy special authority to become the boss of the Brave Police. After the decision to agree to let Deckard continue to develop as it was reported, there was no opposition, but the boss of the Brave Police was a 10-year-old boy. Director Sejima was scolded by the higher-ups. According to the gossip he received, when this matter reached Robert's ears, he almost got so angry that he immediately took a special plane to smash his head. It's come to this point, there is no other way. Director Sejima shook his head and said, "Understood. Are you ready for the press conference for the 3 new members tomorrow?" "Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing." Ding ding ding. "I'm Sejima. Director, Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuha Greywall and Colonel Yang Hui of Draghi Cruise have arrived. Please ask them to come up." "Yes." After hanging up the call, Director Sejima looked at Mr. Fujido, and the corners of his mouth raised a helpless arc. "The east wind has also arrived. Prepare to welcome the distinguished guests." "Yes." Mr. Fujido also smiled helplessly and shook his head. Soon, the office door was knocked, and Yang Hui and Mitsuha Greywall entered the door under the guidance of the police officer. "Nice to meet you, Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuha, Colonel Yang Hui. Thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend the press conference for the new Brave Police. I am the director of the Far East Metropolitan Police Department, Juzan Sejima." Director Sejima asked the leading police officer to step down and welcomed the two. "Hello, Director Sejima. I am sorry that I have come only now because of a special mission," Mitsuha Greywall said politely. "No, you are too polite, Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuha. Draghi Cruise is an excellent independent unit of the Federal Army. It is our honor to come to help us." This is not entirely flattery. After all, they are only the Far East Metropolitan Police Department, and they are still far behind the best independent units of the Federal Army. According to General Rebel's instructions, the new Brave Police will follow Draghi Cruise. Helping you is also helping myself. Well, I understand. Oh, Colonel Yang Hui, you. After Director Sejima finished chatting with Mitsuha Greywall, he planned to have a good contact with Yang Hui. He still had some connections in the Federal Army. He learned from the inside that Colonel Yang Hui was incredible, with strong combat power, outstanding in various fields, and seemed to have some terrifying background. But, from the beginning, Yang Hui looked at him very unfriendly, and kept recalling in his mind whether he had offended him before. It's impossible, right? It was the first time he and Yang Hui met, and they had no contact before. "Hello, Director Sejima, I am Yang Hui, Inspector Draghi Cruise, rank Colonel." After introducing himself, his tone was flat, and people couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry, but it was that flat look that made Director Sejima's legs a little weak. "Hello. Hello. Ahem, Colonel Yang Hui." Sanai Greywall coughed twice to remind Yang Hui to pay attention to the occasion. Although she understood Yang Hui's displeasure, it was their first meeting and they still had to reach a cooperation agreement. Yang Hui stood quietly beside Sanai Greywall, saying nothing. His closed eyes made Director Sejima feel relieved. "Captain Sanai, Colonel Yang Hui, please sit down." Director Sejima did not dare to neglect him and invited the two to sit down and talk. "Director Sejima, can we meet Yuta Tomonaga?" After sitting down, Sanai Greywall asked Director Sejima. What she wanted to see most was the 10-year-old boy. She wanted to have a good chat with him. After all, no matter how special the situation was, a 10-year-old boy should not be allowed to participate in the battle. "I have already notified Yuta. He is on his way. Please wait for a moment. Director Sejima replied. No problem, Colonel Yang Hui. Thinking of Yang Hui's attitude towards Yuta Tomonaga and the attitude of Director Sejima and others, Sanai Greywall deliberately took out his pad and took a look. Maybe send me a message that the main system of Drestriga has a small problem again, and Jay and the members of the maintenance team have also encountered difficulties. Understood, Captain Sanai. I will rush back to Drestriga. Yang Hui, who was sitting next to him, of course knew that Sanai Greywall was looking for an excuse to let him leave. After all, he didn't receive any news on the pad, but he didn't want to stay here any longer, especially when the kid came later. He might not be able to help but start preaching mode. It's better to leave without seeing or being annoyed. I'm very sorry, Colonel Yang Hui, for asking you to follow me. My duty. After the voice fell, Yang Hui stood up, saluted, and turned to leave. It was not until Yang Hui completely closed the door and left that Director Sejima and Mr. Fujito felt that the oppression on them had completely disappeared. I'm very sorry, Director Sejima, Mr. Fujito, I frightened you. I dare not. Although they were polite, Director Sejima and Mr. Fujito were still very curious about how they had offended Yang Hui, and couldn't help asking, that? Captain Mitsuha, Colonel Yang Hui. What Colonel Yang Hui hates most is children going to the battlefield. Mitsuha Greywall explained to the two, including the teenagers in Dressy Cruise. Colonel Yang Hui's favorite saying is the adults are not dead yet, so you children don't have to bear the responsibility. After listening to Mitsuha Greywall's explanation, Director Sejima and Mr. Fujito were silent. To be honest, this feeling, they understood it very well, and even felt the same. This is also the main reason why I want to meet that child. I think you two must know that whether it is fighting crime or participating in war, it is cruel. The various tragedies and disasters you see will be devastating to a child. Mitsuha Greywall continued. I'm very sorry, Captain Mitsuha, please believe us, we have no choice. Director Sejima and Mr. Fujito were very helpless. Not everyone is qualified to be the leader of the Brave Police. Although the super AI of the Brave Police has wisdom far beyond that of adults, their minds are not much different from those of babies, so the things they come into contact with at the beginning are the things they care about the most. Just like Deckard, it was Tomonaga Yuta who helped him have a heart. For Deckard, Tomonaga Yuta is the only leader he recognizes, and no one can replace him, unless... Format, right. Yes. Director Sejima nodded and said, and expressed his concerns at the same time, but Deckard is the most successful super AI at present, and also the only successful super AI. Including the 3 Brave Police to be released tomorrow, they are just immature children who don't understand what a heart is and what a brave man is. If Deckard is formatted. I understand. Mitsuha Greywall was also helpless, and understood the plans of Governor Sejima and Mr. Fujito. As the most successful case at present, Deckard is naturally a learning object for other super AIs. If Deckard is formatted at this time, not only will it be unknown whether he can cultivate a qualified heart, but it will also be impossible to guide the growth of the Brave Police in the future. If he was formatted at the beginning of the incident, there would be room for reversal, but now, it's too late. Captain Mitsuha, thank you for your understanding, but as for Colonel Yang Hui, I will persuade Colonel Yang Hui, and Colonel Yang Hui is not a pedantic person, I believe he will understand. That's good. Knock knock. At this time, the office door was knocked. Come in. Director Sejima, Mr. Fujito, are you looking for me? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1300. It's shameful to speak ill of others behind their backs. Can you stop having such a bad face? Char couldn't help but complain. I'm just very upset. Yang Hui was really upset. Although he didn't have any corresponding memories about the story of the brave policeman, the world of robot wars, as expected, it was similar to his memories. The people of this country were really mentally ill, or they were just a bunch of losers. They liked to rely on children to save the world and the country, and the adults were all a bunch of rubbish. Char certainly knew what Yang Hui was upset about. In fact, he was also quite upset, but not to the extent of Yang Hui. Yang Hui was now several hundred years old. Logically, He had seen a lot and should be indifferent to these things. But Yang Hui was not like that. Yang Hui still insisted on himself. The rich experience allowed him to plan everything more perfectly, enhance his strength, and enrich his knowledge, but it would not change his personality. He always remembered what kind of person he was and what kind of person he wanted to be. He was still a person. As a human being, you have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and you have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. There are always people who think that after experiencing a lot and being in a high position for a long time, you should be indifferent to everything in the world and should take benefits as the premise. Of course, this is not wrong, it can only be said that Yang Hui is not like that. He just wants to be himself, and he doesn't care about everything. He always puts himself in a high position and looks down on all living things. That's a god, not a human. He always analyzes the pros and cons of every matter absolutely rationally, and follows the rational income and expenditure ratio to determine his own behavior. That's a machine, not a human. Yang Hui doesn't want to be a high god, nor does he want to be a machine that only considers gains and losses. He just wants to be a human, a flesh and blood person. Shi'er couldn't deny this. This is the greatest charm of Yang Hui. Although he was pushed to the highest position by everyone, he never cared about this position. He still did his own thing and made himself a member of everyone. At the same time, there is no way to deny that many people in the Promise Corps, including himself, have been subtly influenced by Yang Hui and are living more and more like human beings. If you can't accept it, just format it. Char shrugged. In fact, the key problem of Tama Nagayuta is easy to solve. Just format Deckard and it's done. Forget it, let these super AI stay in the Metropolitan Police Department as police officers. Yang Hui said. Huh? I read Deckard's information. The reason why his heart is full of positive energy is because of the purity of a child. The heart of an adult is more complicated. Since he is called a hero, it is better to be purer. If we come, won't the character setting be repeated? Yang Hui said with a wry smile. That's a pity. I was planning to suggest giving it to Cruz for training. Char teased. Hearing this, Yang Hui glanced at Char. The meaning of his expression was very clear. Are you dissatisfied with the lack of old coins in the Legion? Just a joke. Char shrugged. A dangerous person like Cruz is enough. No matter how many, no matter how strong the heart is, it can't stand it. What about the lack of combat power? We still lack these combat power. The research and development of super AI. Just let them upload a complete development data. With a complete development data, it won't take long for the old man to reproduce a set, or even a better one. That's right, but Yang Hui and Char's eyes collided, and they understood each other. The old man will think of this level. We don't need to retire yet. Yang Hui said confidently. Yes, he is Ayali Hutchenberg. The next day, Yang Hui accepted the invitation to the press conference of the 3 new brave policemen. In the crowd, Yang Hui also saw Tama Nagayuta, who was brought to Yang Hui by Mitsuha Greywall. Colonel Yang Hui, let me introduce you. This kid is Tama Nagayuta, the boss of the brave policemen. Mitsuha Greywall took Tama Nagayuta's hand and introduced him to Yang Hui. Nice to meet you, Yuta. I'm Yang Hui. Yang Hui was very angry about Tama Nagayuta being involved in the war, but this was not directed at Tama Nagayuta himself, and he would not vent his anger on a child who knew nothing. Hello. Tama Nagayuta was a little scared, because he heard from Director Sejima and others yesterday that Yang Hui didn't seem to like him. Yang Hui, Greek letter theta, what did you say to him yesterday? There is no need to guess. It must be that after leaving yesterday, Mitsuha Greywall called Tama Nagayuta and said something bad about him. No. Mitsuha Greywall's eyes were evasive. She just told Tama Nagayuta that Yang Hui was dissatisfied with his decision. This is not considered bad-mouthing behind his back, right? Yang Hui rolled his eyes. Can you cover it up seriously? Looking at Tama Nagayuta, who was hiding behind Mitsuha Greywall and only half of his head was exposed to peek at him, Yang Hui scratched his hair, thought about it and decided not to chat with Tama Nagayuta, said goodbye to him and turned to leave. The first impression was over, and he didn't want to teach the child in public, making it look like he was bullying the child. That? Captain Mitsuha, did I make Mr. Yang Hui angry again? Tama Nagayuta asked timidly, looking at Yang Hui's depressed back, feeling a little guilty. Yuta, Colonel Yang Hui is a good man. You don't have to be so afraid of him, just tell him what you think in your heart. Mitsuha Greywall comforted. But, Colonel Yang Hui doesn't have any opinion on you. As long as you show him the awareness you showed me yesterday, he will understand. Mitsuha Greywall said. Really? Tomonaga Yuta asked expectantly, because of what he understood yesterday. Tomonaga Yuta was indeed a little afraid of Yang Hui, but he could feel that Yang Hui was not a bad person. Really? Mitsuha Greywall touched Tomonaga Yuta's head and confirmed. She thought she knew Yang Hui better. When she first knew about it, she would definitely be angry. She herself was not in such a good mood when she first knew about it. After all, children going to the battlefield means that they, the adults, are incompetent. But this is aimed at this phenomenon, not at a certain person. There are many teenagers in Drestriga, such as Huso, Rabbit Squad, and L. In total, more than half of the members of Drestriga, Esma's troops are teenagers. Yang Hui was only unhappy about this phenomenon at the beginning, but after making sure that everyone was prepared, he would not blame them, let alone target them. Instead, he would teach them what he had learned more attentively to increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. I can testify. L ran over with Kid and Artie. You are Yuta, right? My name is Ernesti Echeverria, just call me L. I am Adelch Oda, just call me Artie. Arkid Oda, everyone calls me Kid. Hello, I am Yuta Tomonaga, please take care of me. He was afraid of Yang Hui, but shy of the enthusiastic L3, you too. Huh? What too? X3L3 tilted their heads in confusion. What did Yuta Tomonaga of Merlin Street mean? That's, yes, they are also a member of Dreki Crews. Mitsuha Greywall understood what Yuta Tomonaga meant and told him the answer, and Mitsuha Greywall also hoped that Yuta Tomonaga would get in touch with L3. The three of them were very close in age, and it was easier to get close to each other. Then Mitsuha Greywall wanted to take this opportunity to introduce Yang Hui to Tomonaga Yuta and let him slowly let go of his fear, but Pad suddenly received a message and was stunned after taking a look. Captain Mitsuha? What's wrong? Tomonaga Yuta said worriedly. Nothing, I just have something to deal with. Oh, Kid, Artie, can I ask you to accompany Yuta? Of course, no problem. X3 After handing Tomonaga Yuta to Al and the other two, Mitsuha Greywall found Yang Hui at the edge of the venue, according to the prompt of the message. Colonel Yang Hui, you really know how to choose a position. Mitsuha Greywall teased. Although this position is at the edge of the venue, it can just see the three brave policemen on the training ground clearly. Have you talked to him? Yang Hui did not respond to Mitsuha Greywall's teasing, and asked the question he was concerned about. Yes, I have talked. Mitsuha Greywall stood beside Yang Hui, watching the three brave policemen with him, and answered Yang Hui's questions at the same time. Do you think he's suitable for Dreki Crews? Yang Hui was sure that Mitsuha Greywall had talked to Tomonaga Yuta, and was also sure that she hoped Tomonaga Yuta and the brave police would join Dreki Crews, otherwise she wouldn't have taken the initiative to introduce Tomonaga Yuta to him today. He has enough awareness. Are you sure, at his age, he understands what awareness is? Yang Hui asked with a sneer. I'm sure. Tell me your reasons, Captain Mitsuha. Don't think you can use awareness to fool me just because you understand me, and I don't think you're that naive. For Dreki Crews, the brave police is an indispensable force. Mitsuha Greywall thought about it and said what she thought, but was interrupted by Yang Hui before she finished. With me here, Char, Amuro, Camille, and Lala are also here. Dreki Crews has no shortage of combat power. But it lacks influence. Mitsuha Greywall explained to Yang Hui seriously. You may have seen the intelligence. 10 years ago, GGG also had Super AI Hero. Yes, although a lot of things have happened in the past 10 years, and many changes have taken place, what cannot be changed is, the hero can bring courage and hope to everyone. I have a request. Please go ahead, Colonel Yang Hui. As expected by Mitsuha Greywall, Yang Hui really gave in. Even if he had a request, he would not make an excessive one. I retain the formatting authority of Deckard. If necessary, I will format the data of Deckard and the next 3 or more Super AIS in the future. If Tomonaga Yuta cannot get my approval, I will send him home. I will talk to Yuta. Let him come and talk to me himself. Don't you think he has enough awareness? The first test is to face me. I understand. Yang Hui's request was not excessive, and Mitsuho Greywall also understood, but this was the only breakthrough. Now watch the show below, it begins. Chapter 1301 The Troublesome Brave Policeman. Welcome everyone. Here, I would like to introduce to you all the new brave police officers who are here to protect the peace and security of the people. They have received basic training to become brave police officers at the Kyoto test site, and like Deckard who has already started working, they are equipped with super AI with a heart. Come on, please introduce yourselves. I'm Type BP301, my name is Marin. I'm Type BP302, Pavaggio. I'm Type BP303, my name is Dan Buzo. One black, one yellow, and one red, the three new brave police officers not only look different, but also have very different personalities. The black Marin is calm, cool, and serious, Pavaggio is a hot-blooded man, and Dan Buzo is stubborn and inflexible at first glance. Okay. Everyone, today you can touch several brave policemen and experience their exquisiteness. Haha, letting a child lead such a group of super AIs, Yang Hui will have a hard time. Yang Hui laughed and shook his head. He had led a unit and saw through it at a glance. The three brave policemen in front of him were not so easy to manage, especially the over-enthusiastic Pavaggio and the stubborn Dan Buzo. The calm and composed Marin would be a good captain, but his subordinates were all flamboyant, which would easily lead to more serious conflicts. And such a small team, let a child manage it. It's really a fantasy. If it were you, what would you do? Sanai Greywall had the same opinion as Yang Hui. She had a headache when she saw such a team. Simple, just teach them a lesson, and if one lesson is not enough, 2 lessons. Yang Hui shrugged and said, his way of managing the team was not gentle at all, especially for those who were over-enthusiastic and stubborn. I don't ask you to change your personality, but I want you to promise that you can absolutely obey my orders in battle, that's enough. Only you can do this, right? Sanai Greywall's mouth twitched. This method is really not something that everyone can use. Yang Hui is qualified because he can crush the opponent in all directions. He can beat the opponent in the field that he is best at, so that he can't raise his head, and naturally he will obey. As for those who are still stubborn and unwilling to obey after being dealt with, they can go back to where they came from. Yang Hui wants subordinates, soldiers, and companions, not masters who need to be served. But Yang Hui is the only one, how can others do it? Besides, Sanai Greywall doesn't think that Tomonaga Yuta will use such a method. I'll go and prepare first, Captain Sanai, pay attention to evacuating the people in time. Yang Hui waved his hand and prepared to leave the press conference. At present, he is not very interested in communicating with the brave police. Understood. Sanai Greywall's expression became serious. Before the press conference, Yang Hui and Mitsuho Greywall had discussed that when Deckard had just finished, he was targeted by robot criminals. How could such a blatant press conference not be targeted? So it was almost certain that an attack would happen. At the beginning, Drey Cruz's troops were scattered around the venue, both openly and secretly, and Yang Hui's body was naturally among them. Yang Hui had not participated in several battles, so he was naturally a little restless, and no one dared to say that they were better than Yang Hui at counter-terrorism operations in densely populated cities. Don Ersterlin, creation, was activated, but there was no movement. Just like at the beginning, he stood at the venue like a statue. What's the situation? Yang Hui debugged the system of Don Ersterlin, creation, and asked Char at the same time. The agents have found their tracks. There are so many of them. Current location. The evacuation alerts have been quietly issued at all the crowded places in the city, but they are likely to be discovered. Haha, do the police here have no brains? So many criminal robots have been transported into the city without any discovery? And it was not long after the attack. Yang Hui sneered. The police in the Far East are really a bunch of rubbish. They have found the attack but have not paid attention to it. So many robot criminals have been transported into the city without any awareness. Police, the number is limited. Char shrugged, but his tone was also full of disdain and contempt. Boss, the evacuation of each area has been completed by 60%, but those criminals seem to have noticed something is wrong. Amuro's shadow appeared beside Yang Hui and reported to Yang Hui. Then let's start, don't give them a chance to start. Understood. And suddenly, a mist that was guarding the perimeter of the venue like a sculpture started up. Don Ersterlin, creation, spread its wings and flew into the sky, and golden particles fell like a dream, covering the venue with a sacred veil. What's wrong? What happened? For a moment, the people attending the press conference were a little panicked. Everyone, after investigation, this place will soon be attacked by robot criminals. Please follow the guidance of the staff and evacuate in an orderly manner. Attack? We were attacked? At this time. Go. Get out of here. Director Sejima's face was a little ugly. At first, it was just Mitsuha Greywall who gave him a dose of vaccination and speculated that there was a high probability of an attack today. Unexpectedly, it really happened. At such an important press conference, an attack was launched openly. It was completely contemptuous of the dignity of the police. It tore off the face of the entire Far East Metropolitan Police Department and trampled on the ground. Director Sejima. Yuta Tomonaga squeezed out of the chaotic crowd. Deckard and 3 new brave policemen also rushed over. When a criminal appeared, they naturally had to go out to arrest him. Let's go out too. That's right. As brave policemen, we can't just sit there and watch the criminals do nothing. Well, this is the best stage for us to perform as brave policemen. We can just show our abilities to the public. I can't wait to bring the criminals to justice. Deckard didn't speak behind Yuta Tomonaga. It's not that he didn't want to go out, but he wanted to maintain Yuta Tomonaga's status and majesty, and obey the leader's orders and everything. But the 3 newcomers were not so steady. On the one hand, they had just appeared and were in urgent need of performance. On the other hand, they had not yet fully recognized Yuta Tomonaga as the boss. But Director Sejima. Just as Director Sejima was about to issue the order to go out, Mitsuha Greywall came to him in a group of brave policemen. Dre Cruz's MIS troops have already attacked, led by Colonel Yang Hui himself. The criminal robots in the city will soon be eliminated. Please prepare enough police force to capture the surviving criminals and evacuate the masses. Are you? Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuha Greywall of Dre Cruz. Without waiting for Director Sejima to respond, the 3 new brave policemen looked at Mitsuha Greywall with displeasure. According to the records in the database, they learned the identity of Mitsuha Greywall. It's me. Sorry, we don't belong to the federal military system. You have no right to order us, and it's our job to fight criminals. As the captain of the team, Marin said to Mitsuha Greywall. That's right. Even if you are a lieutenant colonel in the federal army, you can't stop us from showing our skills. I will definitely fulfill my duties, please don't stop me. The passionate Pavaggio and the rigid Danbuzo supported Marin. Mitsuha Greywall had a headache. She knew that the 3 new brave police officers with distinct personalities were difficult to approach, but she didn't expect it to be so difficult. She finally understood that Yang Hui's previous words were not exaggerated. Of course, Mitsuha Greywall was not without a solution. Now that the brave police team had not joined Dre Cruz, she did not have the right to command them, but there were people on the scene who could command them. Director Sejima, Yuta. Yes. I understand. Yuta nodded and looked at the 3 brave policemen. Everyone, please obey Captain Mitsuha's orders now. Yuta Tomonaga, the boss of the program, but I'm sorry, your instructions run counter to our duties, and I can't accept it. That's right. I haven't admitted that you are my boss yet. Even if you are the boss, you can't stop me. You are so rude. If it was just to oppose Mitsuha Greywall, Deckard would not care. After all, he also had opinions about Mitsuha Greywall's orders, but if Yuta Tomonaga gave an order, he would execute it, but he absolutely could not tolerate someone looking down on Yuta Tomonaga. Deckard, even if you are a senior, you can't do that. Don't think you are a senior and get carried away. If you must stop me, I can only defeat you first. Alice. Mitsuha Greywall held his forehead with a headache. He didn't expect these 3 new brave policemen to be so difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Director Sejima couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up and said to them, I remember that your education includes obeying the orders of your superiors, which is also your duty. Yuta is your boss. Do you want to disobey his orders and violate your duties? Tisk. I have nothing to say. Director Sejima knew that he couldn't make them obey by giving them orders, so he could only use his duties to force them. Obviously, although they were still unwilling to accept it, they still accepted the order. Captain Mitsuha. The situation is urgent now. The 3 people's unwillingness will be discussed later. The most urgent task is to capture our robot criminals and protect the people. Well, Director Sejima, please. Look. What is that? At this moment, Tomonaga Yuta looked up at the sky in the city in disbelief, or more precisely, at Don Ersterlin, creation, with his arms folded in the air, his wings spread out, and golden particles were scattered with the flapping of his wings, just like a holy angel, but, under this holy light, the golden particles condensed into sword-shaped GN Super Dragoons out of thin air, shuttling back and forth in the city. Beep beep. Mitsuha Greywall's pad rang, and seeing that it was Yang Hui's communication, he immediately answered it. Colonel Yang Hui, the Far East Metropolitan Police Department is about to send police officers to arrest the criminals, please. The enemy planes have all been destroyed, and the criminals have all surrendered. Please ask the Far East Metropolitan Police Department to send someone to receive them. Huh? Chapter 1302 Cruise is here. Is this the strength of the Federal Army? Tomonaga Yuta stared blankly at the criminals being received, unable to control his surprise. Just now, after Mitsuha Greywall received Yang Hui's notification, he led the brave police to the nearest scene as quickly as possible, and then saw a group of criminals being pointed at by small GN Super Dragoons, squatting on the ground with their hands on their heads waiting for the arrival of the police. From their expressions, it can be seen that they were quite frightened. To be honest, this criminal activity has not started at all. Under the induction of Yang Hui's mental waves, the robot criminals have nowhere to hide. At the same time, the intelligence department was contacted for assistance, and all the hidden locations of the robots were marked. The reason why they did not act immediately was because they were not discovered when they sneaked into the city at the first time, resulting in a large number of people around the hidden coordinates. Therefore, before they took action, Yang Hui arranged for people to quietly evacuate the people. Although they were discovered, it was too late at that time. The crowd was almost evacuated, and Yang Hui and his men took action. In front of several Dawn series, led by Don Ersterlin, creation, they were just ordinary criminal robots and had no room to fight back. They were easily annihilated. All criminal robots were cut into human sticks, and at most the broken parts fell to the ground and caused some damage. At the same time, those criminals wanted to escape when they found that they were not dead, but how could Yang Hui let them escape? The criminals who came down from the broken bodies were pointed at by small GN Super Dragoons with guns as soon as they showed their heads. Those criminals who did not rely on robots were also found and subdued by the intelligence department, and had no chance to launch an attack. To be precise, it's the strength of Colonel Yang Hui. Although Sanai Greywall was unwilling, he couldn't agree with Tomonaga Yuta's praise. If it was just the Federal Army, let alone easily subduing these robot criminals without causing damage, they might even be beaten back by them. After all, the strength of the Federal Army is too ordinary and too scarce. Otherwise, there would be no need to implement the Super AI training plan of the brave police to enhance combat effectiveness, and there would not be too many federal troops stationed in the entire Far East. If it weren't for Yang Hui and his Promise Corps, the current Federal Army would have been beaten to pieces by various forces. Colonel Yang Hui is so powerful. Well, it's really strong, very strong. I still need to become stronger. Tomonaga Yuta didn't seem to be so afraid of Yang Hui, but rather had some yearning. He is now the leader of the brave police, and he also hopes to have such a strong power so that he can better fight criminals. Deckard was not discouraged by this. He frankly admitted that he was inferior to others and made up his mind to work hard to grow. Only in this way can he better fulfill his duties and better help Tomonaga Yuta. I'm still far from it. One day, I will become that strong. I still don't practice enough. Compared to Deckard, whose heart has fully matured, the three new brave policemen are not so calm. They are not much different from newborns and are a little depressed. Not only has their chance to shine been snatched away, but they also find that their abilities are far from enough. Yuta. Mitsuha Greywall realized that this was a good opportunity to win the hearts of people and gently pushed Tomonaga Yuta. Captain Mitsuha. Tomonaga Yuta is still young and doesn't understand so many things. He looks at Mitsuha Greywall in confusion. You are their boss, what should you do at this time? Mitsuha Greywall taught Tomonaga Yuta. She now understands why Yang Hui likes to teach others. But Tomonaga Yuta hesitated. He felt whether he was really qualified to be their boss. Go ahead, Yuta. It wasn't long since Deckard's heart was born, but he is a super AI with a strong learning ability. You are the boss I recognize, and you are also their boss, right? But, what should I do? Tomonaga Yuta asked Deckard. Just do it like before. My heart was born because of you. Deckard encouraged. Well, I understand. Tomonaga Yuta regained his cheerful smile, nodded confidently, and then came to Marin, Pavaggio, and Denbuzo. Everyone, don't be discouraged. Although we are not strong enough now, as long as we work hard and work together, we will definitely become stronger. Boss. X3 This boss is not a complete recognition, but at this time Tomonaga Yuta can quickly regain his confidence and come to comfort and encourage them, and the recognition in his heart has also increased a lot. That's right, as long as you work hard, you can become stronger. Director Sejima stood up and said to them at the right time, I didn't tell you before that you will be assigned to Dresgy Cruise and work together with Drestriga. This. X3 The three brave policemen were stunned for a moment, looking at Mitsuha Greywall, feeling a little embarrassed. They just confronted her, but turned around and were assigned to the other side's troops. Captain Mitsuha, Director Sejima. At this time, Yang Hui arrived, and Tomonaga Yuta saw him again. He was really less afraid, and more yearning and longing. Deckard had also learned about Yang Hui from Mitsuha Greywall and others before, and had also checked Yang Hui's information. To be honest, he admired Yang Hui very much. Although the eldest was a child, he agreed with Yang Hui's idea of hating children on the battlefield. Colonel Yang Hui, how is the situation? Mitsuha Greywall asked. The handover has begun. After this is over, the robot criminals in the Far East will not be able to make a difference. Yang Hui said. I'm afraid you will be disappointed, Colonel Yang Hui. Director Sejima sighed. The main reason why our robot criminals are so rampant is that one of the developers of the Brave Police, Ken Shinjo, left the Metropolitan Police Department because he opposed the input of emotions into Super AI. He is also the biggest supporter behind the robot criminals. If Ken Shinjo is not caught, new robot criminals will appear. Ken Shinjo? One of the developers of the Brave Police? Yang Hui asked. Yes. Then there is no need to worry. He has been caught. Yang Hui took out the pad and clicked a few times, showing a document to Director Sejima. This is it. That's right, Ken Shinjo is too confident. He is sure that he can catch the Brave Police, so he chose to lurk nearby and observe during this operation, and failed to escape the eyes of the Intelligence Department. That's great. Director Sejima was surprised. Ken Shinjo was caught. As Yang Hui said, robot criminals will not be able to make a difference. Colonel Yang Hui, when can he be handed over to us? No, he will not be handed over to you. Yang Hui shook his head. A special prisoner like Shinjo Ken will not be simply handed over to the police for custody. Cruz is most interested in such prisoners. This. Colonel Yang Hui, Shinjo Ken. The Intelligence Department believes that Shinjo Ken has a special role, so Shinjo Ken is handed over to the Intelligence Department for custody. Director Sejima was unwilling to give up. Because of Shinjo Ken, the Brave Police project made the Far East Metropolitan Police Department a laughingstock. The Super AI development project, which was regarded as the hope of the new era, also suffered a devastating blow. The robot criminals he supported also left too many tragedies and disasters in the Far East. He could not catch him personally, and there was always a knot in his heart that could not be untied. At the same time, Director Sejima was also very helpless. The Intelligence Department of the Federal Army had great power, far exceeding the Far East Metropolitan Police Department. They wanted people, and Director Sejima could not refuse to give them. Colonel Yang Hui. Please remind the Intelligence Department that Shinjo Ken is very cunning. He will escape at the slightest flaw. Be sure to take strict precautions. Director Sejima doesn't need to worry about this. I will personally escort Shinjo Ken back to the Federation Army headquarters. Huh? Following the source of the voice, everyone looked over, and even Yang Hui was stunned for a moment. Why are you here? He is worthy of this. Cruz's smile remained mysterious, making people unconsciously take a step back. Excuse me, who is this? Sanai Greywale asked Yang Hui, and he already had a guess in his mind that he must be a member of the Promise Caller. Excuse me. Cruz introduced himself to Sanai Greywale and others. Earth Federation Army, Chief of Intelligence, Lao Lu Cruz, rank Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General. Chief of Intelligence. Including Sanai Greywale, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. It seems you have a plan. Yang Hui didn't care about other people's reactions, and his mouth curled up in understanding. According to his understanding of Cruz, it was just Zin Soong Jian, and Cruz would not let Cruz come to escort him personally. He was not that valuable. The reason why Cruz came was to use Xin Zhuangjian as bait to lure out the real target. Xin Zhuangjian is not the real mastermind behind the scenes. There are people behind him. Cruz did not avoid other people around him at all and said directly, "Impossible." Director Sejima heard this and immediately refuted loudly, "According to our investigation, the robot criminal is behind Xin Zhuangjian, and all the clues and evidence point to Xin Zhuangjian." Then Director Sejima, "There is a question. I wonder if you have thought about it." Cruz looked at Director Sejima with a smile and asked, "What?" "The Shinjoken has such a huge financial resource to support so many robot criminals to have their own mobile suits. The price of a MIS is not cheap." This. Then the second question is, how can Shinjoken have such a wide network of contacts? He can send robot criminals with their own mobile suits into the city quietly every time. Captain Cruz, please tell me, who is it? Director Sejima was very angry. He must know the mastermind behind Shinjoken's manipulation, the bastard who brought countless disasters to the Far East. Do you know Excellent Enterprise? Chapter 1303, The Possibility of Erasing Humanity. It's them. Right. Damn it. It's really them. Director Sejima didn't say some things before because he had too many concerns. For example, Excellent Enterprise. In fact, the Far East Metropolitan Police Department had already found out about Excellent Enterprise and wanted to investigate Excellent Enterprise a few years ago. But because Excellent Enterprise has a very close relationship with the Federal Army, Excellent Enterprise has a large order from the Federal Army, and the auxiliary super AIS carried by the entire military's MIS are all produced by Excellent Enterprise. As soon as the Far East Metropolitan Police Department wanted to investigate Excellent Enterprise, it was stopped by the top brass of the Federal Army. Even if they wanted to investigate secretly in private, they encountered huge obstacles and suffered huge losses. And now, Cruz took the initiative to bring it up. Director Sejima understood that the Federal Army's intelligence department had also found out about the problems with Excellent Enterprise and planned to take action against Excellent Enterprise. "I understand how you feel, Director Sejima." Cruz calmed Director Sejima's excitement at the moment. The Far East Metropolitan Police Department had investigated Excellent Enterprises and had also encountered various obstacles from the Federal Army, and even threats. Cruz had read these records and materials and understood his feelings at the moment, but please calm down, Director Sejima. Excellent Enterprises is just a company. The problem lies in the people who control it. You mean? Director Sejima has been a policeman for his entire life, and he has been investigating this case for almost his entire life. It is the biggest knot in his heart. No matter what, he wants to know the truth. Furzog, Noel Furzog? What? It's Furzog. He is Eva Furzog's son. No wonder. Now everything makes sense. Director Sejima figured it out. Why would Excellent Enterprises use Shinjoken and desperately want to get the super AI with a heart? All this is for. Wait. Captain Cruz, please transfer Eva Furzog immediately. If Noel Furzog is behind Excellent, then his goal must be to rescue his mother who is frozen in ice. Thank you for your reminder, Director Sejima, but don't worry, we have dealt with Eva Furzog. After arriving in this world and learning about the connection between Super AI and Eva Furzog, Cruz sent people to the place where Eva Furzog was frozen and slept forever to clean her up. After that, Cruz also sent people to investigate Excellent. Because the Federal Army was not completely under control at the time, and Excellent had a close relationship with the Federal Army, no tough measures were taken at the beginning, but the investigation was conducted secretly. But what made Cruz regretful, but also very much looking forward to, was that the key targets of the investigation, Xin Zhuangjian, Chief Scientist Victim Walland, and Noel Furzog all noticed Cruz's investigation activities and ran away in advance. Cruz regretted that he failed to catch these three people at the first time. He was looking forward to them being able to notice Cruz's arrangement and bring more fun. However, there is no need to say about Xin Zhuangjian. He was found soon after he disappeared. The reason why he was not caught at the first time was that he wanted to use him as bait to see if he could lure out the other two people. The result was not bad. Noel Furzog still did not find any trace, but Victim Wallen had already exposed his feet. He followed the vine to find the melon, and then changed the vine to find the second melon. What? Already dealt with it? You mean? Literally. Cruz sneered at the decision of the former Earth Federation. He was worried about the threat of Eva Herzog, but at the same time he couldn't bear to part with her intelligence. Someone who had the ability to destroy the whole world in an instant was caught and not directly executed, but frozen forever. This conceited and inferior behavior was really laughable. Okay, I understand. In response, Director Sejima did not say anything more. At that time, he expressed dissatisfaction with the federal government's verdict. Although Eva Herzog possessed super AI technology that was difficult for the Federation to study thoroughly, the threat was too great and she should be sentenced to death directly. Now, it's better to die, so as not to escape and harm the world. Captain Mitsuha, things here are almost over. Thank you for taking the new members back to Dreamland. Yang Hui said to Mitsuha Greywall. With the new members in place and the robot criminals suffering a devastating blow, things in the Far East are almost over. Naturally, Dre Cruz has no reason to stay any longer and should go to the next stop. Mitsuha Greywall looked at Cruz and nodded. Okay, Colonel Yang Hui, please return to the team before 10 a.m. tomorrow. Understood. Having reached an agreement, Yang Hui and Cruz left together. Cruz happened to come and he wanted to talk to Cruz in person about some information, but before leaving, he gave Tomo Nagayuta an encouraging smile. Colonel Yang Hui? What do you mean? Tomo Nagayuta felt that this smile was unusual, and looked at Mitsuha Greywall in confusion. This is to encourage you. Mitsuha Greywall smiled and touched Tomo Nagayuta's head. Really? Did he recognize me? Tomo Nagayuta was looking forward to it excitedly. Based on my understanding of Colonel Yang Hui. No. Mitsuha Greywall did not deceive Tomo Nagayuta, even if it was a white lie. After all, Tomo Nagayuta would lead the brave police to join Dre Cruz and would participate in more and more dangerous battles. In this case, he could not be spoiled like a child. No. Tomo Nagayuta was discouraged. Come on, Yuta, it's not that easy to get the recognition of Colonel Yang Hui. Mitsuha Greywall encouraged. Every member of Drestriga has gone through 9981 difficulties before getting the recognition of Yang Hui. Even now that they have been recognized, they are still being whipped by Yang Hui to make progress? Yet, I'll try my best. Tomo Nagayuta cheered up. Don't worry, boss, I'll work harder too. Deckert said. And we won't fall behind either. X3 Marin, Pavaggio and Danbuzo also made up their minds. Yet, let's all try our best. On the other side, Yang Hui and Cruz came to the temporary base of the intelligence department. Yang Hui also saw the arrested Zin Soangjian, but he didn't communicate with him. He just looked at him through the one-way glass and lost interest. Don't you want to chat? Cruz asked Yang Hui with a smile. No need. I'm not that interested in super AI technology. Yang Hui shrugged. Wow? That's strange. Not only you, but also Old Man Arya, Old Man Wang, and Professor Elfman are not interested in super AI. They are really from the same lineage. Cruz said with interest. In the past, when there was a new technology, including Yang Hui, the people in the R&D department were terribly jealous and wanted to study it thoroughly without eating, drinking or sleeping. As a result, super AI is a very advanced and practical technology, but they are not interested in it, which makes Cruz very curious about the reason. Super AI with emotions has been born, and the auxiliary super AI technology in this world is very mature, so just use it directly. Yang Hui said. Don't you plan to conduct in-depth research? Cruz asked curiously. I don't want to see the large-scale retirement of the Legion. I think, no one wants to be replaced by a robot, right? Yang Hui smiled casually and asked Cruz back. Haha, anyway, I don't want to, and I don't think that a mere super AI can replace me. Cruz replied with a smile. Super AI is indeed a very top technology, and it is very versatile and important, but, in the eyes of Yang Hui, Ilya Hutchenberg, Wang Lao, Professor Eifman and others, they can stop at auxiliary super AI and several unreplicable autonomous super AIs. After all, if they continue to study in depth, there is no other way except to let super AI replace humans in all walks of life. And this is what everyone is most reluctant to see. With super AI, people's will be worn out, they will be afraid of death, lazy and greedy. Then there is no need for Promise Fortress and Promise Core to exist, because super AI wipes out the possibility of human beings. Compared to super AI, I am more concerned about the ASHBM and the Julia system of the MJP agency. Technology from Ulugru. It's a very interesting technology. If my theory and speculation are correct, it can also make the body have self-awareness, so that members of the Corps who cannot be injected with a festum factor have a chance to go further. When I go back, I will tell this to Old Man Iaria, and he will arrange it. Cruz also became serious. If what Yang Hui said is true, then the Julia system will be the top priority for the development of the Corps. Although the Heretic Gesta and Heretic Rochelle, equipped by ordinary pilots, are no less technically advanced than the Rising Sun series, the assimilation capabilities brought by the Festum Core and Festum Factor, as well as the unique and powerful SDP capabilities, are completely incomparable to Heretic Gesta and Heretic Rochelle. This has also caused psychological imbalance among most members who cannot be injected with a Festum Factor. Well, please, tell the exiled princess that the Federation Army needs her full cooperation. Now is not the time to act mysterious and noble. No problem, I'll do it myself, but there are 3 things you'd better do as soon as possible. Which 3 things? First, dig out the secrets of Drestriga and AOS as soon as possible, otherwise we won't be at ease with you staying on that ship. Second, the Great Demon and the Getter's pilots have established a good relationship, and the other party is willing to join Dre Cruz in joint action, but Mazinger Z and its pilot Koji Kabuto are not military personnel now. You have to go to the Photonic Power Research Institute in person. Third, go to Kyrgyzstan as soon as possible. Lelouch is under a lot of pressure and needs support. Chapter 1304, Didur. Did something happen with Lelouch? Yang Hui frowned. Lelouch was Riebel's disciple and was absolutely top-notch in the field of strategic command. There wouldn't be any problems. Although the Tessa fleet that followed him to Kyrgyzstan was a newly formed fleet, its members were all old members and there was no such thing as rookies. Everyone knew what they should do and there would be no internal conflicts. The only problem was that the Ace Force was a little less. Except for the Mithril team, including Sosuke Sagara and the Zodiac 12, trained by Yang Hui himself, there was no top ace that could suppress the entire battlefield on its own, but this should be completely enough. On the 2 sides, I don't know what special things exist in Kyrgyzstan. The Zanskar Empire, mechanical beasts, metal beasts, invaders, and unknown new enemies frequently launch attacks on Kyrgyzstan. In just 1 month, there have been 4 large-scale simultaneous attacks, and the longest uninterrupted attack lasted for a week. In addition, a new enemy has been identified, an enemy called Mecha Armor. According to the information revealed by Brahma, the man who Lelouch temporarily received, there is a madman named Hootlaw Man, who is making trouble all over the world with a group of people. Mecha Armor is the subordinate of Hootlaw Man. Gun and sword. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment. Brahma, Mecha Armor, Hootlaw Man, aren't they guns and swords when combined together? It is indeed a madman who has become a madman with a group of fooled people. However, if it is true as Cruz said, Kyrgyzstan is indeed in a critical situation. Even if the strength of the Promise Corps is strong, the members are all human beings. People will get tired. Good physical fitness can ensure that the body is not so tired, but the brain will be tired, and the heart will also be tired. What about the other side? Yang Hui asked Cruz. Haha, you are the only one who can help Lelouch with this matter. Cruz smiled meaningfully, which made Yang Hui stunned for a moment. No way. He thought about it and figured it out. Nunnally and Yufei. Cruz nodded with a smile, which was somewhat malicious. Yang Hui held his forehead with a headache. It was normal for siblings to quarrel with lovers, but the grudges between Lelouch, Nunnally and Euphemia were really hard to resolve. Oh, I'm talking about Lelouch, Nunnally and Euphemia in this world, especially Lelouch and Euphemia. This was a joke at the cost of life. In addition, Euphemia was also a newcomer who had just joined the Promise Corps and did not have such a firm and strong heart. It's troublesome. It's really troublesome. I understand the situation. I would suggest Captain Mitsuha to go to the Photonic Power Research Institute first to meet with Kabuto Koji, and then turn to Kyrgyzstan. If Lelouch can't hold on, I will let Char, Amuro, and Camus go ahead to support. Don't move the combat power on your side. Cruz immediately objected. This was not his decision alone. I have discussed with Sumeragi, Anom, Rebel, Flit, Garb, and Jill. Char, Amuro, Lara, and Camus must not move. This world still hides secrets that we don't know about. Before everything is clarified, you must have enough protection around you. Cruz said this lightly. According to everyone's decision, Not only could Char and the other four not be allowed to leave Yang Hui easily, they even planned to transfer 5 of the existing top aces to Dreistriga to form a 9-man exclusive guard, because the sudden disappearance of Dujuante really scared them. But the war situation around the world is urgent, and it is difficult to transfer so many people. Important battlefields need someone to keep the place in order to prevent the emergence of enemies that ordinary fleets cannot resist, especially the Knights. If it is not the Awakened Dawn series, it is not capable of fighting alone. Everyone cannot be easily transferred. Rebel also proposed to let Yang Hui stay away from Dreistriga and the greatest danger, but Wang immediately opposed it because she knew Yang Hui and he would not leave Dreistriga, at least before figuring out what secrets exist on Dreistriga. At present, Dreistriga has too much combat power. Yang Hui shook his head and said to Cruz, "Originally, I was enough by myself. Char, Amuro, Camus and Lala are more suitable to be transferred to places where they are more needed." "Not enough." Cruz interrupted Yang Hui directly, "The combat power around you is never enough. You should be very clear about the disappearance of Dujuante. If that was a trap set by the Knight for you, what do you think the consequences will be? Why did the disappearance of Dujuante scare Cruz and others? Because there is no trace of Yang Hui after he disappeared. If, as Cruz said, this is a trap set by the Knights for Yang Hui, and more than a dozen Knights or Knight-level combat forces were arranged at the missing location, what is Yang Hui's chance of survival? I'm not a weakling. But there are always people better than you, and although we can't focus all our attention on you, your safety is always the top priority." Cruz said to Yang Hui seriously. "Well, I can't argue with you. The Emperor and Rebel have been mobilizing troops recently and preparing for 2 major battles. One is the battle to recover lost territory against the Zanskar Empire, and the other is the Battle of Shangustar against Uluguru. As long as these 2 battles are successful, the Zanskar Empire will be forced back to its homeland, eliminating their threat to the Earth. Shangustar is the outpost of Uluguru's invasion of the Earth. It cannot completely eliminate the threat of Uluguru, but it can be reduced to a minimum. I understand. If necessary, just send a message to Sanagre Wall. For now, she will faithfully carry out the orders conveyed by her superiors. The most important thing is to quickly dig out the secrets of Dreistriga and AOS. Professor Elfman plans to suspend his research on photon power and go to Dreistriga." Cruz smiled jokingly. No need. Yang Hui had a headache. Professor Elfman was so old, why did he still want to do things one by one? Could he give his students more trust? Then you have to work hard. If the old men are really determined, we can't stop them. Cruz pursed his lips and spread his hands. This was a joke, but also a fact. Ayala Hutchenberg, Professor Elfman and Mr. Wang from the research department were the treasures of the Promise Caller. Anyone who met them had to be polite and dared not offend them. We have already gained some results. Tell them not to be nervous. I will tell you the original words. After the business was finished, Yang Hui and Cruz did not waste too much time on each other, especially Cruz. As the chief of intelligence, he was too busy. This time he came in person, on the one hand, for his fishing plan, and on the other hand, it had been so long, and he hoped to report the situation to Yang Hui in person. Next, Cruz naturally escorted Zinshuangjian back to the headquarters of the Federal Army, but Zinshuangjian's value did not lie in his smart mind, or the super AI technology in his mind, but, Sir. Watching Zinshuangjian being escorted onto the plane, Kreutzer's adjutant ran to his side and whispered in his ear, "The intelligence has been leaked, and traces have been found everywhere along the route." Haha, so easy to take the bait. Kreutzer was a little surprised. Given the cautiousness of his opponent, he shouldn't be so easily lured out by him. Let someone check it again. Our opponent shouldn't be so easy to deal with. Understood. By the way, is my body debugged? Kreutzer asked again as the adjutant turned and left. Perfect condition. Very good. On the other side, Yang Hui returned to Dreistriga, and happened to meet Sanai Grey Wall. Colonel Yang Hui, I want to discuss with you the next course of action for Dreddy Cruz. Sanai Greywall asked straight to the point without chatting. Captain Sanai, what do you think? Yang Hui did not immediately state his choice, but first sought Sanai Greywall's advice. I propose a trip to the Photonic Power Research Institute. Currently, mechanical beasts are wreaking havoc all over the world. Kabuto Koji of the Photonic Power Research Institute is not only a combat hero, but also one of the people who knows mechanical beasts best. Well, I support your suggestion, Captain Mitsuha. Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction. This idea coincided with Yang Hui's. Mitsuha Greywale's overall view was also growing. If it were her at the beginning, she probably would not consider it from the perspective of the entire war, but focus on the task at hand and the troops around her. After that, I want to hear Colonel Yang Hui's advice. DBD phenomena are happening all over the world, and the locations are too scattered. If it's just Dreki crews, we can't get there in the first place, and the Federation Army has also received many visitors from other worlds, so, how about this, Captain Mitsuha? Let Leon mark the DBD phenomena that have occurred around the world, and I'll take a look and then formulate a suitable route. It's unrealistic to investigate all DBD phenomena. We can hand over the ones we missed to friendly forces. Yang Hui suggested. He didn't directly propose to go to Kyrgyzstan. Later, Rebel would convey it to Mitsuha Greywale in the form of a formal order, so he didn't need to do anything unnecessary. Thank you for your hard work, Colonel Yang Hui, but I have an idea. Can we contact friendly forces to send visitors from other worlds to Dreki crews? Mitsuha Greywale asked. That's no problem. Except for those who have special arrangements, all visitors from other worlds can be transferred to Dreki crews. I will contact General Rebel directly about this matter. Yang Hui also thought that the arrangements for visitors from other worlds should be gathered together. Judging from the current SRX team, the 5 people of L and Ando Masaki, the people who can be selected by the DBD phenomenon and teleported to this world are definitely not ordinary characters. So, will gathering them together trigger new reactions? In addition, Dreki Crews was originally to help them find a way home. In the process, they will also become an effective fighting force for Drestriga. This is a win-win situation. Chapter 1305 highlights an unreasonable one. Bang. Ugh. Wow. Failed again. In the simulation training system, the 3 brave policemen of the construction team failed to merge again, and their expressions were quite depressed. Everyone, don't lose heart, keep working hard, and you will succeed. Seeing the 3 brave policemen dejected after failing again, surrounded by a decadent atmosphere, Tama Nagayuta, as the boss, once again stood up to comfort and encourage them, but this time, it didn't work as before. They didn't respond to Tama Nagayuta's comfort and encouragement, and just sat on the ground decadently. What? Are you planning to give up? Yang Hui walked over, looked at them calmly, and lectured them mercilessly. Are you going to give up at this point? Take off the word brave from the prefix of your names. Oh no, take off the word police too. You are not worthy of being a brave, let alone a police. Colonel Yang Hui. Yu Yongyongtae stood in front of Yang Hui, opened his arms to protect Marin, Pavaggio and Danbuzo, and glared at Yang Hui. You are too much? Boss. Deckard stood aside at a loss. It was not right to help Yu Yongyongtae, and it was not right not to help. What? Did I say something wrong? Yang Hui looked down at Yu Yongyongtae, and a strong sense of oppression fell on his young shoulders. Look at what they look like now. From the beginning to now, they have tried to merge 18 times in total, and failed 18 times. After only 18 times, they gave up because of discouragement? They are not as good as you, kid. They are just trash. Colonel Yang Hui. I don't allow you to say that about them. Yu Yongyongtae was full of courage in his heart, and tried his best to defend Marin, Pavaggio and Danbuzo. Then how are you going to stop me? Yang Hui asked Tama Nagayuta calmly, glancing at the 3 brave policemen behind him. Brave, police, these 2 words have never been 2 light titles, nor are they 2 jobs, but heavy responsibilities. Before they succeeded, they failed countless times. Did they give up? Beyond these 2 words, many ordinary people, just because of 18 failures, did they give up? If they give up like this, what else are they but trash? Even so, I don't allow you to say that about them. They just got discouraged for a while. Everyone will definitely cheer up. And will work harder to grow and become stronger. Tama Nagayuta was under great pressure, but he still mustered up the courage to face Yang Hui. Empty teeth, slogans can be shouted by everyone. Look at their current state, can they do it? Yang Hui questioned. Definitely. Reason. Because I'm their boss. I believe they can do it. Okay, then I'll give you this chance. Let me see them cheer up again. Remember, I only look at the results, not the process. On the battlefield I never look at how hard you fight, I only look at how much you have achieved and whether you can come back alive. After saying that, without giving others a chance to respond, he turned around and walked out of the training room. Ryukinosaki followed Yang Hui all the time, keeping a calm expression, until she followed Yang Hui out of the simulation training room. She smiled. This kid has a talent for acting. In fact, Yang Hui had anticipated today's results early on, so he found Tama Nagayuta in advance to arrange this drama. Since they boarded the Drestria, Marin, Pavaggio and Danbuzo have caused a lot of trouble, especially the over-enthusiastic Pavaggio and Danbuzo. At the same time, they did not fully recognize Tama Nagayuta as their leader, did not listen to his instructions at all, and did not respect him, and had many conflicts with Deckard. Therefore, Yang Hui arranged this play to hit their pride and let them put themselves in their own positions, and at the same time give Tama Nagayuta a chance to subdue them and let them recognize Tama Nagayuta as the little boss. It's just, forget it, that kid is really angry. Yang Hui smiled disapprovingly. There are two things in this play that exceeded Yang Hui's expectations. The first is that Marin, Pavaggio and Danbuzo were frustrated and discouraged after consecutive failures, and the second is that Tama Nagayuta was really angry, not cooperating with Yang Hui in acting. But the effect is better. Ryukinosaki covered his mouth and chuckled. That's right. During the dispute and scolding, Yang Hui had been paying attention to the expressions of Marin, Pavaggio and Danbuzo, from the initial anger, to the later unwillingness, to despair, to the loss of soul, and the shame and touching when Tama Nagayuta used his young body to block in front of them and tried his best to protect them. In general, although there was a small accident, the result was completed successfully. At this time in the simulation training room, Tama Nagayuta and Deckard were comforting and encouraging Marin, Pavaggio and Danbuzo. They also regained their enthusiasm and momentum and devoted themselves to the combined training, and everyone watching. Mr. Yang Hui is acting, right? Ida Takamori whispered in his companion's ears. Huh? Is this acting? Ando Masaki looked at Ida Takamori stupidly. He was really scared by Yang Hui just now, and he really thought that the new companion who had just joined would be driven away by Yang Hui. You actually saw it? And everyone was very shocked. Ida Takamori, the representative of the stubborn on the ship, could actually see it? I was scolded the most by Mr. Yang Hui. When he was really angry, his scolding would not be so nice. Ida Takamori scratched his hair, a little shy. Everyone's thoughts, you are shy, bubble teapot. It was confirmed that Ida Takamori was a masochist. He was scolded so badly and was still shy. Wait, that means I was the only one who didn't see it. Ando Masaki pointed at himself and said in surprise. Everyone's thoughts, why did you embarrass yourself by bringing it up? Although there was no direct answer, everyone's eyes had already told Ando Masaki the answer, among which the eyes of the three children, Al, Kid, and Artie, were the most dazzling. The children saw it, but he didn't see it. Damn it. Takamori. You evolved secretly behind my back again. Ando Masaki grabbed Ida Takamori's collar and shook him violently. Where are the thick-skinned duo? If you sneak away, you should be sentenced to death. Okay, Masaki, let's let Takamori go for now. Gulen K and Lattice F Pursuit pulled the two apart and persuaded them. Today we also have to conduct the SRX fusion simulation. Can we let him go for now? If the fusion fails, their fate will not be much better than those three brave policemen, or even worse. Ida Takamori is used to being taught a lesson, but Gulen K and Lattice F Pursuit don't want to be scolded. I'll settle the score with you later. Ahaha. Second Lieutenant Gulen, Second Lieutenant Pursuit, are you going to try to merge too? L was surrounded by shining stars, and asked with great anticipation and excitement. It's starting again. And everyone had a headache. Even his companions had been in contact for a long time, but it was still difficult for everyone to adapt to L's selfless fascination when he mentioned robots. Yes, Mr. Yang Hui finally agreed and allowed us to start the combined training. Let's use the simulation training system to get a feel for it first, and then test it on the real machine. Al is just a child. Although he is helpless, Gulen K will not have any opinions about him. This is also the child's innocent heart. Please let me watch. Oh, that's no problem. Yes. A day later, they arrived at the new Fuji Research City. This is an entire research city built with a new Photonic Power Research Institute as the core. It not only gathers the top research teams and research equipment, but also is the experimental side of the Photonic Power Furnace developed by the Photonic Power Research Institute. If the Photonic Power Furnace can be successfully popularized, it will serve as a new green eternal energy to replace the existing energy system. It's spectacular. Even Yang Hui couldn't help but sigh when he looked down at the new Fuji Research City from the sky. Photonic power, a very magical energy. Is it similar to the ability of your body? Xia asked Yang Hui. Well, 3D printers are no joke, but not everyone can use them. At least, except for Kabuto and Kintetsu, no one can bring out the true power of photon force. Yang Hui shrugged. Photon force is indeed a very powerful energy. Professor Eifman has been studying it since he came to this world. It's just a pity that he hasn't even understood the principle of its generation, let alone the special ability of printing out of thin air. Now Professor Eifman is still working hard to study various documents of ancient Mycenaean civilization. Demon power. That's right. Now the only people who can use photon power freely are Kabuto and Kintetsu. The only similarities they can find are the demon and the demon power, which is also a super-dimensional power. Almost, you can treat it as a special protagonist. Yang Hui said with a smile. Kabuto and Kintetsu are also the protagonists in the independent demon world, so naturally there must be something special. Super systems are unreasonable. Char laughed at himself. When he first knew about the existence of super systems, his worldview was somewhat broken. When he thought about how he had tried all kinds of strategies and vigorously developed his military strength, but it was useless in front of super systems, everyone, including Char, always felt like eating shit. For example, in the original Odessa battle, Rebuilt won the victory with a large number of lives. If he was given a demon god, would he need so many people to pay the price of their lives to win? Don't forget, you are also a super system now. Yang Hui teased. It is because of personal experience that it is more difficult to accept. Haha, didn't you dislike it when you used it? Because it smells good, huh? That's it. During the chat, Char and Yang Hui looked through the window and saw dense black dots in the sky heading towards the new Fuji Research City, and their expressions immediately became serious. A large number of mechanical beasts have been detected. The entire ship has entered the first-level combat configuration, and the mist troops are urgently attacking. Repeat once. The entire ship has entered the first-level combat configuration, and the mist troops are urgently attacking. Chapter 1306, Great Demon God, Zhen Gate along, join us. We are too lucky, aren't we? We were attacked right after arriving at the new Fuji Research City. Ida Takamori complained after he got into the cockpit. He had already started planning how to visit the magnificent new Fuji Research City from the sky, but the enemy arrived before he even landed. Don't complain, Takamori. Mechanical beasts are not easy to deal with. Lattice F. Brasida reminded Ida Takamori not to be careless and to focus on the battle. Don't worry, Lai, I know. Ida Takamori answered firmly, and his state changed rapidly. You are afraid that if you are careless, you will be punished by Mr. Yang Hui after the war, right? As the best teammate, Yulin K exposed Ida Takamori without hesitation. Don't say it. Ho ha ho ha. And speaking of which, Al, this time they are enemies, don't be too obsessed with the enemy's robots. Aggie St. Claus smiled and reminded Al, hoping that he would not lose his temper in the battle. This was the case in the previous battle. He could not help but be curious about the robots he saw for the first time. This is too hard for Al. Kid complained. He wanted Al to give up his curiosity and love for robots. It was impossible in his previous life, and it is impossible in this life. Sure enough, Al replied expectantly, don't worry, the evil robots were defeated by me personally. Is there anything more romantic than this? As expected of Al. And everyone sighed. Al can really keep that innocent heart in any situation. Everyone, why are you not nervous at all? The newly joined Tama Nagayuta will not follow Deckard and other brave policemen to attack, but he is also in the hangar at this moment. He is very nervous, especially the mechanical beast that covers the sky and the sun. He trembled with fear at the first sight. This is completely different from fighting criminals. With so many enemy planes, how can they defeat the opponent with only a few people? Huh? And it would be better if he didn't mention it. When Tama Nagayuta mentioned it, everyone was stunned. right? Why are you not nervous at all? Except for Al, who can always keep his innocent heart and don't know what fear is. Everyone else will be nervous when facing a battle, right? Even if it was just a small-scale battle with an absolute advantage. And now, facing the desperate number of enemies, they are not nervous at all. Why is that? Each machine will attack in an orderly manner. Edge, Huso, L, Hu, and Jideo will form an air guerrilla force. Kid, Artie, Yuta, Shurak team, and Brave Police team, you will be commanded by Mabed and jointly establish a defense line with friendly forces on the ground. Rabbit team and SRX team will jointly take charge of S21 direction, Char and Lala will take charge of N54 direction, and Amuro and Camu will take charge of D98 direction. At this time, Yang Hui's voice reached everyone's ears, and the simple and appropriate combat plan was conveyed to everyone in the MIS unit. Understood. XN, that's right. That's it. It's Yang Hui. Because of Yang Hui, they are not nervous at all, and they are not afraid at all. Colonel Yang Hui, what about the remaining gap? In cooperation with the garrison of the new Fuji Research City, Yang Hui's combat deployment protected almost the entire city, but left a gap without any arrangements, so Deckard asked. Leave that gap to me. Yang Hui said calmly. This. Too much of a stretch. Colonel Yang Hui, the A01 direction is the direction with the most enemies. You alone. Obey orders. The situation was urgent. The enemy would soon make contact with a defense line. There was no time for small talk and explanation. But don't worry, Deckard. Don't worry about Colonel Yang Hui. Tian He interrupted Deckard and said. Huh? This. Those few enemy planes don't pose any danger to Colonel Yang Hui. Although there are many of them, they can't threaten Colonel Yang Hui. Numbers are meaningless in front of Colonel Yang Hui. I hope this time can allow Colonel Yang Hui to warm up. I haven't seen Colonel Yang Hui's full strength yet. Huh? Isn't the situation very dangerous? That's not the point. Colonel Yang Hui said that it would be difficult for him to use his full strength on Earth, and it would cause great damage to the Earth's environment. Oh, that's right. Faced with Deckard's concerns and doubts, Yang Hui did not make any explanation, but the others spoke one after another, and basically finished what they had said, which surprised Tomo Nagayuta, Deckard, Malin, Pavaggio and Danbuzo, and at the same time they couldn't believe it. Okay, stop chatting, and attack in order according to the instructions of the Sikh. The enemy is very close. Eliminate them all without leaving any alive. Don't let them enter the city. Understood. XN. Leon, have you counted the number? Although Sanai Grewale looked solemn and serious, there was nothing to be nervous about. It came from Yang Hui's teachings and the confidence that Yang Hui brought to everyone. He didn't even consider the result of defeat. The number is 800, 900, 1000, and it's still increasing. Compared with the central database, Barranca M2, Mandela M3, Curisim X2, Barbados F7, Saligan G8, Thunderbolt S1, Giant Lizard F1, Ghost Arm V10, all the mechanical beasts that appeared 10 years ago have appeared. Leon didn't have time to report. The radar detection system fed back too much information, and she couldn't say it all. Not only did all the various mechanical beasts that appeared 10 years ago appear again, but their number was also increasing rapidly. How could there be so many mechanical beasts? In the battle 10 years ago, Dr. Hell, Baron Ashura, and Count Brocken were all confirmed dead. In the past 10 years, Iron Sword has been clearing out the mechanical beasts involved in the battle all over the world. Mitsuha Grewal was thinking, wondering where these mechanical beasts came from. Judging from the results of the battle 10 years ago and the feedback from the Photonic Power Research Institute in recent years, there could not be so many mechanical beasts on Earth. Not to mention where they were produced, there was not even a place to hide them. But they did not fall from the universe, could it be? Captain. At the call of Reynold Harding, Sanai Grewal withdrew from thinking and focused on the current battle. Where is Colonel Yang Hui's battle plan? It has been transmitted. After reading Yang Hui's combat deployment of the MIS troops, Sanai Grewal knew what she should do. Send a message to the White Fortress. The Londo Bell team will land on the ground and establish a defense line with friendly forces. The White Fortress, and this ship will be stationed in the center to provide fire support for the MIS troops. Deputy Captain Reynold. Understood. Weapon systems are fully activated, missile launchers are loaded with anti-aircraft shotgun shells, and heavy ion beam cannons. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, and Number 4 are starting to charge. Don Ersterlin, creation, has moved to the catapult deck, and the electromagnetic charging coefficient has increased. The catapult opportunity will be handed over to Colonel Yang Hui. The radar detection system has a new reaction. It's a friendly signal. Read it out. Yes. Leaving Drestriga from the catapult deck, Don Ersterlin, creation, spread its wings and headed for Area A01 at an extremely fast speed, with the golden particles leaving a dreamy environmental ribbon behind it. Synchronization? Is anyone nearby? As they moved forward, someone suddenly connected to the Siegfried network. Logically, there were no Promise Corps troops stationed in the new Fuji Research City. The Third Fleet originally stationed here was temporarily transferred to the universe to prepare for the Battle of Kamiya Star. Hey, Yang Hui, did you miss me? Graham. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, and a familiar voice sounded, and Graham's phantom also appeared beside Yang Hui. It's not just me. As soon as the voice fell, 2 meteors shot straight into the sky from the city on the ground, and penetrated into the army of mechanical beasts from different directions. Countless mechanical beasts failed to hinder them. After a long circle, leaving a gorgeous fireworks festival in the sky, they came to the side of Don Ersterlin, creation. Mikazuki is here too? How did you get here? Yang Hui asked, his hands moving very fast. The golden particles condensed into 2 quantum reaction cannons in his hands, locked in front of him, and the purple-black spiral beam turned into an extremely sharp sword, cutting the dark clouds in front of him without any hindrance. I was on a mission in Cairo and saved Ken Tetsuya. There was a major discovery in Cairo, so I escorted him back to the new Fuji Research City. The sharp sword in the hand of Flagabskneten, kept waving, and the sharp blade accurately hit the red line in the sight, cutting the approaching mechanical beast in half, while waving the energy blade wave, and dozens of mechanical beasts along the way could not escape the end of destruction. Wow? Not bad. This is a new move. Yang Hui didn't remember that the double swords of Flagabskneten, could cut out energy blade waves. Haha, I haven't been idle these past few months. In order to surpass you, I dare not stop for a moment. Graham laughed heartily. Don't put so much pressure on me, bastard. Yang Hui cursed with a smile, and the golden particles sprayed wildly, and at the same time, dozens of GN Super Dragoons were condensed, all fired at once, and dense beams of light woven into an airtight net in the blue sky. The dazzling flames ignited the white clouds in the sky, turning noon into dusk. That won't work, Yang Hui. If you play badly, it will be meaningless. Everyone is moving forward with you as the goal. After the voice fell, Yang Hui also noticed that Sanrizuki and Barbatus Wildness, still maintained a wild fighting style, like a wild wolf pouncing on a flock of sheep, with claws, fangs, blade tail. The whole body turned into weapons, literally tearing the enemy in front of it. Compared with when it just awakened, the wildness has reached a higher level. The performance of the body has increased with the growth of wildness, but it has not been swallowed by the wildness. There are details everywhere in the wildness. Now Sanrizuki has truly achieved having a tiger in his heart and smelling roses. You guys. Yang Hui laughed and shook his head. He clenched his hands with Don Ersterlin, creation, and 2 sharp swords appeared in his hands. He turned around and swung them, splitting the 2 approaching mechanical beasts into 2 halves. In that case, are Gianti and the Great Demon God also here? Yang Hui asked. Of course, and it's not just Gianti and the Great Demon God. At this moment, golden lightning formed a long whip and swept through the cluster of mechanical beasts. The violent energy smashed the mechanical beasts of various shapes into pieces. At the same time, a thick green beam swept past. A second later, violent explosions connected into one, and the shattered debris fell from the sky like raindrops. Thunder. Get a beam. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1307, The Hell Legion Returns from Hell. With the explosion as the background, the shining light seemed dim and slowly dissipated, and the exaggerated red and gray robots flew in the sky. The Great Demon and the True Getter Dragon. Yang Hui looked at the 2 machines in the sky, feeling a lot of emotion. Even in the unreasonable Super Series, the Demon and Getter series machines are the ceiling level, and now, they are right in front of him. It is impossible not to yearn for them. Even if the Dawn Erstellen creation that has successfully awakened has grown a lot, it is not as good as the Demon and Getter. One is the photon force that can transform consciousness into reality, and the other is the Getter ray that can allow all existences to evolve infinitely. Both are existences that cannot be explained by current technology, and both have infinite possibilities. Kenji Rima, can you hear me? Yang Hui tried to establish communication with the Great Demon and the real Gator Dragon. Although the number of them was not a threat to the successfully awakened Dawn series, it was different for others, not to mention that they had to protect the city from the overwhelming mechanical beasts. Therefore, the two powerful forces joined the front line, which greatly relieved the pressure on the defense line, but Yang Hui would not let them act at will. The powerful forces must be sent to the places where they are most needed. I am Kenji Colonel Yang Hui, right? You are Yang Hui. Two people with completely different personalities. Kenji joined the Federation Army and his personality is more calm and serious, while Ryuma is more wild, like an unruly beast that is difficult to tame. I am Yang Hui. The situation of the friendly forces is not optimistic. Barbados wildness, the Great Demon and the real Gator Dragon are going to the S-21 direction to support the Rabbit Squad and the SRX Squad. This area will be left to me and Graham. Yang Hui gave instructions to the two. Understood. Jian Tai also received the instructions and hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds before accepting them. He also joined the Federation Army. Although he was very independent, he was also a soldier. Yang Hui's military rank was higher than his. According to Graham's description, Yang Hui's ability was also very outstanding, and there was no problem in obeying his command. Tisk, are you giving orders right away? Liu Longma said in a bad tone. After all, beasts will not obey before recognizing others. However, apart from being wild, he is also a battle-hardened warrior, and he can still distinguish between the important and the unimportant. Although he was a little unhappy, he still went to the S-21 area with the Great Demon and Wildness wildness. Then, we are the only ones left. Graham said with a smile. Dawn Erstellen, creation, and Flagabskneden, stood side by side, facing the endless mechanical beasts. Did you remember anything? Yang Hui asked Graham with a smile. Of course. Graham's mouth widened, and his smile gradually became fanatical. Vajra, body-eating snake, Festum, we have survived several times, how could we forget them? No need for that this time. Let the enemy see how strong we have become, Yang Hui. You are the only one who talks too much nonsense. Let's go. Boom. Erstellen, creation, and Abskneden, cut off, standing side by side disappeared on the spot, separated to the left and right, and the violent acceleration caused the air to explode, and the sonic boom air circles spread outward, while Erstellen, creation, and Abskneden, cut off, had left 2 clean passages in the dark cloud formed by the mechanical beasts. Flagabskneden, turned back and forth as it advanced, and the meteor moved back and forth in an extremely irregular route, or slashed several waves of sword blades on the way to split the road ahead, or the swordlight flash at the turning point, and several mechanical beasts turned into debris and scattered on the ground. Nothing could stop Flagabskneden, sword, even the heavy shields were cut through smoothly. Dawn Erstellen, creation, on the other side was more gorgeous than Flagabskneden, and was surrounded by a large number of GN Super Dragoons. The gun-type GN Super Dragoons fired continuously, sweeping the mechanical beasts along the road, and the sword-type GN Super Dragoons surrounded them, and any mechanical beast that approached Dawn Erstellen, creation, would be cut to pieces. Dawn Erstellen, creation, and Flagabskneden, circled around and then reunited, passing each other and going in opposite directions again, back and forth, often and repeatedly. The area that originally had the most mechanical beasts, with the cooperation of the two machines like a waltz, soon returned to the clear sky. Not bad, enough warm-up. Dawn Erstellen, creation, and Flagabskneden, reunited, and the remaining number of mechanical beasts no longer needed to be killed. Dawn Erstellen, creation, gathered 4 beam rifles, threw them to Flagabskneden, and then they fired at fixed points together to snipe the fish that escaped the net. These mechanical beasts look primitive in their fighting style, but if it were us in the past, we would have suffered a great loss. Graham sighed. Not only the promotion from B class to A class, but also the significant improvement in the performance of the machine body, made them perform easily and comfortably in the battle. If it were the Dawn Gundam and Flag Gundam in the past, it would be easy for them to be entangled by these mechanical beasts and then be dragged to death by the human wave tactics. Not only the number of books, but also the performance of the mechanical beasts and the strange attack methods were not something they could easily deal with in the past. So we can't stop. Haha, of course. Graham, you go to support the air gorilla team. Great Demon Typhoon. A terrible tornado erupted from the Great Demon's chest, destroying everything in its path. Any mechanical beast caught in the tornado exploded under the cutting of the wind blade and the pulling and crushing of the huge force. Get his tomahawk, Boomerang. The huge sharp tomahawk spun at high speed, sank into the cluster of mechanical beasts, drew an elegant arc, and finally returned to get his hands. It seems that you can do it alone, Ryuma. The Great Demon and the Shin-Geta Dragon stood back to back, and Kentetsu also teased. After all, Geta is a Trinity robot, and only when 3 people are together can it exert its true power. The former Ryuma was also immature and needed the reminders and help of the other 2 companions, but now, Shin-Geta Dragon is only driven by Ryuma, and it still exerts a strong combat power. I am fighting with Hayato and Benkei on my back, and I will never lose. Ryuma smiled casually. Because of his negligence before, the other 2 companions were seriously injured, and Shin-Geta was also seriously injured. If Shin-Geta Dragon had not suddenly appeared at that time, and Mikazuki and others had not rescued him in time, the injured companions would not even have the opportunity to go to the hospital, and Ryuma would not have had a chance to survive. Oh, you're so bold. Compared to that side, you've already lost. Jiantai continued to tease. The Great Demon and the real Gatarin looked at the direction of Dawn Ersterlin, Creation, and Flag Abskneden, cut, together. It was visible to the naked eye that the number of mechanical beasts was rapidly decreasing. Even if the Great Demon and the real Gatarin were at full firepower, they could not beat them. Tisk, that kid Mikazuki really wasn't exaggerating. Liu Longma had also heard of Yang Hui from Mikazuki and others. He was a versatile talent who was as powerful as a monster. At first, Liu Longma didn't care. He had seen the abilities of Mikazuki and Wildness Barbatus, Wildness. A strong man who could make him willingly admit that he must have real abilities, but as powerful as a monster. He didn't believe it. He was also a warrior who had survived cruel wars such as the Lunar War, and had saved the Earth and mankind from crises several times, and had defeated real monsters. But now, I have to say that Mikazuki and the others are not exaggerating. Unlike the powerful sweeps of the Great Demon and Geta, every shot and every sword is precisely calculated, and the only goal is to achieve the best results. It is all textbook-like and stereotyped, but through arrangement and combination, it becomes art. I won't lie. At this time, Mikazuki's voice came from the communication system, full of wildness, and it can also make people feel the inner calmness and rationality. I didn't say you lie. Ryoma was speechless. He admired Mikazuki's wildness in battle. He was the same kind of person as him, turning himself into a beast to fight, and at the same time using reason to control the wildness, but, just in battle, the usual Mikazuki. Ryoma can't handle it, it's too unreliable. Ha, I finally met someone you can't handle, Ryoma. Jiantai also laughed. You guy. Tetsuya. Be careful. What? In the blink of an eye, without any sign, a purple humanoid super robot suddenly appeared next to the Great Demon, and the tentacle-like fingers of its right hand stretched out and wrapped around the Great Demon, imprisoning him tightly. Tetsuya. Mr. Tetsuya. Seeing this, Rabbit Team, SRX Team and Shin-Geta Dragon were all anxious to rescue him, but the purple super robot put the tip of its left cane against the cockpit of the Great Demon's head, so they dared not act rashly. Long time no see, Ken Tetsuya. You are Baron Ashura. Aren't you dead? Ken Tetsuya was shocked. In the war 10 years ago, he and Kabuto Koji killed this person with their own hands. Baron Ashura, the founder of the Hell Legion, was a loyal servant created by the genius scientist Dr. Hell. He was half man and half woman. Yes, I'm dead, but I'm back from hell. What? Even though Kabuto Koji ran away, you who also possess the power of the demon god can also be used as a key. So, just follow me obediently, Kintetsu, to realize my ideals and the ambitions of Lord Hell. Dr. Hell, what exactly is your conspiracy? Kintetsu is trying to break free from Baron Ashura while trying to get Baron Ashura to speak, but unfortunately, the imprisoned great demon god seemed to be asleep and had no reaction at all. You'll know when the time comes, Kintetsu, there's no need to try. Now that the great demon god has been caught by me, there's no chance for him to escape. Just follow me obediently, ho ha ho ha. Baron Ashura laughed confidently. That won't work. What? Rub. Chapter 1308 Temporary Victory. Of course, Ashura Baron would not ignore his back, including the blind spots behind him, the top of his head, and the soles of his feet, which were all the places where he had the most stringent defense, but it was too fast, really too fast, so fast that Ashura Baron had no time to react at all. Several streams of light flashed, passing through the tentacles wrapped around the body of the great demon, and they were cut off with a sound. At the same time, Ashura Baron P1's cane and left arm were also cut off. Bang! Ah! Ashura Baron had no time to react, and his body was severely damaged. At the same time, a golden meteor streaked across the sky, and Dawn Ersterlin, creation, kicked Ashura P1 hard, kicking it away from the great demon. No matter what conspiracy you have, Gianti is also our companion, and we can't let you take him away easily. Yang Hui's voice came through the public channel, disdainful and cold. Damn it, are you one of the people Lord Hell was talking about? Baron Ashura was furious after getting his chance, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Before he took action, Dr. Hell had repeatedly warned him to be careful of the Promised Legion, and the performance of Dawn Ersterlin, creation, just now was so fast that he didn't react at all. He saw the sword-shaped GN Super Dragoon in the stream of light, which accurately cut off the tentacles of Ashura P1 without hurting the great demon god at all. This strength also made him wary. In the current situation, Baron Ashura has already planned to retreat. Giantai can be caught by surprise once, but there is no second chance, and there are many heroes around him. Not to mention catching Giantai, he himself can hardly escape death. Want to run? Can you run away? Yang Hui sneered. Ersterlin, creation, sprayed golden particles around and laid a thin light curtain that was imperceptible to the naked eye. This was not a protective force field, but a barrier force field that interfered with space. No matter whether it was technology or magic, in the final analysis, the means of instant disappearance were all using energy to affect space. To prevent people from escaping through special means, it was enough to block the surrounding space. Visitors from another world, you are really troublesome. Baron Ashura really felt that he was covered by an invisible cover, and it was impossible to use the last resort to evacuate. But do you think I will surrender like this? Too naive? Really? I thought it would be easier. Before Yang Hui finished speaking, Baron Ashura P1 split from the middle and became two individuals acting alone. The center of the split was actually covered with steel spikes. It looked like a cruel Iron Maiden. The body of the same person was divided into two halves. The male and female Barons Ashura controlled different halves of the machine respectively, and attacked Dawn Ersterlin, creation, tacitly. If it were someone else, they might be in trouble. Baron Ashura's driving skills were not weak. Even if he was divided into two, he still had a tacit understanding like one person. Even the two old opponents, Kabuto Koji and Kintetsu, would find it difficult. But for Yang Hui, but it's not much different. Swish! The golden particles instantly condensed into two sharp swords wrapped in purple-black wormhole energy in the hands of Dawn Ersterlin, creation. The body rotated and drove the arms, and the sword light flashed. The Ashura Baron P1, who was still dislocated and Didor, crossed Dawn Ersterlin, creation, in a straight line. After flying a distance, a thin line appeared at the waist, and the upper and lower parts separated into four pieces. Boom boom boom. They exploded at the same time. This Ashura Baron was defeated just like that. Even if Giantai was mature and steady, and had rich combat experience, it was difficult for him to accept what was happening in front of him for a while. He was confident that he could defeat Ashura Baron head-on, but it would definitely take a hard fight, and it would not be so easy and comfortable. Are you okay? Dawn Ersterlin, creation, connected to the communication of the great demon god, and Yang Hui asked. It's okay. Thank you for your rescue, Colonel Yang Hui. It's our job. Let's end the battle as soon as possible. Also, be careful. The offensive of the mechanical beasts may not slow down. Yang Hui reminded Jian Ti that the reason he was able to save him was that he happened to find the trace of Baron Ashura and caught him off guard. Yang Hui would not always stay by Jian Ti's side to protect him. Thanks for the reminder. I will be careful. If Liu Longma heard this, he would get angry, but Jian Ti was definitely not like that. He accepted Yang Hui's reminder sincerely. Although he didn't know what the purpose of the Hell Legion was, he was sure that he was the target. Protecting himself was to stop the enemy's conspiracy. Besides, Yang Hui just saved him. Well, I'll go to support other directions. The battle was not over yet. Although Baron Ashura was killed, the offensive of the mechanical beasts did not weaken at all. There were still mechanical beasts emerging continuously, indicating that Baron Ashura was not the controller of the mechanical beasts. By the way, Colonel Yang Hui, the Hell Legion should be targeting the demon power, and Koji is also in danger. Don't worry, Captain Mitsuha has contacted Koji Kirbuto of the Photon Power Research Institute and confirmed that he is safe. He has also sent the Marine Corps to support him. That's good. Don Ersterlin, creation, nodded, turned into a meteor again and disappeared in front of the great demon god, breaking through the sky, sinking into another dark cloud, and began to hold the second fireworks festival. Tetsuya, are you okay? Shin Gadarin came to the great demon god, and Ryuma asked with concern. I'm fine. Tisk, I didn't expect that you would be rescued one day, an expert in combat. Ryuma teased. He and Jian Tai were also companions who had experienced life and death together many times. When his brother was in trouble, he was powerless. Ryuma still felt guilty, and at the same time, he recognized Yang Hui more, not only for his powerful strength, but also for his kindness in saving Jian Tai. Is this considered a taunt? Heh. Okay, Ryoma, let's end this battle quickly. Haha, of course. Go ahead. Okay. In the mountains and forests not far from the battlefield, a small flying vehicle floated on the branches. Dr. Hell was gazing at the battlefield in the distance like an old monk in meditation. Even the death of Baron Ashura did not cause any ripples. Lord Hell. Brocken. I'm very sorry, Lord Hell, I failed and let Kabuto Cow escape, but we have occupied the ruins and Gragan has fallen into our hands. Well, let's retreat. Retreat? But the other side was surprised. Although they failed to capture Kabuto Cow, the most important thing was already in their hands. However, because it was too big to take away, they could only stay and defend it. If they retreated now, their efforts would be in vain. Ashura failed. The ruins and Gragan could not be taken by force. Tisk, that rubbish. The other end of the communication cursed, and then agreed, I understand, Lord Hell. Yet, after hanging up the communication, Dr. Hell continued to look at the battlefield, his eyes mainly focused on the successfully awakened Dawn series, such as Ersterlin, Creation, and Abskneden, Cut. Wherever they passed, no matter what type of mechanical beasts, they could not last more than a second before turning into fireworks and debris. The visitors from another world, the Promised Legion, are really difficult. I have to ask them for a little more help. I can't fight them with only mechanical beasts. After the voice fell, Dr. Hell already knew the outcome of this battle and turned around to leave, but before leaving, he took another look at the fierce battlefield. These mechanical beasts are for you. As many chess pieces as you want. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. After Dr. Hell left, the offensive of the robot army began to slow down, and no new robot appeared. The hundreds of robot beasts that remained also quickly disappeared under the counterattack of the local defenders and draggy crews, until the last robot beast was pierced through the chest, and the battle was declared over. It's finally over. Aggie St. Claus slumped on the ground, leaning against a feet of the fierce Bird 30. After the battle, considering the fatigue of everyone, Mitsuha Greywale did not force them to return to draggy crews immediately to rest on the spot, and at the same time, they remained on guard to prevent the enemy from making a surprise attack. Aggie, is this your first time experiencing a battle of this scale? Tianhehu and Ji Daoji came side by side. Their physical fitness was far superior to that of the Earthlings. Although they were tired, they could still move freely. Nonsense, I was just a homeless person before. Aggie St. Claus cursed angrily. Although he had undergone hellish training and experiments in Agency A when he was a child, it was the first time that he had actively fought for so long and faced such a large enemy. In addition, he almost died of exhaustion in the cockpit due to his long period of wandering and neglect of exercise. I see, everyone is very tired. Tian Heima looked around. This area was the temporary resting place of Dredge Cruz's MIS troops. Everyone came out of the cockpit and sat on the ground, unable to move. Their driving suits were soaked with sweat. So, is this the real battle? We are really frogs in the well. Deckard, who had just joined, couldn't help but sigh. Although the brave police were all robots, machines would also experience mental fatigue, not to mention the damage suffered in battle. Shouldn't it be considered as such? Ida Takamori collapsed at the feet of R1 and said, even in our world, wars don't reach this scale. That's right. Gulen K and Lattice F Pursuit nodded in agreement. Unless the war between the Earth Federation and DC was a decisive battle with the mobilization of the entire army, how could it be on such a scale? It seems that you still lack training. At this time, Jian Tetsuya and Liu Longma came side by side. Liu Longma smiled and taught them that the scale of the battle 10 years ago was similar to that of today. As expected of Mr. Tetsuya and Mr. Ryoma. Everyone sighed. After fighting for so long, they still have the physical strength to move freely. Are they really still Earthlings? By the way, according to the order of Colonel Yang Hui, all personnel should rest on the spot for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the machine will be sent back to Drestriga, and they will pack up and go to the new Photonics Research Institute. Huh? XN. Chapter 1309, Infinite Demon God. Welcome to the new Photonic Power Research Institute. I'm Director Sayaka. She had wanted to greet the Dredge Cruz people who had just saved the new Fuji Research City, but except for the leader Mitsuha Greywall, Yang Hui and others, the large group of people following behind were all dejected, as if their souls had been taken away. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Hello, Director Sayaka. I'm the person in charge of Dredge Cruz, Lieutenant Colonel Mitsuha Greywall. I'm Colonel Yang Hui, the inspector of Dredge Cruz. Excuse me. What's wrong with everyone? Sayaka couldn't help but whisper to Mitsuha Greywall and Yang Hui. They. Mitsuha Greywall turned her head and took a look. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. She knew that they were all very tired, but Sayaka and Kabuto Cow, who had not yet appeared, invited everyone to come, saying that there was something they must see. Helplessly, she could only order them to follow her despite their fatigue. Come on. Otherwise, everyone will have to do extreme training. Yang Hui couldn't stand it any longer. This was really embarrassing in front of potential companions, so Yang Hui shouted immediately. Hey. Got it. And sure enough, Yang Hui had a deterrent power that Sanai Greywall didn't have. With just one sentence, the people who had lost their souls quickly cheered up and straightened their backs. Oh. Sayaka looked at this scene, and the corners of her mouth twitched. In her heart, her evaluation of Sanai Greywall and Yang Hui immediately rose to a higher level, surpassing Sanai Greywall. I'm very sorry, Director Sayaka, for letting you see my embarrassing side. I'm really a little tired after just going through a big battle. Seeing that everyone had cheered up, Yang Hui changed back to a gentle and peaceful smile and greeted Sayaka formally. No, it's okay. We didn't think it through. Sayaka secretly cursed herself for being careless. She forgot that the war had just ended. Dredge Cruz, who participated in the war and served as the main fighting force, must be very tired. She invited them without giving them time to rest, and mentioned something very important. This was indeed a bit inappropriate. It's okay. They will feel tired after such a small battle, which means they still need to exercise. Yang Hui just said it. He was very satisfied with them in his heart. Not to mention them, even Yang Hui, who was promoted to a level, would be exhausted if he participated in a battle of this scale without Dawn Ersterlin, creation. Then Director Sayaka, what is the very important thing you mentioned? Mitsuha Greywall asked Sayaka. We should know the purpose of the Hell Legion's attack this time. Sayaka answered with a serious expression. Oh? What is it? Mitsuha Greywall asked. This is too important. There must be something vital that can make so many mechanical beasts besiege the new Fuji Research City. This is not the place to talk. Everyone, please follow me. Under Sayaka's leadership, everyone took the elevator to the underground station and boarded the express train to the ruins on the side of Mount Fuji. Here, They saw a scene that they would never forget in their lifetime. It was estimated that the huge demon god was 100 meters tall. The unearthed part was only the upper body, which was enough to shock everyone, including Yang Hui. Director Sayaka, this is. What we can be sure of now is that this is a demon god from the ancient Mycenaean civilization. Although we don't know how such a huge demon god was built in ancient times, what we can be sure of is that in the process of analyzing the basic structure, there are several discoveries that are enough to make current science and technology advance for more than 100 years, so we named it, Infinite Demon God. It was not Sayaka who answered Mitsuha Grey-Wale, but Kabuto Kaoji who came in a suit. His younger brother Kabuto Shiro, who is also a member of the Federation Army, followed him, as well as Ken Tetsuya's wife, Yan Chun, who was pregnant. Koji nodded to Sayaka who greeted him, and then introduced himself to everyone. Hello everyone, welcome to your arrival. I am Koji Kabuto, a researcher at the New Photonics Institute. Nice to meet you. I am Mitsuha Grey-Wale, the head of Dreki Crews. I am Yang Hui, the inspector of Dreki Crews. I have heard your names for a long time, especially Colonel Yang Hui. Koji Kabuto shook hands with the two of them, looking at Yang Hui with curiosity and expectation. Me. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment. Although he was powerful, he was not promoted in the Federation Army, right? The information of Dreki Crews was also very high in the Federation Army. Why would Koji Kabuto pay so much attention to him? Yes, one of Professor Ifman's most proud students. During the time we were studying together, the professor often mentioned him to me. To be honest, my ears are almost calloused. Koji Kabuto said with a wry smile. What a disaster. Yang Hui laughed and shook his head, expressing sympathy to Koji Kabuto. Indeed. Kabuto Kaur seemed to have found a soulmate. Professor Elfman was indeed a big shot in the scientific community. He had never been exposed to photon force before, but in a very short time he read and understood all the current theoretical knowledge and literature. He was originally just assisting from the side, but in just 1 month, he took the leading position. Even Kabuto Kaur and Sayaka, who had been studying photon force, could only follow him in research. So they all respected Professor Elfman very much, but there was only one thing, that was that when Professor Elfman was resting or when his assistants could not keep up with his thinking speed, he always liked to mention Yang Hui and Billy Katajiri, his two most outstanding and proud students. By the way, where's the professor? Yang Hui asked. He was a little confused when he did not see Professor Elfman at this moment. Professor. As he said that, Kabuto Kaur looked at the infinite demon behind him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Well, Yang Hui understood and was immersed in research again. Mr. Koji, I have a question. Mitsuha Grey-Wale asked Koji Kabuto with a serious expression. Director Sayaka just told us that you may know the target of the Hell Legion's large-scale attack. Is she talking about this infinite demon? If nothing unexpected happens, yes. Koji Kabuto nodded and confirmed, the research projects of the new Fuji Research City are basically civilian technology, how to integrate photon power into people's lives to make it more convenient, and the research projects of the Photon Power Research Institute, I don't think it's worth Dr. Hell's effort to snatch them. The only thing he can think of is the infinite demon. No, not only that. At this time, Kintetsu also stood beside his wife and said to Koji Kabuto, there should be me, or you, Koji. He did not forget that he was almost captured alive by Baron Ashura, and Baron Ashura also said that Koji Kabuto was the enemy's original target, and he was just a substitute. Yes, I know. Kabuto Kaur nodded and said, when the Mechanical Beast Corps attacked the research city, this place was also attacked by the Iron Cross Corps. Thanks to Lisa, we were able to escape. Okay, everyone, this is not the place to chat. Sayaka couldn't stand it anymore. The guests who came from afar started chatting in an open place, and it was too rude, so she interrupted everyone. Captain Mitsuha, Colonel Yang Hui, let's talk somewhere else. I guess Colonel Yang Hui also wants to see the professor. If possible, it's better not to meet. Yang Hui's heart shouted. Now he absolutely didn't want to see Professor Elfman. He would either be scolded for interrupting his research, or be dragged into the laboratory by him, or be scolded first and then dragged into the laboratory. No problem. Of course, these words couldn't be said, and Mitsuha Grey-Wale also agreed first. Who wants to go with us? Yang Hui turned around and asked everyone, mainly Char, Amuro, Kamui and others. Most of the people present were ordinary pilots. It was a bit difficult for them to participate in the discussion of strategy and intelligence analysis. "I'll go with you," Char said. Although he was not a decision-maker in Dreddy Cruise, he could also help analyze intelligence. "Let's go together." Tian Haigo and Ji Daoji stood up and said that they represented GGG. They were the only ones who could represent GGG at the scene, so they naturally couldn't be absent. "I must be indispensable." Liu Longma also stood up. He was not familiar with the rest of the people. Although he knew that he would join Dreddy Cruise, now, he was more concerned about the conspiracy of the Hell Legion. Yang Hui saw that no one else spoke, so he naturally didn't want to get involved, so he asked Amuro and Kamui to keep an eye on them and not run around. Sayaka also said that she would arrange someone to lead them to visit the ruins. Everyone came to the temporary reception room, and Sayaka and Yanchun also prepared tea for everyone. "Sorry for neglecting you all." "It's okay." "Then, let's continue with the previous topic, Mr. Jair. Based on your research on demons and ancient Mycenaean civilization, what do you think is Dr. Hell's purpose in wanting to obtain the infinite demon, and you, or Mr. Tetsuya?" Yang Hui asked Jair Dao. "Sorry, I can't answer this question." Kabuto Kawa shook his head. He was no longer at the age of making random guesses and would not draw conclusions based on his own ideas. According to Lisa's description, the infinite demon possesses a powerful force called Gragan. Dr. Hell wants to obtain the infinite demon in order to obtain this power, but what can this power do, how to activate it, and why Tai and I are also targets? I dare not jump to conclusions. In other words, it is certain that the infinite demon possesses powerful power and is targeted by the other party. Yang Hui concluded, in this case, we have to send heavy troops to guard it. That's right, no matter what, we must not let the enemy get the infinite demon. Mitsuha Greywale agreed, and the others nodded in agreement. If Dreddy Cruise had not happened to catch up with the attack this time, it would have been impossible to defend it with the garrison here, as well as the 4 machines of the Great Demon, the Real Jeteran, Flagabskneden, Cut, and Barbatus Wilderness, Wild. But Dreddy Cruise has other tasks, and he can't stay here to guard the infinite demon god forever. The world is not only threatened by the Hell Army. I have reported this to General Rebel. Sayaka said. General Rebel also promised to send a fleet to stay in the research city. Hey. One fleet is not enough. The formation of the Hell Army today is not something that a Federation fleet can resist. Ryuma retorted. In his impression, the Federation fleet was too weak to be of any use. Of course it is not an ordinary fleet. General Rebel promised the fleet of the Promise Army. He will transfer the 3rd fleet originally stationed here back, and Mr. Kara and Mr. Eslan will also come back together. Is that so? That's no problem. Ryuma has not come into contact with the fleet of the Promise Army, but he also knows how powerful they are. And Kira and Aslan mentioned by Sayaka are probably the same as Mikazuki. With 2 such top combat forces, there should be no problem. With them here, there will be no problem. Speaking of Lisa. Bang! Before Yang Hui finished speaking, the door of the room opened, and everyone saw Professor Elfman running in hurriedly. Little bastard, come and help me record the data. Wait. Professor. Let me go first. I have something important here. Nothing is more important than my research project. Come here quickly. Yang Hui, Greek letter Epsilon, 3 Billy, where are you? I miss you so much. Chapter 1310, Get out of the way. I'm going to show you my real skills. Alice. Master Yang Hui, the professor has let you go. Why are you still sighing? Ryukinosaki tried to hold back his smile and comforted the crestfallen Yang Hui. You don't understand. Yang Hui said meaningfully, with a complicated expression. He is feeling lucky that the professor let him go, but also sad that his position is no longer secure. Xia knows Yang Hui very well, how could he not know the complicated emotions in his heart? That's right, Yang Hui was almost dragged into the laboratory by Professor Elfman. Once dragged in, it would be difficult to get out. Fortunately, Professor Elfman finally listened to Yang Hui's words before he stepped into the laboratory, and let him go, muttering, okay, with Lisa here, you are just recording data, it doesn't make much difference whether you are here or not. Ahem, Colonel Yang Hui, how about, let's get back to the topic. Sayaka and others also tried hard to hold back their laughter. Who would have thought that Yang Hui, who was powerful and had a strong aura, was really no different from a child facing his parents in front of Professor Elfman. It's really a case of one thing conquering another. Hey, where were we talking about just now? Yang Hui forgot what he wanted to ask just now after being disturbed by Professor Elfman. You asked about Lisa. Rukinosaki reminded Yang Hui that although it was a natural thing, Rukinosaki had never given up his duties as an assistant and secretary. Oh, yes, Mr. Koji, who is that Lisa? Yang Hui asked. Not only did Koji mention Lisa twice, but both times were in key positions. Professor Elfman also attached great importance to Lisa, which made him very curious. Koji was okay, but there were only a handful of people who could be valued by Professor Elfman, so he had to pay attention to her. Lisa is the control module of Infinite Demon God. The full name is Large Intelligence System Agent, or LISA for short. According to our concept, it can also be called a humanoid computer. It is similar to the auxiliary super AI used by the Federation Army's standard machine, but it is more advanced. It connects people and machines with huge computing power. It cannot be manufactured with our current technology. It is a product of ancient Mycenaean technology. Koji explained to everyone. It's just that the taste of the manufacturer is questionable. Although it is a humanoid computer, 91% of its body is biological parts. It also likes to call others master and likes to play homophonic puns. Sayaka looked at Koji with a face full of resentment and added to everyone. X and smell it, it's the smell of melon. It's not my fault, okay. Kabuto Koji's face flushed, and he explained awkwardly, at that time, Infinite Demon had an abnormality, so I went forward to check, and then she appeared. Who knew that her system was initialized at that time, so she registered me as her administrator. Yes, so you feel at ease and enjoy her calling you master, and even upgraded to husband. Japanese stock, no. Humph. I see that you look very enjoying it. I told you not to. Of course Kabuto Koji enjoyed it. The war 10 years ago made Kabuto Koji grow up rapidly, but he is still a teenager in terms of love and women. Lisa is so cute, calling him master or something, it's great. But, also consider the occasion. There are so many familiar and unfamiliar people around you, it's too embarrassing for you to say it directly like this. Question mark. Humph. Baji. Suddenly, the air became quiet, and Kabuto Koji and Sayaka, who were arguing, heard the sound and both stared with dead fish eyes. Everyone gathered together, chewing melons that they had gotten from nowhere, and each of them had a bottle of Coke, looking at the two of them expectantly. The only person who wanted to say something was Yang Hui, who was being held by Yang Hui and Liu Longma, covering his mouth tightly. It's okay, just pretend we don't exist. How is that possible? X2 go on, we like to watch. Who cares if you like to watch it or not? X2 Kabuto Koji and Sayaka roared in shame and anger at the same time. This is a formal occasion. Can you be serious? Ryoma. Where is your animal nature? Question mark. How can you show an expression like an uncle smile? Question mark. Keep your personality for me. Colonel Yang Hui. Let Ho go. He's almost suffocating. At this time, Koji and Sayaka have a tacit understanding. Jian Ti's wife Yan Chun covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes. They really have a good understanding. People who are familiar with Kabuto Koji and Sayaka know that the two should have been together 10 years ago. They liked each other, but because Kabuto Koji was dull in love, he kept delaying time with various excuses. The most important words were just unsaid, and he didn't even do anything to deepen his feelings. Sayaka also had problems. Although she liked Kabuto Koji very much, she didn't take any proactive actions in line with her woman's modesty. Therefore, the emotional problems of the two have been neither hot nor cold, and they haven't even officially become boyfriend and girlfriend. The two are not young anymore, and Sayaka feels tired. She has the idea of letting go completely and is ready to follow her father's arrangement to go on a blind date. So Yan Chun, Ken Tetsuya, and Kabuto Shiro also seized the opportunity to assist the two, but, in Yang Hui's opinion, it's not good, they are too weak, it's time to show their real skills. Oh? So Director Sayaka is Mrs. Kabuto. Yang Hui said with regret. Huh? Mrs. Kabuto? What the hell? We're not married yet. As expected, Kabuto Kaur didn't understand Yang Hui's inner meaning at all. In Sayaka's expression, which was originally shy and expectant, then quickly disappointed and turned into resentment, he refuted seriously. Isn't it? Yang Hui's expression suddenly changed from regret to expectation and relief. Of course not. So, I still have a chance. Yang Hui put down the melon peel and empty Coke bottle in his hand, tidied his clothes, and turned into a perfect gentleman and walked towards Sayaka. So, Director Sayaka, would I have the honor to invite you to dinner? Huh? Huh? The plot developed too fast, catching Sayaka and Kabuto Kaoru off guard. Even Amami, Kato Ikumi, and Kabuto Shiro, who were watching on the side, were stunned. This. Colonel Yang Hui, is it? Wait. Sayaka is my girlfriend. I don't know why, seeing Yang Hui inviting Sayaka, Kabuto Kaoru finally got anxious, blurted out the words that he dared not say on weekdays, and directly admitted that Sayaka was his girlfriend. Great. XN Yanshin, Kentetsuya and Ryuma silently gave a thumbs up. This move was much better than their assists, and finally made Kabuto Kaoru admit that Sayaka was his girlfriend. Aren't you married yet? If you're not married, I still have a chance. Yang Hui answered Kabuto Kaoru with a smile on his face, then looked at Sayaka, his eyes full of affection, and blinked gently. After all, Director Sayaka is so outstanding and so beautiful. Colonel Yang Hui. Sayaka received Yang Hui's eyes and understood that Yang Hui was deliberately provoking Kabuto Kaoru, but I was still very shy. Praising her for being beautiful and outstanding. Kaoru has never praised me like this. And, a gentle smile with a handsome face is simply a foul. No. Absolutely not. Sayaka. You can't agree to him. Kabuto felt a huge threat and immediately stopped Sayaka behind him. His eyes were full of hostility when he looked at Yang Hui. The good impression he had originally had was now gone. What is your purpose, you guy? Purpose? I just want to invite Director Sayaka on a date. A gentleman loves a beautiful lady. Facing Kabuto's questioning, Yang Hui answered Kabuto with a puzzled expression. It was obviously just an ordinary invitation. Why should he treat him as an enemy? No. Sayaka won't agree to you. This requires Director Sayaka to answer in person, doesn't it? Yang Hui maintained a gentle smile. Compared with the two sides, Kabuto was completely at a disadvantage. You. Sayaka. Don't agree to him. Kabuto was speechless and could only pin his hopes on Sayaka, hoping that she would refuse. That? Colonel Yang Hui. Sayaka. Seeing the shy expression on Sayaka's face, Kabuto Kaoru was so disheartened that she blurted out, Sayaka is my fiancé. We are planning to get married. Please don't harass us. Fuck. My way is awesome. And how can this be fast-forwarded? This is simply a super triple jump. In just a few minutes, they upgraded from no relationship to boyfriend and girlfriend, and then to engaged couple. Question mark. Come on, big brother Yang Hui. Try harder. Let them get the marriage certificate directly. Kaoru. Seeing Kabuto Kaoru care about her so much and say that she is his fiancé in front of so many people, she was extremely moved, because the grievance and disappointment caused by Kabuto Kaoru's dullness disappeared. Women are such emotional creatures, unless they are really disappointed, they can be moved by a small gesture. So it's your fiancé. Yang Hui's expression changed again, from gentle to regretful, and then he asked, then, can you tell me your wedding date? I want to know how much time I have left. This. Kabuto turned his head and glanced at Sayaka. The extremely expectant look made him feel very stressed, and he hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Brother. You are too cowardly. As his younger brother, Kabuto Shiro couldn't stand it. He was so manly just now, why is he so cowardly now? Question mark. Director Sayaka is still waiting for your answer. Call me sister-in-law. Shiro reminded Kabuto Shiro with a joking face. Oh, right. Sayaka's sister-in-law. Shiro. I think today is a good day, why don't we go now? Calculate the time, and you can also register for the marriage certificate. Yan Chun suggested to Jian Ti. Good idea, but we have to leave now to catch up. Jian Ti replied with a smile. Don't be so troublesome, I can use my authority to ask the staff here to register at home. Sanai Grewale added in time. Well, it seems I have no chance at all. Yang Hui shook his head regretfully, and then, looked at Dao Jieter with a joking look on his face. You guys. At this point, Dao Jieter didn't understand that everyone was teaming up to play a trick on him. You guys are plotting against me. Chapter 1311 Happy Fatherhood. So, you finally got it. Professor, stop talking. At this moment, Professor Elfman's research also came to an end temporarily. He brought Lisa, who was assisting in the research of Infinite Demon, to find Yang Hui and others. After hearing what happened, he couldn't help but smile like an uncle. In the past few months, he had seen through Koji Kabuto and Sayaka. One was dull and the other was reserved. A good relationship was almost wasted. As a result, Yang Hui unexpectedly showed off a wave of operations. Koji Kabuto and Sayaka actually jumped directly from an ambiguous relationship to the point of registering for marriage. Why didn't I realize that you are so eloquent? Professor Elfman looked at Yang Hui again, his expression a little weird. In his impression, Yang Hui has this ability? Well, people also grow up. Yang Hui replied awkwardly, turning his head away and not daring to look directly at Professor Elfman's scrutiny. Professor Elfman was stunned for a moment, and looked at Ryu Konosaki behind Yang Hui. Her face was full of spring light, and he understood, after being pursued so many times, she finally grew up. Puff. Yang Hui almost vomited blood. He didn't expect that his teacher would actually stab him in the back, and it was a supercritical hit. After swallowing the old blood that was blocking his throat, Yang Hui looked at Lisa, who was pulling Sayaka to ask something excitedly. Seeing Sayaka's blushing face and panic, it was probably a private topic for women. Professor, have you learned anything about the Infinite Demon? The only thing that can be confirmed is that this thing is not from this world. Professor Elfman shook his head and said solemnly. Sure enough. After the war ended 10 years ago, the federal government has been cooperating with the Photon Power Research Institute to clear out the remnants of the Hell Legion around the world, and at the same time, it has been vigorously developing the remains of the ancient Mycenaean civilization, even during the Grimps War, the two Neo-Zeon Wars, and the Laplace Rebellion. Moreover, both the old Photonic Power Research Institute and the new Photonic Power Research Institute are at the foot of Mount Fuji, so close that if the Infinite Demon has always existed, it would have been discovered long ago, and it would not have waited until now. Then, there is only one explanation, that the Infinite Demon suddenly appeared in this world through the DBD phenomenon. Take a look at this. Professor Elfman passed a document to Yang Hui. Yang Hui clicked it and frowned. This is it. This is the ancient Mycenaean text. These records were discovered by studying the Infinite Demon. According to the research on ancient Mycenaean documents, the Infinite Demon has a powerful power that can change the entire world in an instant. Professor Elfman said, but unfortunately, the decryption is still in progress and the content is not complete. Where does this power come from? How to activate it? How to change the world, are all mysteries. Dragon. Huh? You also know this word? Professor Elfman was surprised. Not only did he hear this word from Lisa, but this word also appeared frequently during the translation process. During the battle, I heard Baron Assurin mention it. I see. By the way, Professor, about Lisa. Follow me. After he finished speaking, Professor Elfman stood up. Yang Hui followed behind Professor Elfman. Seeing this, Ken Tetsuya, Ryu Raima, Amamigo and Kato Jeshi stood up and followed. Professor Elfman didn't say much, but when Kabuto Kaur was about to stand up, Professor Elfman said, Kaur, you stay. Professor. Stay. Understood. Kabuto Kaur was confused. He didn't know why Ken Tetsuya, Ryu Raima, Amamigo and Kato Jeshi could follow, but he was asked to stay. Was there any information he couldn't know? However, out of trust in Professor Elfman, he didn't investigate further. Kabuto Kaur also received a look from Ken Tetsuya and Ryu Raima, asking him to be patient and they would follow. Several people followed Professor Elfman to the laboratory. Before everyone could ask questions, Professor Elfman opened a report. Only he knew about this report. Even Kabuto Koji and Lisa, who had been assisting him, did not know about it. This is it. And everyone looked at the report and was shocked. Hey, old man, are you kidding me? Ryuma was too shocked to believe what he saw, so he asked self-deceivingly. I actually hope this is a joke. Professor Elfman turned around to face everyone and answered Liu Longma, since it's a humanoid computer, 91% of biological components, don't you think it's too high? It's putting the cart before the horse. Since it's a humanoid computer, the addition of mechanical components to computing speed must be higher than that of biological components, unless. Two possibilities. Yang Hui said seriously. First, Lisa was originally a human being and underwent acquired transformation, replacing some biological components with mechanical components to achieve the purpose of information computing. Second, the biotechnology used to manufacture Lisa has reached a very high level, far exceeding the improvements brought by mechanical technology. Unfortunately, I didn't find a very high level of biotechnology from Lisa. Of course, it doesn't rule out that the other party's technology is already so advanced that I can't discover it, but although Professor Eifman didn't say it explicitly, the answer is already obvious. Compared to the latter with a very low probability, he prefers the former, and there is also the information on the display screen as evidence. That is to say, Lisa is really among the crowd. Only Yang Hui was a researcher, but everyone could understand this report. The title clearly stated Paternity Test Report. There were 3 copies in total, corresponding to Kabuto Koji, Sayaka and Lisa. Below, the genetic match was as high as 99.99%. The final conclusion was, Lisa and Kabuto Koji were father and son, and Lisa and Sayaka were mother and son. Although Lisa came from a parallel world, in a sense. Yes, Lisa is the biological daughter of Koji and Sayaka. Professor Elfman's words were like a gavel on the bench, making the final judgment. Ha ha ha. Ryoma suddenly laughed, scaring everyone. What are you doing? Jian Tai, who was closest to him, glared at him and cursed. I'm just happy that Koji and Sayaka have a daughter. Koji, who needed our help even to confess his love and propose marriage, not only married Sayaka, but also had such a cute daughter. Ho ha ho ha. Huh? Oh, oh. And everyone caught the focus. The dull Koji Kabuto not only married Sayaka in the parallel world, but also had a daughter. In comparison, everyone looked down on Koji Kabuto in this world and despised him. However, at the same time, congratulations and blessings to Koji Kabuto and Sayaka. The birth of Lisa means that they will have children in the future, and they will be very cute and excellent. As for why Lisa came to this world with infinite demon, it seems that we have to work harder. I don't know the reason, but coming to this world with the power to change the whole world means that the world over there has encountered a crisis, and it is a disaster-level crisis. Since infinite demon has come to this world, this powerful power must not be allowed to be obtained by Dr. Hell. Of course. But I am now looking forward to Koji's expression after he knows the truth. The tough guy Ryoma actually showed a wretched smile. And it seems that not only Ryoma, but everyone is looking forward to it. So that's why the professor only let Koji stay. Jian Ti asked Professor Elfman. Well, it's better not to know about him who just proposed to her, otherwise their marriage will be mixed with impurities. Professor Elfman replied. Everyone thought about it, is it true? Think about it, they were originally planning to get married officially, but suddenly they had a daughter. Although this daughter came from a parallel world, she is also their daughter. When they think about having a daughter before getting married, they will have a feeling of marrying with a baby. Different ideas will definitely appear in their minds, so keep it secret for the time being. Ha ha ha, I like this decision. Hey, Ti, don't let it show when the time comes. Ryoma patted Jian Ti's shoulder hard and laughed. Haha, you might as well worry about yourself instead of worrying about me. Jian Ti sneered. Among the people present, Ryoma is the one who is most likely to let it show. His straightforward and heroic personality can't hide his words, let alone control his expression. I think I'd better stay away from Mr. Koji for the time being. I won't lie. Tian Heimeo raised his hand embarrassedly. Same, I won't lie either. Jideo almost agreed. Now he felt that it was a wrong decision for him to follow. Try to hide it. It's not a bad thing. Yang Hui shrugged, asking everyone not to be so nervous. With the personalities of Mr. Koji and Director Sayaka, even if they know, they will take on the responsibilities of parents. Yes. And everyone nodded in agreement. Professor, did you call us here just because of this report? Yang Hui asked Professor Eifman. Although knowing the truth about Lisa was also very important, it was also an interesting story. The next step was naturally to ask Professor Eifman about his research results on photon force. Photon force surpasses all currently known energy sources. If it can be popularized, it will greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the promise caller. Well, drive your body down later and try to simulate the prototype small photon force furnace. Professor Eifman said to Yang Hui. Oh? Have you developed it? Yang Hui was pleasantly surprised. He finally miniaturized the photon force furnace. Even the mass-produced version of the demon god, the Type 17, used a Photon 4 storage cabin. Well, we have already conducted tests and can mass-produce it, but I don't know the compatibility between the Dawn series and the Sunrise series. Among all the pilots of the Savior type Fafnir and the Dawn series, you have the strongest assimilation ability, and the highest degree of development of the Festum factor and Festum core. You can try it. No problem. Please wait a moment, Colonel Yang Hui. Professor, can you tell us, what is the assimilation and Festum you mentioned? Suddenly, Jian Tai interrupted the conversation between Professor Ifman and Yang Hui and asked seriously. I am also interested. Can you tell me about it? Liu Longma also became serious, with his hands folded in front of his chest. His wild intuition told him that this was not a good thing. Chapter 1312 The Return of the Third Fleet. Well, so, you are not from this world either. Jian Ti's expression was a bit complicated, especially after learning that the new Federation leaders such as Rebel were not from this world either. His mood was very complicated. First of all, the Federation has indeed become better. The internal corruption has been completely eliminated. The entire Federation's top management has been completely renewed. Almost all of them are practical people. The internal corruption and fighting have been reduced to a minimum. At the same time, there are not so many bad things in the Federation army. The morale is high and the strength is stronger, which can better protect the hard-won peace. Then, those who did all this were not from their own world, including Rebel and other ace elites who originally died in the One-Year War and Grimps War. They did not encounter the DBD phenomenon before they died and went to another world, but were visitors from a completely different world. There is a feeling that people from another world have occupied this world, but they are doing better than the natives of this world. I don't have any objection. Compared to Jian Ti's complicated mood, Liu Longma was much calmer. It was not that he had a strong ability to accept, but that he didn't care at all. He was originally a sinecure in the Federal Army and was not considered a member of the system. All actions were carried out alone. It didn't matter whether it was a different world or not. As long as it could make the people safer and better protect this hard-won peace, it would be fine. You can accept it so quickly, which is a great help. Yang Hui and Professor Elfman still attach great importance to telling Jian Ti and Liu Longma the truth. The Great Demon and Geta are also very powerful forces. If they are hostile to the Promised Legion, it will be a big trouble. I haven't accepted it yet. Jian Ti held his forehead and had a headache. This was the familiar Liu Longma. In fact, he himself knew the key. Yang Hui and Professor Elfman had just said that the Promise Fortress connected more than one world, and all the worlds were moving towards a stable and peaceful tone. Yang Hui didn't understand, but Professor Elfman still had some understanding. This kind of lie couldn't be told. Although there are still several connected worlds that have not yet settled down, with the powerful force of the Promise Core, he really can't imagine who can make trouble, and even if there is, it will be suppressed quickly. From a long-term perspective, it is a good thing for this world to be connected to the Promise Fortress. Not only will there be powerful foreign aid, but how huge will the resources and volume be when several worlds are connected together? Not to mention that there are worlds that can realize interstellar travel. But Jian Tai just couldn't accept the fact that the world was controlled by people from another world in the blink of an eye for a while. It's okay, you can follow us and observe with your own eyes to see if we are trustworthy. Yang Hui said to Jian Ti with a smile. It stands to reason that Jian Ti's reaction is human nature. There are still too few people with a big heart like Liu Longma. No problem. Jian Ti nodded, and it should be so. What kind of person is Yang Hui and what kind of organization is the Promise Core? Only by observing with your own eyes and feeling with your own heart can you know the true face. What others say can only be used as a reference at most. Then I will ask you to take good care of me in the future, Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. Liu Longma grinned and said to Yang Hui. Yang Hui did not hide anything just now, and made it clear that he hoped that they would join the Promised Legion and fight together in the future. To be honest, Liu Longma was still looking forward to such a life. Although he longed for peace, the warrior gene contained in his blood made him unable to rest. He had been fighting for his whole life, and suddenly there was peace and nothing to do. He would feel uncomfortable all over. It was better to fight, and it was fighting for peace. Just thinking about it made him excited. Welcome to join, Liu Longma. As for your two companions, you need to convince them in person. Yang Hui and Liu Longma held hands together. The other party was so frank and straightforward. Yang Hui naturally would not be petty and ask, "Why don't you doubt us?" or something like that. Of course, Ryuma's answer is limited to Ryuma, not including Gatter's other two pilots, Kam Hayato and Kirumi Benkei. Kam Hayato, in particular, has always been a representative of reason and cannot be as easy to accept as Ryuma. Instead of Yang Hui and others persuading him, it is better for the closest companion to explain. Although Ryuma often gives Kam Hayato a headache, the relationship between the two is quite close. As for why the two need to join, Gatter is a Trinity super robot. When the three hearts are combined into one, it is the most powerful. See, I said at the beginning that Mr. Ryuma would agree. Tianhe said to Jidaojishi beside him, with a smug look, "It seems that he won the private bet. Tisk, tell me, what do you want me to do?" Jidaojishi rolled his eyes and was willing to accept the loss. "Nothing, it's just that Commander Agassen plans to hold a formal wedding for me and Hua after the battle, and you come to be my best man." Tianhe happily said his request. In fact, Tianhe had invited Jidaojishi a long time ago, but Jidaojishi had never agreed. "Tisk, you really haven't given up yet." Jidaojishi was unhappy. He was not interested in weddings on Earth. Weddings in the 3 consecutive solar systems did not have so many mundane etiquette. Of course, you are my best partner. Tianhe Mamoru smiled innocently, leaving Jidaojishi helpless. "I'm afraid of you." "I agree." "Wow? You can't pretend not to hear this topic." Yang Hui and others on the side heard the words and naturally became interested. How can such a thing be enjoyed alone? Tianhe Mamoru and Jidaojishi are already companions. For things like marriage, everyone must have fun together. Well, it happens that Koji and Sayaka can also do it together. That's really lively. After staying in the new Fuji Research City for 3 days, the Third Fleet led by Gerhardt returned to the sky above the new Fuji Research City. If it were normal, such a large fleet floating in the sky of the city would cause panic among the people. The sudden appearance of the army indicated that a battle was about to take place here. But now, the return of the Third Fleet not only did not cause panic, but was warmly welcomed by the people. After all, they had just been attacked by the Mechanical Beast Corps, and the scale was beyond imagination. Although the local garrison and Dredge crews fought hard, no mechanical beast broke through the defense line and entered the city, but it was safer to have a strong fleet stationed in the city. Director Sayaka, the Earth Federation Army, the Promise Corps, and the Third Fleet are stationed in the new Fuji Research City under the order of General Rebel. Fleet Commander Gerhardt came to the new Photonics Research Institute with a guards led by Fram Nora and Dal Frost, and Kira and Aslan who returned together followed behind. "Thank you for your hard work, Commander Gerhardt. I'm really sorry, you should have been on a more important mission." Sayaka apologized to Gerhardt. After all, he had just left for a short time and was transferred back. "Please don't apologize, Director Sayaka. It is our duty to protect the people. No one would have expected that the mechanical beasts would attack us so soon after we left." Gerhardt exchanged a few words with Sayaka, then looked at Yang Hui and Mitsuha Greywall beside him. "Is that the woman?" Gerhardt looked at Mitsuha Greywall carefully. It had already spread within the Promise Corps that Yang Hui had accepted another half-student, and she took it very seriously. And Mitsuha Greywall seemed to be hiding a secret that she herself didn't know, so Yang Hui would stay in, Drestriga. Mr. Yang Hui, long time no see. Gerhardt's eyes were slightly aggressive, so he quickly retracted them and greeted Yang Hui. This was the first time they met since coming to this world. "I haven't seen you for a few months, Gerhardt. It's great to see you so energetic." Yang Hui patted Gerhardt on the shoulder. This promising junior has grown up to be qualified to be independent. Back then, he was a misguided teenager. It was he who guided him step by step to pull him back to the right path. At that time, they were still enemies. "Don't worry, Lord Yang Hui. It is my duty to take care of Lord Gerhardt. I will not allow Lord Gerhardt to be in a bad mood," Fram Nara said proudly. "Wow." Yang Hui's smile gradually became obscene, and his eyes went back and forth between Gerhardt and Fram Nara. Fram's temperament is getting better and better. Her face is rosy and shiny. "Not bad, very good." X and everyone is an old driver. How could they not understand Yang Hui's implication? Mr. Yang Hui, please stop teasing us, Okay. Gerhardt smiled bitterly. To him, Yang Hui was also a very important elder, the uncle of his good friend, and his guide. He respected him for sure, but his bad taste from time to time was a headache. Tisk, too mature, not as fun as Fleet. Yang Hui said disdainfully. If it was Fleet, he would definitely roll up his sleeves in a rage and prepare to fight with him, right? Would that be a legitimate way to deal with him? But Gerhard was too calm and didn't fall for it. It wasn't fun. Hell, we thank you on behalf of Fleet. Everyone shouted in their hearts, and were also glad that they were not Yang Hui's brother. Okay, Yang Hui, be serious, there are others here. Aslan warned Yang Hui, which made him recall the days when he was his guard, which was really miserable. Okay, Aslan is becoming more and more like an old woman. Yang Hui. I was wrong. Ho ha ho ha. And except for the members of the Promised Legion, everyone else looked at Yang Hui and others' playfulness with some envy. They had never seen such a superior-subordinate relationship. No, it should be said that there was no superior-subordinate relationship at all, and they were all playing together in an equal attitude. Okay, let me introduce you to Mitsuha Gray Wallace, the head of Dredge Crews and the captain of Drestliga. Chapter 1313, Formation of a Temporary Guard Team. Yang Hui introduced everyone to each other. Gerhard and others were quite interested in Mitsuha Gray Wallace. You should know that Yang Hui had not accepted students for a long time, including in the Macros F world, the Revolution Machine world, and the Sky of Fafnir world. Although he gave a lot of guidance, he did not personally train them. The last batch of students Yang Hui personally trained in the Mission world were the 12 Zodiacs and Nightmare Knights in the Lelouch world. Of course, in addition to Mitsuha Gray Wallace, there were also a group of pilots on Drestliga, who could also be considered as Yang Hui's students. However, at the beginning, they were helpless and had no one to use. Since Char arrived at Drestliga, most of the training of Ms. pilots was handed over to Char. He was only responsible for the planning before training, regular summaries after training, and temporary spot checks. Only Mitsuha Gray Wallace, as long as Yang Hui found a problem, he would point it out and guide her to the right way. Why do you suddenly want to take in students again? Kira and Aslan were chatting with Yang Hui. Gerhard was also responsible for the defense of the new Fuji Research City, so they were the only ones who had less time. Is it strange for me to take in students? Yang Hui looked at Kira and Aslan in surprise. That's why we always felt strange before. You have been in 3 worlds and you haven't taken in a single student. This doesn't fit your character. Aslan shook his head and said. Yang Hui really likes to educate people. In his words, war cannot always be fought by old members. There are not so many people with potential and awareness in each world, so we should cultivate them ourselves. Of course, Yang Hui's bad taste is definitely not ruled out. He likes to play with his younger brother and students when he's bored. Fleet has a lot to say about this. Either there is no chance, or there are no good seedlings. Yang Hui shrugged. The Skull Squad and Pixie Squad of Macros F both have great potential, and their awareness is also very high. However, when Yang Hui was in the Macros F world, he was almost too busy to take care of them. The same is true for the Fafnir world in the sky. There are constant small battles and big battles. Most of the rest time is on the way to the next battlefield. Where can I find time to take care of students? In the Revolutionary Machine world, no good seedlings were found. Ryu Kanosaki was not taught by him. Her teachers were Yulin and Sima. There is nothing to do about it. Yang Hui is now understanding the rules. In the Legion battle mode, there is almost no time for development. After arriving at the mission world, there are constant small and big battles. If you don't want the team to perform the mission, you may encounter children at the beginning. In this way, there is enough time to arrange in advance, and naturally there is enough time to personally train your direct subordinates. Well, that's right. Kira and Aslan thought about it and found that it was indeed the case. Then this woman, have you figured out her secret? Aslan asked seriously. Wait, watch your wording. Yang Hui gave Aslan a big fight. It was a normal statement, but for some reason, Yang Hui felt that this statement was not serious. Well, it was Aslan who was not serious, definitely not me. Yang Hui. Aslan was angry. It was obviously you who had a dirty mind. I will never take the blame. Ahem, I haven't figured it out yet. Don't change the subject. Okay Aslan, Yang Hui was just joking, Don't be angry, don't be angry. Kira quickly grabbed Aslan and advised, it's not the first day you have known Yang Hui. HMPH. Aslan's anger was naturally impossible to be calmed down by Kira's words, but after a moment's thought, he thought of something interesting, so he was not so angry anymore. By the way, Commander Lamias and Captain Bakulu asked me to tell you that they haven't seen you for a long time and miss you very much? Yang Hui was stunned, as if, maybe, it was true, that he hadn't reported to them for a while. Haha. Although Kira was a spectator and peacemaker from beginning to end, he felt inexplicably happy when he saw Yang Hui being humiliated. Why was that? Ahem, let's talk business. Yang Hui coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and forced a change of topic. The main problem still comes from Drestriga and AOS. What we can confirm now is that there is an unknown existence on the ship that can avoid the induction of mental waves. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be hiding in the data space of AOS. It is this thing that has been subtly influencing Mitsuha Grey Wall. Data space? Can't Prue find it? Kira asked in surprise. Yes, I can't find it. Yang Hui shook his head. The most mysterious part of the entire Drestriga is AOS. It can turn battle records into game points to slowly unlock various functions, making Drestriga stronger and stronger, and making Drestriga itself become an existence like killing monsters and upgrading in the game. There is no way to find out this. This is also the first time that Yang Hui has encountered such a difficult opponent. He can't see or touch it clearly, and he has no idea what its true self is. It is also the first time that he has encountered a research project that he is helpless about. It is like an existence in a higher dimension. He is in a low latitude and can't touch it at all. This is very difficult. Does Lord Aeolian know about this? Aslan asked seriously. I know. I reported it to him at the beginning, but he is too busy to worry about it. There are too many projects that need him to worry about. Professors and teachers also have their own projects to study. There are too many things worth studying in this world. In addition to Drestriga and AOS, there are also photon force, Geta ray, and G-stone. Once these projects are thoroughly studied, they will bring unimaginable improvements to the Promise Core. It is impossible to give up these projects for Drestriga and AOS. I understand, but I think the projects of Drestriga and AOS should be ranked first. After all, you are on Drestriga, Kira suggested with some concern. When Yang Hui disappeared before, everyone almost panicked. Don't worry, with the strength of me and Dawnbreaker Erstrelin, creation, even if we can't win, we can protect ourselves. Besides, I have Char, Amuro, Camus and Lala to accompany me, so nothing will happen. Yang Hui said to Kira and Aslan, asking them not to worry so much. Graham will also be transferred to Dreki Cruise. This is the order of the Queen. Aslan said to Yang Hui. Ah. Yang Hui was shocked. Dreki Cruise already had excessive combat power, and they transferred Graham, a powerful weapon, here. Do you think the combat power is not enough? Not only that, Mikazuki and the others will also be transferred to Dreki Cruise. The Queen and Rebel mean that the top combat forces are busy, but you must also ensure your safety. A temporary guard team will be formed. When the war situation is not so urgent in the future, people will be sent here. Kira added. This. What are the Queen and Rebel thinking? Yang Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is too much of a fuss. Now there is a need for manpower all over the world, especially the top combat forces to suppress the overall situation, and they are all transferred to him. This is also for your safety, Yang Hui. Aslan said seriously, and even Kira became serious. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1314 Arrival at Jirkustan. Earth, in the middle of the Indian Ocean, in Jirkustan, on the desert covered with yellow sand, there is a dense layer of debris, of all kinds. There are mechanical beasts, there are metal beasts, there are Zanskar Empire, there are Kingdom of Kalud, and even there are invaders. Pucci. As the rotating spear broke through the solid outer armor, pierced the flesh and blood skin, and shattered the core hidden in the body, the last invader was declared dead, and the battle in the current area was temporarily over. Tisk, it's really annoying, Gilbert. Your Highness, please give me your orders. The night-shaped, rising sun series, came to Cornelia's, Rose Witch, knelt on one knee respectfully, and waited for the Queen's orders. Send a message to Lelouch, the enemies in Area B21 have been completely eliminated, ask him where we are going next. Cornelia ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Ding ding ding. It seems that these bugs don't want us to leave like this. Just before Gilbert was about to report to Lelouch, the radar detection system showed a new reaction. Even without looking at the enemy logos that appeared one after another on the radar detection system, one could see with the naked eye that the invaders that had just been eliminated suddenly descended again, accompanied by a bloody light, one after another. Your Highness, there are so many invaders again. We have been fighting for 7 hours. If we continue to fight, I am afraid there will be casualties. Gilbert looked at the increasing number of invaders, which soon exceeded 100 and were still increasing rapidly. He couldn't help but remind Cornelia. Before this batch of invaders arrived, they had been fighting in this area for 7 hours and eliminated all kinds of enemies. The thick layer of wreckage on the ground was the best proof. It was not that Gilbert was afraid, but that they were really about to give up. Except for Cornelia, he and his team at Dalton were the top E-class pilots. The others were slightly inferior. Their physical strength and energy were about to fail. Even if the body could still hold on, the people would collapse. If they continued to fight, there would definitely be casualties. Tell Lelouch immediately to send support. Cornelia is not a reckless person who likes to show off. On the contrary, she is generous and rational on the battlefield. She is very clear about the current dangerous situation. Not to mention her subordinates, even she herself is a little overwhelmed. She has not yet been promoted to an A-class pilot, and the machine she drives is only the Rising Sun series, not the Dawn series, let alone Awakening. So she must request support, otherwise her subordinates will definitely suffer casualties. These are all elite soldiers who have survived hundreds of battles with her. Losing any one of them is enough to make her feel distressed. Yes, Your Highness. Ding ding ding. Huh? There are still enemies? No. This is it. Boom 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 boom. Before the voice fell, dozens of energy beams fell from the sky to the ground, sweeping away a large area of the invaders that appeared one after another. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and dyed the barren land with a bright color. Several meteors streaked through the sky and came to the front of the Rose Witch Knights, protecting them behind them. Cornelia, are you okay? Yang Hui asked with concern. Just by looking at the current situation on the battlefield, Yang Hui knew that they had been fighting for a long time. You still have some conscience. Cornelia raised a bright smile at the corner of her mouth. Her man always liked to appear at the most critical moment, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The Rose Witch Knights, retreat, you leave it to us. Yang Hui gave an order to Cornelia. Yang Hui heard the fatigue in Cornelia's voice. Understood. Cornelia did not show off. With the strong support of Yang Hui and others, it was impossible for this area to have any problems. Yang Hui and others arrived, and Andretti crews must have arrived too. They can retreat and have a good rest. After the Rose Witch Knights evacuated safely, Yang Hui's eyes overflowed with murderous intent towards these invaders. Each machine, eliminate these invaders. Understood. X and everyone knew that Yang Hui was angry. His wife was his reverse scale. Whoever touched her would die. The Drestriga and White Fortress, which were chasing closely behind, also arrived. Together with the Dawnbreak Ersterlin, Creation, and Flagabskneden, Cut, which had gone ahead, they formed a pincer attack from the front and back. With full firepower, they wiped out the invaders that appeared one after another in less than half an hour. They did not release the first level combat configuration until the red light stopped descending and no new enemy aircraft appeared. Yang Hui, that red light. Char reminded Yang Hui. He felt a familiar feeling in the red special energy. And these invaders are stronger than the invaders that appeared in other places. Their performance in all aspects has been improved. Graham added that fighting is the most intuitive feeling. With Graham's ability, he can detect the difference between ordinary invaders and invaders descended by red light as soon as they come into contact. Finally, the flaw is exposed. Yang Hui's eyes were also condensed. Of course, he also found the problems that Char and Graham could find, and the familiarity was even stronger. There is no doubt that the red special energy came from the Temple of Slaughter and from the night. Beep, beep. Captain Sanai, go ahead. Colonel Yang Hui, no enemy remains have been found in the area. The Great Priest Shamna of Jilkustan has also sent a communication. The battles in the surrounding areas have ended. The remaining enemy forces have disappeared. We are invited to go to Jilkustan. Understood. All aircraft return to the ship immediately. The current area is still some distance away from Jilkustan and the refugee camps that receive refugees in the surrounding areas. There is no need to send people to guard. With the mobility of the Promise Corps, once the observation post finds the enemy, it only takes 5 minutes from attack to contact. Dressliga and White Fortress arrived in Jilkustan together. In the sky, a Macros-class battleship exactly the same as White Fortress was hovering in the air, and there were several quarter-class Macros battleships guarding around it. At the same time, it can be seen that from all directions, quarter-class Macros battleships are returning one after another and joining the fleet array. Although it's not the first time I've seen it, I still feel shocked. Aggie St. Claus looked through the window at the quarter-class Macros battleships that were gradually returning to the organization, and couldn't help but sigh. The Earth is different from the universe. The sense of weightlessness and the vast distance will amplify people's senses. Also, due to the lack of reference objects, the more than 1,600-meter-long Macros-class battleships and the 2-kilometer-long Drestriga do not look that impactful. But on Earth, there are too many reference objects, making Drestriga and Macros-class battleships more oppressive and impactful. In the new Fuji Research City, Aggie St. Claus and others have seen the 3rd Fleet led by Gerhardt, but now seeing Tessa Testarosa's 16th Fleet, they are still shocked. According to the information provided by the database, the 16th Fleet is a newly formed fleet and is very young in the Promise Corps. Kujimiya said, recalling the information he had checked. Are you kidding? Is this a newly formed fleet? Led by Date Takamori, Ando Masaki, Asaji Shunichi, Shun Kazunika, Irie Tamaki, Hibiki Yuta, Utsumi Masaru, and Takara Riko were horrified. The strict formation of the 16th Fleet, the orderliness when returning to the team, and the ability to maintain vigilance, these didn't seem like the qualities of a newly formed fleet, right? Because the members of this fleet are basically veterans, survivors of at least one large-scale battle. Lattice F. Prasada added that he had done a lot of homework on the way to Jilkustan. Fleet Commander Teresa Testarosa is from the world of Full Metal Panic. She is a super genius. At the age of 16, she can command a unit to fight all over the country. The mission completion rate is as high as 99%, and the combat loss rate is less than 5%. And after joining the Promise Corps, Commander Teresa often consulted famous generals such as General Rebel and General Cheyenne. At the same time, she has rich practical experience that we can hardly imagine. She can stand out from the entire Promise Corps and be appointed as the commander of a reorganized fleet. How could she be an ordinary person? Oh, by the way, the information shows that she is also a Whisperer. Whisperer. XNA special race in the world of Full Metal Panic. In their world, Whisperers seem to be able to receive black technology from signal towers. The specific details are not recorded in the information. And it's not just Commander Teresa, the ace of the fleet, the Nightmare Knights and the 12 Zodiacs brought up by Colonel Yang Hui himself, and the Rose Witch Knights led by Princess Cornelia, are all among the best regiments in the Promise Legion. There's a feeling, very incredible. Indeed, it's very dreamy. There are many members of the Nightmare Knights and the 12 Zodiacs who were originally enemies, such as Mr. Suzuko and Miss Colin, as well as Mr. Fujito Jingshiro, Mr. Jeremiah. The most important one is that one, right? Yet, although they are not from the same world, it's scary to think that he has appeared again. Tyrant Emperor Lelouch v. Natalia. Lelouch, who was being discussed by everyone, had already met Yang Hui on the ground at this moment, and he cursed as soon as they met. Yang Hui. You bastard. What are you doing? So angry. Are you kidding? Yang Hui doesn't understand Lelouch? He is his stinky little brother who grew up in front of him, of course he knows why he is angry. But I just pretended not to understand, just for fun. Don't you know? Seeing Yang Hui playing him, Lelouch was furious. You bastard. What kind of shit mission world did you choose? Why would I do those things in this world? And do you know that your one order made me wait for you here for several months? You just want to leave me alone for fun, right? Chapter 1315 Stupid Hao Dao Dao. Chapter 1301 Stupid Hao Dao Dao Haha, I'm here, aren't I? Yang Hui clamped the angry Lelouch under his armpits and ravaged his head. His hair was messed up by Yang Hui. Let me go. Yang Hui, let me go. That won't do. This is a ceremony for brothers to reunite after a long separation. Get lost. Whose brothers are teasing each other when they meet? My family. Get lost. The Bunitalia family doesn't have such a bullshit ceremony. I'll let Skneasel and Odysseus join in. Get lost. Let me go. I'm telling you to let me go. Mitsuba Greywall and Reynold Harding's mouths twitched wildly, looking at the scene in front of them. It was outrageous. Who was the person Yang Hui clamped? The tyrant emperor who was feared by everyone back then. You do this. Are you really not afraid that the tyrant will kill you? Oh? Lelouch is his brother? Then, he is still from another world? Not the tyrant emperor of this world? Oh, that's no problem. Puff. At this moment, someone suddenly couldn't hold back their laughter, which made Yang Hui stop torturing Lelouch. The two looked at Mitsuba Greywall and Reynold Harding first. The murderous eyes scared the two, and they shook their heads to deny that it was really not them who laughed just now. Then they looked at Ryu Konosaki, Char and Lara Sheen. The smiles on their faces had never disappeared. They were always smiling quietly, so it wasn't them. Who could it be? The two continued to shift their gazes and finally saw Nunnally and Euphemia behind the crowd. The two were covering their mouths and laughing softly, which also made Yang Hui and Lelouch put back their murderous intent. Brother, long time no see. Nunnally and Euphemia greeted Yang Hui cordially. It was also their first time to come to the mission world. They hadn't seen Yang Hui for a long time and missed him very much. Nunnally, Euphy, how do you feel? Can you adapt? Yang Hui let go of Lelouch and showed concern for Nunnally and Euphemia. After all, it was their first time to participate in the world mission, and they were not suitable for the mission. No problem, brother, I can adapt. Compared with the frontline fighters, my job is very easy. Nunnally replied softly. She and Euphemia did not have any important tasks assigned to them. They were just responsible for receiving and comforting the refugees who came. That's right, brother, don't underestimate us. We are all princesses of the Bunitalia family. Euphemia was very proud of her achievements. At the same time, she also showed off to Yang Hui. After all, Yang Hui strongly opposed her participation at that time. Although it was hard, it was much easier than the members of other departments. That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to adapt to such a stressful life. Brother Yang Hui, don't worry about us. You've come from afar. There must be something important, right? You should be busy first. Contact me and Euphy when you're done. Nunnally was very sensible. She didn't think that Yang Hui, who held an important position, came to Zilkustan to visit her and Euphemia. It's not an important matter. Yang Hui shrugged, and his smile gradually became playful. It's just that a certain unpromising younger brother had a conflict with his sisters and didn't know what to do. He could only invite me, a reliable brother, to come. Puff X2 Yang Hui. Lelouch was full of shame and anger, his face flushed red, and he wished that he could kill Yang Hui right now, immediately, right away. But Lelouch found that Nunnally and Euphemia were not only willing to appear in front of him, but also smiled in front of him for the first time since they came to this world. No matter how angry he was suppressed by embarrassment and guilt. So, for the sake of me being a super reliable and warm-hearted brother, can you forgive me, your useless brother? Yang Hui said gently, touching the heads of Nunnally and Euphemia. In fact, this is not the first time this has happened. Amuro, Char, Brad and others have experienced a fusion of alien isotopes for the second time. Although the memories after the fusion made them very depressed, they were able to accept it quickly. After all, it was not their own doing, so they just made a fool of themselves at the beginning. But Nunnally and Euphemia are different. They are young and have experienced very little. They are already very nervous about participating in the world mission with the team, and they have also merged with bad memories. It is normal for them to find it difficult to distinguish and accept for a while. Lelouch is also an idiot in this regard. He doesn't know how to ease the tension. As their brother, Yang Hui naturally has to take responsibility. Moreover, Nunnally and Euphemia have actually forgiven Lelouch and accepted him again. After all, Cornelia, the venerable sister and sister-in-law of the Emperor, and Cece, the witch who knows people's hearts, have convinced them long ago. But Lelouch, this idiot. Yes, brother, I understand. It's just a blockhead who didn't even apologize. Nunnally smiled, while Euphemia pouted and looked at Lelouch with resentment. Yang Hui said nothing, but just watched Lelouch spread his hands. Look, it's solved, the rest is up to you. This. What a nagging, how could Revel teach a student like you? Be decisive. Yang Hui saw that Lelouch was still hesitating, and slapped him on the back in a bad mood, making him grimace in pain. Yang Hui. Are you going to kill me? Don't change the subject. Yang Hui gave Lelouch another big fight, twisting his head to look at Nunnally and Euphemia. There are people waiting for you. Yes, I'm sorry. Lelouch's anger disappeared again, and he said these three words with difficulty. Brother. Humph. You don't have any sincerity at all. No. Yang Hui. Nunnally and Euphemia did not accept it, which immediately made Lelouch panic, and he looked at Yang Hui for help in a daze. Alice, stupid brother. Yang Hui was also helpless. His brother was so stupid. He had done everything he could, and he had no other way. We will stay in Zilkustan for 5 days. Take care of it before leaving. Come on. After the voice fell, Yang Hui patted Lelouch on the shoulder and walked over. Did he see that Shamna and the others had been waiting for a long time behind? Although family ethics comedies are very interesting, there are still serious things waiting. Come on. Starting with Char, the people who arrived on the ground first lined up one by one, patting Lelouch on the shoulder to offer their encouragement, including Mitsuba Greywall and Reynold Harding, who were no longer afraid of the tyrant emperor. No. You, wait? Lelouch panicked, looking at the crowd walking away. He subconsciously wanted to catch up. At least one person stayed to fight side by side with him. Brother. Lulu. However, before he could put his raised foot down, Nunnally and Euphemia's resentful eyes completely stopped his time. Nunnally, Starex to him. As expected of you, Yang Hui, you are ruthless when playing with your younger brother. Char teased. Yang Hui's bad taste is well known in the Promise Corps, especially likes to play with younger brothers. Flit didn't know how many times he had to fight with Yang Hui in front of everyone, although he was suppressed by Yang Hui every time. Nonsense. Aren't brothers just for playing? Yang Hui said as a matter of course. I'm envious. Shia shook his head. He could understand Yang Hui very well. If he had a younger brother, he would also play with him. It would be a waste of a younger brother if he didn't play with him. Unfortunately, Xia only has a younger sister. If the younger brother is a toy, the younger sister is a princess. You can't provoke her or be mean to her. You have to coax and pamper her, otherwise. You can't envy this. Yang Hui smiled proudly, then looked at Xiaomuna beside him and asked, I have already seen the situation of Zilkustan in the database, but I want to ask for details. Playing is just the fun of life and a way to relieve tension and pressure. Yang Hui did not forget the business because of playing. Very bad. Shamna shook her head with a heavy face. It was okay at the beginning, because of the location of Zilkustan, the frequency of attacks was very low, but with the arrival of the 13th Fleet, the enemy's attacks became more and more frequent, the scale became larger and larger, and the enemy became stronger and stronger. Commander Tessa has been sticking to his post and holding on. The enemy is trying to drag you down. Yang Hui understood the enemy's purpose after a little thought. Yes, His Highness Lelouch and Commander Tessa also made the same judgment. Fortunately, General Revel sent reliable reinforcements, but it still cannot solve the current crisis. What are Lelouch's countermeasures? Yang Hui asked Shamna. The situation was so serious that Yang Hui didn't believe that Lelouch had no countermeasures. His Highness Lelouch has already applied to General Rebel and the Emperor's Chief of Staff to transfer 2 aces over here. To have 2 aces in charge, only. Zilkustan is as stable as a rock. What was the result? What did Rebel and the Emperor reply? The Emperor's Chief of Staff said that the Amido Squad will be transferred over, but they are carrying out a very important mission, and they will have to wait until the mission is completed. Setsuna and the others. Yang Hui began to think. Setsuna, the Dailandi brothers, Aleloja and Tyria were sent to perform armed reconnaissance missions around Jupiter, which is Uluguru's territory. The purpose was to find out Uluguru's base in the solar system. Once the base is found, they can launch a counterattack and completely end Uluguru's threat to the Earth. The important stronghold of Camille was discovered by them. It seems that we can't leave easily. I will contact Rebel and Wong and ask them to send some more people here. Your place is the only place where they have found their traces. We can't afford to lose them. Thank you very much, Your Highness Yang Hui. Although it is not the same world, the fused Xiamna and this is also Jilcuston, her country. Yang Hui is very grateful that he attaches so much importance to her country. I said, Xiamna, we are companions. I still have to thank you, Your Highness Yang Hui, for giving us this opportunity. Okay, don't say more flattery now. You arrange people and investigate Jilcuston's internal affairs again. There are so many important places to choose from, but Jilcuston was chosen. There must be some important reason. Find it out. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. Chapter 1316, World C, The Last Gate. In the underground of the former prison in Jilcuston, Yang Hui and Lelouch stood in front of the gate of the ruins. The only suspect is this one. Yang Hui asked Xiamna to investigate in the country and search for targets that might be targeted by the enemy, but after searching, only this last gate leading to the sea world has a little possibility. Why is it only a little possible? Because Lelouch of this world destroyed the sea world in the final battle with Charles d'Ibunitaria. If it weren't for the arrival of Lelouch of the original world, Lelouch would still be in a state of madness, and his soul would be imprisoned in the sea world, waiting for CC to risk his life to rescue him. But the sea world has been completely shattered. What's the use of the enemy getting it? Lelouch did not deny the accuracy of the speculation, but he also denied the value of the existence of the sea world. In his opinion, if it is a complete sea world, it is natural to negotiate in advance and focus on prevention, but the broken sea world no longer has a complete consciousness. Even the soul of Charles d'Ibunitalia, who trapped the original Lelouch's consciousness in the sea world, is broken and there is no possibility of recovery. So, is there any point in getting such a sea world? What if there is a way to repair it? Yang Hui proposed a hypothesis. This is not an unfounded guess, because he thought of a definite and feasible way. In fact, it can be repaired. CC came from behind, put his arms around Yang Hui's neck, and lay on his back. The world consciousness lady of the original world has always been in contact with me. I have communicated with her. As long as the world is connected, she can take over the broken sea world and rebuild the sea world, but the premise is that the world can be connected. You are here. Yes, a certain unfaithful man has not come for so long, and he didn't come to see me the first time. The poor little witch thought she was abandoned by the Demon King. CC complained with a face full of resentment and grievance. I'm busy, right? Yang Hui was embarrassed. Dreki Cruz had been busy with trivial matters since arriving in Jilcuston. After finishing them, he came here and indeed forgot to look for CC and Cornelia. Yet, the poor little witch is not as important as those trivial matters. Is she really going to be abandoned by the Demon King? Pa. Yang Hui slapped CC's lower body with his backhand in annoyance. Speak properly. CC's pretty face turned red, and the resentment and grievance on her face disappeared, replaced by a smile of success. Okay, is there anything else you want to ask? If you want to rebuild sea world, you must connect the world. Yang Hui confirmed. It told me so. Are there any other ways? Not that there aren't any. According to it, World C is now healing and rebuilding itself, but the speed is very slow. After thousands of years, a new world consciousness will be born. All it can do is occupy the nest of the magpie. It compares World C to a house with a new owner. The rest is just reconstruction and decoration. In other words, as long as World C has a new owner, it will recover very quickly. Yang Hui asked. In theory, it is like this. Hearing this, Yang Hui and Lelouch were silent. They understood that the enemy was really targeting the last door to enter World C. If it was just the hostile forces of this world, Yang Hui and Lelouch would be more relieved. After all, they all belonged to this world. Even if they came from another world, they could not have a similar world consciousness. But the Temple of Slaughter and Knights are different. They have conquered countless worlds and are likely to control the world consciousness of a certain world. Once they get it, then the World C of this world will soon fall into the control of the other party. The situation is getting worse and worse. Yang Hui sighed. Originally, under the hard work of the Promise Corps, the absolute disadvantage turned into a stalemate, and they were able to find opportunities to launch a counterattack. As a result, an infinite demon in the new Fuji Research City and a sea world gate in Jilcuston These two alone must not fall into the hands of the enemy, not to mention the others that have not been discovered yet. The counterattack is imperative. The threats from the Zanskar Empire and Uluguru must be eliminated as soon as possible. Lelouch's eyes looked far away. Whether it was the infinite demon, or the gate of the sea world, it was difficult to move. Moreover, with the enemy's ability to appear and disappear at will in unknown means of detection, it would not be safe to hide anywhere. What's more serious is that it is impossible to thoroughly study them in a short time and strangle the thread in the cradle. Will there be more key targets discovered later? At present, these two will take away part of the Promise Corps' forces. If they continue like this, they will only be dragged down alive. Therefore, reducing the current threats can devote more energy to enemies that cannot be solved in a short time. I will contact Rebel and order the new Photonics Research Institute to dig out the Infinite Demon God as soon as possible, and then transport it here for centralized custody. This door must not be moved, so the only thing left is the Infinite Demon God. Although it is huge and heavy, the Promise Corps can still move it. Well, it's a good idea. If we make a good plan, we can trick the other party once. Lelouch thought, thinking of the Hellcore obsession with the Infinite Demon God. During the transportation, it will definitely be snatched by the Hellcore. If arrangements are made in advance, the Infinite Demon God can be used as bait to eliminate a large number of the enemy's living forces. Go back and hold a remote meeting, including counterattack operations, to determine the subsequent complete plan. Uluguru and the Zanskar Empire, it's time to deal with it. As he said this, Yang Hui's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Uluguru and other aliens who treat the Earth as livestock and prey, as well as the ambitious people of the Zanskar Empire, should let them taste the cruelty of the Earthlings and the anger of the Earth Federation. Well, let's go. I've already said I'm here to look for someone. Why are you looking for trouble? Sorry, Mr. Fan, this is a military restricted area. No one can get close to here without the permission of Lord Lelouch or Lord Shamna. Fan, how about we forget it? That won't work. The man who knows the whereabouts of the Hook Claw Man is finally here. I can't miss this opportunity. Fan. What's going on? Yang Hui and others returned to the surface from the underground ruins. At the entrance of the former prison, they found someone arguing with the guards here, and stepped forward to ask. Colonel Yang Hui, Lord Lelouch, this. Hey, you are Yang Hui, right? Before the guards could report, they were interrupted by a man who called himself Fan, staring at Yang Hui with his eyes. I am. Who are you? A large black cowboy hat was buckled on his head, and a black tuxedo outlined his tall and strong figure. Even the most piercing and fiery eyes could not cover up the old temperament. The protagonist of Gun and Sword, Fan. The fierce girl with the brown twin ponytails following him was Wendy Garrett, who was going to be Van's bride. Yang Hui recognized them at a glance, but pretended not to know them. My name is now Van of the Dawn. In the past, I was also called Van the Crybaby of Hell, Van without a job, Van the Freeloader. Never mind, these are not important. Since you are Yang Hui, it's easy. Tell me where the Hooked Claw Man is. Van asked excitedly. If the guards he knew hadn't stopped him and Wendy hadn't been holding him back, he would have rushed to Yang Hui. Hooked Claw Man. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment and looked at Lelouch. He knew who the Hooked Claw Man was, but how did he know where the Hooked Claw Man was? Turning his head to look at Lelouch, he found that he turned his head away awkwardly. Yang Hui knew that this stinky brother must have dumped some blame on him. Lelouch, what's going on? Van was looking for the Hooked Claw Man who killed his bride a few years ago, and he came to Zilkustan. It caused a little commotion at the time. I saw that he was a good fighter, so I found an excuse to keep him. So you sold me out. I've contacted Cruz, and the intelligence department has also assigned some people to look for the Hooked Claw Man, but it's hard to find a definite target based on Van's description alone, so your memory bank should be useful, right? Yang Hui, he's hardened, his fists are hardened, and he wants to deal with his brother. There's indeed information about the Hooked Claw Man in his memory bank, but the Hooked Claw Man is a lunatic, and he has no fixed base. He has been wandering around the world, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. How could he know where the Hooked Claw Man is? Hey! Don't ignore me. Tell me where the Hooked Claw Man is. Van asked harshly, with an attitude of taking action if he didn't tell. Fan. Calm down. Mr. Fan, please calm down. Yang Hui couldn't stand the tense situation any longer. He waved his hand to let the soldiers retreat and came to Fan. Mr. Fan, I already know the situation, but unfortunately, I don't know where the Hook Claw Man is. The Intelligence Department of the Federal Army has been helping you find his whereabouts, but the information you provided is too vague. Do you have any other more accurate information that can help us accurately determine the target? Tisk, is it really a waste of effort? If there is accurate information, what do I need you to do? I will go find it myself. As expected, Fan sat on the ground with a decadent look on his face without getting the desired result, and the breath of life enveloped him. Mr. Fan, please cheer up, please believe us, our people are trying their best to find the whereabouts of the Hook Claw Man. I believe that valuable information will be found soon, and please don't be discouraged, believe us, of course, if you can provide more information, it will also speed up our work. A Man and a Woman. Chapter 1317, The Sword of Evil. What do you mean? Fan's words were anticlimactic, so Yang Hui could only ask. I followed a man and a woman here. They are the subordinates of the Hook Claw Man. The man has yellow hair and the woman is a bitch. They are both very strange people. Fan said. Michael and Farsalina? What kind of description is this? You are the strangest one, right? Wait, it seems, it's really accurate? No. Why didn't you tell us this information earlier? Question mark. Fan. That's my brother. He's not a yellow-haired man. Although his hair is golden. Wendy scolded Fan with a blushing face. Fan's description was too much? Question mark. That's my brother. And, although it's true, don't use such a shameful description. So, Miss, are you sure your brother is an accomplice of the Hook Claw Man? Yang Hui resisted the urge to complain and looked at Wendy and asked. Yes. Wendy replied embarrassedly because the yelling just now affected her ladylike image. Why didn't you provide it to us earlier? Yang Hui asked with some blame. Sorry. I forgot it before, it's all because of Van. Wendy felt even more ashamed, because Van was impulsive and could not be stopped once he got impulsive. Most of her energy was put into stopping Van, persuading Van and comforting Van, and she really forgot such an important thing. Lelouch. Understood. Lelouch nodded and said to Van and Wendy, please tell me the information about this couple in detail, and I will pass it on to the Intelligence Department. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Tisk, it's really troublesome, I know. After handing Van and Wendy over to Lelouch, Yang Hui planned to return to the capital of Zilkustan to prepare for the remote meeting, but before leaving, Lelouch stopped Yang Hui. Yang Hui, if you have time, there are a few people you need to meet. Is it important? Visitors from another world, according to the information they provided, several of them are from the same world as the SRX team. Yang Hui returned to the capital of Zilkustan and saw several people waiting for him, especially a blond man wearing sunglasses and a mighty and strong silver-haired man, who were very excited. It turned out to be the Sword of Evil and Emu. They are here too. Question mark. Are you Colonel Yang Hui? Seeing Yang Hui walking towards them, they also took a step forward, approaching each other until they were face to face. The silver-haired man in the lead asked Yang Hui in a strong voice, full of solemnity and martial spirit. Yes, I guess you're Zenga Zongborat. On the way here, Yang Hui had read their information, but when he saw the Sword of Evil standing in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. The brave temperament that could not be hidden and gushed out was too different from what he imagined. If he didn't experience it in person, he couldn't describe what it felt like. Yes. Nice to meet you, Colonel Yang Hui. I am Elzem Brisuda. Yang Hui pretended to be stunned for a moment, but he couldn't be too calm. Elzem and Zenga were not so easy to fool. Especially now, it can be clearly seen that the other three people kept a certain distance from Zenga and Elzem, and there was a little hostility hidden in their eyes. It seems that they all came to this world in the same timeline of the same world. In the world of Super Robot Wars OG, Elzem at this time was hiding his identity. Lelouch must have told them about the situation of the SRX team. Knowing that his own brother was also in this world, and in the case of Dreddy Cruz, he still said his original surname. This was undoubtedly a test. Oh? Colonel Yang Hui has heard of me. Elzem also performed a puzzled expression, with a gleam in his eyes. Dreddy Cruz has received the SRX team from another world. I heard from Lelouch that you should be from the same world, and one of the members of the SRX team is named Brisuda, and his full name is Ladis F. Brisuda. That's my brother, My real brother. Excuse me, I didn't expect you to be Lai's elder brother. Your brother is very outstanding. Thank you. After shaking hands with Elzim, Yang Hui looked at the three people on the side, a woman with golden hair tied in a high ponytail, a man with brown flamboyant hair and yellow bangs, and a burly man with long blue hair. Nice to meet you, Colonel Yang Hui. I'm Kyosuke Nambu. Excellent Browning, you're such a handsome guy. I'm new here, so please give me your guidance. Iremgard Kasahara, thank you very much for your reception and help. Hello. These three people are all important figures in the world of Super Robot Wars OG. Kyosuke Nambu and Excellent Browning are members of the ATX team. The ATX team, like the SRX team, are both core members of the Steel Dragon team. Although Irem is not a member of the ATX team, he is also a member of the Steel Dragon team. He belongs to the Far East branch of the Earth Federation Army in the Super Robot Wars OG world. He has the rank of lieutenant. He was originally scheduled to be the test pilot of the new machine of the SRX team. He is also a member of the PTX team, the predecessor of the SRX team. He has rich combat experience, strong driving skills, and is also an excellent telekinetic user. As for the machine, it should be the Super Series Grungus now. However, there is one thing that Yang Hui needs to remind him in advance. Mr. Ilum, I heard, you are pursuing my wife. Yang Hui's smile gradually became dangerous, and the black breath emanated from his body, slowly turning into a gauze dress that wrapped Yang Hui's whole body, becoming more and more dense, and turning into a coat. This is not the first time I came to this world, I didn't know it at the time. That's right, Ilum is also a famous playboy. He once pursued Mao Lin, who is looking for a man. He claimed that his choice range was from 8 to 50 years old. Even when he was in love with Mao Lin, he was not at peace. Now he was caught by the real owner for trying to steal the woman's girlfriend. Although the other party might not be able to beat him, he was in the wrong anyway, and he still needed the other party's help now. If it wasn't a first offense, you would have been cut into pieces and fed to sharks. Lelouch said jokingly on the side. When this guy first came, he attacked Nunnally and Euphemia, and he was so angry that he almost killed Ilum directly. Just because he couldn't deal with Ilum didn't mean Yang Hui couldn't. If he could deal with Ilum, Lelouch would be happy to finish him off. Hey! Don't say such terrible things. Irem took 2 steps back in fear, not only because of Lelouch's intimidation, but also because of Yang Hui's increasingly strong murderous aura. That's right, Lelouch, don't scare him, how could I do such a thing? Yang Hui said with a smile. That's what I mean, Colonel Yang Hui is so handsome and amiable, how could he do such a cruel thing? At most, I'll stuff it into the barrel of the heavy quantum reaction cannon and fire it out together. Oh, by the way, throw 2 more wormhole energy balls. Hey, isn't this even more cruel? XN not only was Irem scared to the point of weakness, but even Zenga, the toughest one, shook his body noticeably. Although he could see that Yang Hui was trying to scare Irem, he filled in the picture in his mind, well, a little scary. Haha, okay, the jokes are over. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Yang Hui put away his playful attitude and looked serious. I just want to use my own eyes to judge whether you are a trustworthy person. Zheng Jia said to Yang Hui. His belief was very firm. If Yang Hui was an evil person, even if Yang Hui had the way for them to go back, Zheng Jia would not choose to cooperate with Yang Hui, and even turned against Yang Hui on the spot. Although Zheng Jia and his team had learned a lot of positive information about Yang Hui from Lelouch and others before the meeting, they still had to see and feel it with their own eyes to be sure. The others were the same. They were all experienced veterans with their own judgment. It is definitely unrealistic to ask you to give an answer now. Yang Hui spread his hands and kept a smile on his face, but it seems that the first impression is not bad. Well, yes. Zheng Jia nodded in agreement. Yang Hui did give him a good first impression, but it was just a first impression. According to the arrangement of the Federation Army headquarters, you will be transferred to Dredge Cruise to assist you in finding a way to go back. At the same time, you will also need to fight for Dredge Cruise. Is this deal okay? Yang Hui asked them. No problem, we have always done this. Zenga obviously did not intend to continue talking, so the representative of the conversation naturally fell on Elzim. Thank you for your help. Yang Hui nodded, and then pulled Sanigriwala over to the side. This is the person in charge of Dredge Cruise and the captain of Drisliga, Lieutenant Colonel Sanai Greywala. You can consult her on related matters. I have some very important things to deal with. Sorry, everyone, I will leave first. This is not to pass the blame. In fact, Yang Hui also hopes to have more contact with him and enhance their relationship. After all, they are all very important figures in the world of Mobile Suit Gundam OG, especially Elzem and Zenga. They are now the generals of DC and the right-hand men of General Bion. If they can gain their trust, then they can build a bridge of communication between themselves and General Bion in advance. But unfortunately, there is really no time now. Yang Hui also has to prepare for the next remote video conference and formulate a detailed counterattack plan. I understand. Elzem nodded with everyone. After all, Yang Hui is a top-level figure and he certainly won't be idle. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Well, Captain Mitsuha, I'll leave it to you. Please arrange Dretty Cruz's rest. Understood, Colonel Yang Hui, I will arrange it. The SRX team and Masaki also need to meet with him. About this. Captain Mitsuha, I have a request. Suddenly, an embarrassed expression appeared on Elzem's face, as if he had a small request. Chapter 1318 Plenary Meeting. Are you all ready? In the room of the Imperial Palace of Jilkustan, which has always been used as the central command room of Jilkustan, only Yang Hui, Lelouch and Char were sitting. Ryu Kanosaki, Shamna and Cornelia were all standing in the back, with dozens of screens in front of them in black, waiting to go online. It's ready. Ryu Kanosaki said to Yang Hui behind him, and handed Yang Hui the meeting notes prepared in advance. These were records everything that has happened in the world since they came to this world, including detailed records of every battle, no matter how big or small, as well as the distribution of various hostile forces, the rules of appearance, the targets attacked, etc. Yang Hui spent a whole night, with the help of zero-time difference calculation, recording all the situations, and through calculation, looking for the key points, common points and rules. God will not let down those who work hard. After countless calculations, Yang Hui finally found the key to the problem. Are the others ready? Yang Hui asked. It's ready. Let's get started. Understood. After receiving the instructions, Ryu Kanosaki tapped a few times on the pad, and the screens in the room lit up one by one. The core layer of the Promise Corps, all fleet commanders, and department heads were all online. I won't say any more nonsense. They were all old acquaintances, and they were all pragmatic. There was no need to make those pre-meeting greetings that had nothing to do with the main topic. He went straight to the point. This is what I calculated based on all the current intelligence. The pattern of the enemy's appearance, as well as the current core issues. Everyone take a look first. Okay. And everyone received a document, which was exactly the conclusion drawn by Yang Hui's calculations, and there was also corresponding information as evidence. After everyone had read it, Yang Hui began his own story. So far, only one hostile force has not yet investigated their identity. As he spoke, Yang Hui opened a record. On the way, it was the Grey Unknown machine that appeared in various parts of the world and fought against the Promise Corps and the former Earth Federation army many times. The existence of another world? A high-level alien civilization? Or is it the vanguard of the night? We can't be sure, but what we can be sure of is that the other party is not a purely mechanical civilization. There are definitely biological pilots. According to my calculations, the attacks of the major forces are scattered, and there are also cases of mutual attacks. For example, 3 weeks ago in Buenos Aires, metal beasts appeared in the Zanskar Empire and fought with a local garrison. Yes, just a week ago, invaders appeared in the Blue Hole and fought with the suddenly descended monsters and the Crystal Knights of the Kingdom of Kaluawad. Katie added. It's the same on my side. Uluguru and the remnants of the New Zeon had a small-scale encounter. Flit added. Yes. And many people nodded in agreement on the screen, because they had also encountered the same situation, which was also an important reason why they dared to launch a counterattack surrounded by enemies. If all the local forces were united, they really didn't dare to launch a counterattack. However, this situation was broken after they appeared. Yang Hui was talking about the forces represented by the Grey Unknown machine. Jilkustan, after these enemies launched the first attack, there were many joint attacks. At present, it can be confirmed that there are metal beasts, mechanical beasts, invaders, and demon beasts. Even in the border areas, traces of Mecha armor have been found. Mecha armor? Isn't that an outdated technology that has been eliminated? Fleet asked. According to the records in the database, yes. As the only person present who has encountered Mecha armor, he has the most say. But also because of this, the technology abandoned by the Federation has become a hot commodity in the eyes of terrorists and ambitious people. Before we came, a large number of Mecha armors had been circulating on the black market, and they have never stopped being updated. The Mecha armors that are still in circulation have even surpassed the performance of RGM-89 Jegan. Not only that, I have received a Wanderer with specialized Mecha armor. His machine is from many years ago. The entire series is called the Original 7, but its performance is extraordinary. It is even gradually growing. It is a growable machine. The Hook-Claw man you asked me to help you find before, can I doubt that he and his accomplices have machines of the same level? Cruz asked Lelouch. It's questionable. I understand. I've also received the follow-up intelligence. I'll send more people to investigate. Cruz used to treat the Hook-Claw man as a trivial matter, a way to help himself attract combat power, but now it seems that the Mecha armor, Original 7, which should have been eliminated, is also a force worthy of attention. I will also clean up the black market. They are indeed a bit too arrogant. Everyone, the situation is becoming more and more complicated, and the threats we are about to face are getting bigger and bigger. We can't be so passive anymore. Yang Hui said to everyone seriously. The Emperor and I think so too, so we have been formulating a counterattack plan. Rebel spoke and passed a document to everyone. So far, the two easiest threats to eliminate are the Zanskar Empire and Ulugru. Let's talk about the former first. According to the level classification, the former belongs to the real system, and all the means they use are also understandable and deal with by us. The threat lies in the fact that their distribution is too complicated. There are occupied areas all over the Earth. The most serious is Europe, which is also an important reason why they can harass various places. The Emperor and I have decided unanimously, Fleet, your second fleet will be dispersed, with a White Tiger class, attack ship, Zuanwu class, frigate, and Suzaku class, transport ship as a squadron, and the Seoul as a separate squadron. They will go to the occupied areas of the Zanskar Empire on the Earth and recapture all lost territory. The aftermath and takeover will be left to the former Earth Federation Army. Understood. Fleet nodded and accepted the order. Universe, Cheyenne, White, Hancock, take back all the colonies that were taken away by the Zanskar Empire and force them back to their homeland. Yes, General Rebel. X3 The three people who were named responded immediately. They were all veterans who had fought for their entire lives and had worked with Rebel for their entire lives. Even if they had doubts, they would not raise them in public and would not question Rebel in public. Next is Uruguru, and I will explain it. After Rebel finished talking about the arrangements for the Zanskar Empire, the Emperor would then talk about the plan for Uruguru. According to the investigation of the Promise and the Celestial team, it is determined that Uruguru's frontline base is on Shengu Star. Malu, Maximin, immediately go to the designated universe to meet with the Promise, launch an attack on Shengu Star, and completely eliminate all of Uruguru's living forces on Shengu Star. Understood. X2 Malu and Maximin accepted it immediately without any objection. Dredge crews will participate in this battle. Wang looked at Yang Hui and said, the official order will be issued after the meeting. When Dazil's fleet arrives in Zilkustan, Dredge crews will immediately ascend to the universe and go to the designated location to reunite. Understood. As for the defense of the lunar universe, Char's 7th fleet is enough. No problem. Char nodded in agreement. He also had his own fleet, but he was transferred to Dredge crews alone, and his fleet remained in the lunar universe. It's not that the situation in the lunar universe is so tense that 3 fleets are needed to garrison, but the status of these 3 fleets in this world is very embarrassing. The famous members are basically those who have caused chaos or directly participated in the war with the Earth Federation in the past 10 years, such as Ramba Rao, Johnny Riding and others, all of whom are Xeon aces during the 1-year war. Hammond's men are all people who have made great achievements in the Neo-Xeon War, and it is not convenient for them to show up in front of the public, which is easy to cause unrest. But now there is a shortage of manpower and the situation is becoming more and more complicated. They should also take action. Hammond, the 9th Fleet will immediately head to the new Fuji Research City. Lelouch and I will work out a detailed battle plan later, using the Infinite Demon as bait to lure out the Hidden Hell Legion. No problem, Minerva is already capable of taking charge. Heyman nodded. If she hadn't witnessed Minerva's growth, she wouldn't agree. At least she and Ozzel must leave one person behind to take charge of the overall situation and support Minerva. But now Minerva is already a qualified national leader. Not counting the personnel from various departments brought from Promise Fortress, the people she has trained and recruited are enough to support the Republic of Xi'an. The rest of the departments continue to execute the current orders and wait for the next instructions. Yang Hui, is there anything else to add? All the plans of the Emperor and Revel have been conveyed to everyone, and then it will be left to Yang Hui to make the final decision. Each department has people from another world who came to this world through the DBD phenomenon, right? Yang Hui asked. Yes. XN on the screen, several people nodded at the same time. Send them all to Dressy Cruise. The DBD phenomenon chose them for a reason. Gather them all together and see if they will cause any reaction. Yang Hui said. I have someone who can't leave, Gilliam Yika. He has excellent research ability and I need his assistance. Ayala Hutchenberg objected. He was also in urgent need of manpower. Gilliam Yika's ability was recognized by him and helped him speed up the research progress of various projects. Anything else? Yang Hui nodded and looked around to see if there were any others who needed to stay. I won't send 2 people here. Wang Liumi said immediately. According to the information comparison in the database, they are from the same world as Ernestia Xiberia, a queen and a princess, and have no combat ability. After Wang Liumi, no one else spoke. At present, there were no other aliens who needed to stay or were not necessary to be sent to Dressy Cruise. Finally, Wang, Rebel, whose fleet can be mobilized? Yang Hui asked. At present, the 20th and 21st fleets responsible for supporting various places can be mobilized. Wang replied. Walken and Jeffrey. Yang Hui thought about it. The 20th and 21st fleets and Taisha's 19th fleet were newly formed fleets. After confirming that Walken and Jeffrey were capable of taking charge of a fleet, the newly promoted fleet commander said, yes, transfer them to the Mars Circle to stand by. Once an emergency occurs in the Battle of the Zanskar Empire or Shengu Star, they will provide support as soon as possible. No problem. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.